Quando a gente fala em jogo, uma coisa que eu gosto muito
Ah,
é
she
quando a
probably
mecânica
are.
Ok. Hello, good morning, bon dia, and welcome to DLC San Paulo. It's Charlie here from Inkborn Heroes, and I have with me the amazing Nora, One More Law, and Melissa, Missy Enchanted. How are you doing today? Really good. We're just having some technical issues, but I think we've gotten through the worst of them right now, and we're joining the team at San Paulo live, as you can see on screen. This is our first South American DLC, first DLC happening in Brazil as well. So really passionate community in that part of the world. It's going to be some really exciting games of Disney Lorcana today. Can't wait to watch it. Um, Yeah, I think one of the interesting things about Brazil is they've only recently got Disney Lorcana. It's still quite difficult to get product, but I think sometimes those limitations breed creativity, and hopefully we're going to see some very, very spicy and exciting decks. And it looks like Mateus is actually going to be casting game number 1 on their end. They can only hear me. Sorry about that. If you try now, they should be able to hear you as well.
Hello.
Can everyone hear us now? Oh, no,
it's
they
good.
still can only hear you.
No, I think there's probably a slight delay. Yes, they can hear
There's
you
a
now.
delay. Okay, cool.
Sorry about that. So Nora, Melissa, please repeat everything you already said.
We basically were just talking about how excited we are in terms of this being not only the last time we see Winterspell as a official meta for a DLC, but that we're very excited to see what the Latin America community, more specifically the Brazil competitors, are able to bring for this Disney Lorcana challenge.
Yeah, we really hope to see some unique decks out here that we haven't seen before.
And I think we've seen that in the past, right? Our first DLC winner, Joshua Polter, that was at the end of a set and he brought Amethyst to Amber and took the whole thing down. Maybe we're going to see something similar this time around. There are some spicy decks in the metagame. Amber Ruby is one that definitely stands out to me as a deck that could just surprise people. Has a great matchup into to Sapphire Amethyst. So that could be something we see today.
And it's also really gaining popularity. We keep seeing it more and more.
Do we want to clarify just kind of like what the audience is seeing? Obviously, they're not able to hear Mateus and his colleague here. If we want to explain that, Charlie.
Yes, so right now the event is being streamed in Portuguese on Copag's official Twitch and YouTube channel. So if you want to listen to the Portuguese stream, you can head over there and listen to my fellow Inkborn hero Mateus, as well as Jennifer, who's joining him for game number 1. Otherwise, you can stick to us here on the English stream. I've got myself, Melissa, Missy Enchanted, and Nora One More Law. And we are also going to have Enchanted Kim joining us in a few hours. It is quite early there in the Pacific Northwest for her. So she didn't want to be up this early. So we're here holding down the fort until she is able to make it.
Perfect. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
We're basically just waiting.
So it should be starting in a few minutes, the first round. We're on a slight delay from Brazil, so I believe everything's already underway and rolling down there. And looking forward to this first game. I'm trying to decipher from what's on the desk there in front of our two casters what we might be seeing in round number 1. And it looks like maybe it's going to be an Amethyst Steel mirror match.
Seems
It
that
looks
way.
like emeralds. Emerald amethysts.
Oh, that would be spicy. I'd love to see Emerald Amethyst.
But then the question is, do we get the burn or the control deck?
What's the key difference between those two decks, Nora?
Well, the burn deck, for example, is very much aggro. And the other one, like it says in the name, it's about control. It's a very different way of playing.
And which one is good into the current metagame?
Well, both of them are not the most popular decks right now, of course, because we see a lot of Blurple. We see a lot of Dogs decks at the moment. And we also know that Steel Song is getting more traction. But a while ago, we had some people playing Burn a little bit more than the Control one. It's a very fast aggro deck that just floods the board with cheap one-cost characters. And it also uses like Amethyst Chromacon to draw extra cards each turn. And they also play the Emerald Chromacon to protect the board by like bouncing characters back to the hand when one is banished.
Yeah, it's a deck. Matisse was actually playing himself the Burn version of the deck. It's really interesting, and it's been the way the Emerald Amethyst deck has kind of transitioned away from what was known as the Brainiac build, where it's very much about just kind of drawing cards, getting through all of your resources, and then eventually kind of bending to my will to discard your opponent's hand, and then from there kind of winning the game, which was a really interesting playstyle popularized by Disney Lorcana, who is actually a player that's going to be here this weekend. Kind of fell off in popularity this set a little bit, but yeah, I'd love to see some kind of more fringe decks on stream. And sorry, for 100%. Twitch, I'm trying to get you the link. Just one moment, please.
It seems like we're going to round 1.
And if I'm not mistaken, this actually may be a local Brazilian Lorcana player. I did get the heads up from Mateus that I think we were going to be seeing... in fact, I think 2 Brazilian players maybe for this round.
What a great way to start off the DLC, right?
Absolutely. I love the fact that we are able to represent some local players, and hopefully the angle changes so we can actually see the board state here. There we go.
And here we go. We have a purple steel deck against a emerald amethyst deck.
Good eyes. There we go. And Carlos taking a moment to read the card there. So this is one of the underdogs. The name escapes me right now. Why can I not remember? The White Rabbit. So an underdog, if you are the player going second, then you can pay 1 to play this character on your first turn. And then he is a 2/2, questing for 1, but is evasive, so can be quite tricky to remove in the early game.
And now we're seeing Carlos Ink, and we're going to the next one.
So Melissa and Nora, I'm going to leave you to this. Good luck. And I'll join you for the next one.
Thank you so much, Charlie.
Thanks, Charlie. All right, so Nicholas with a strike a good match. He's going to draw 1 and then discard 1. And so just like you were saying, Nora, we do have that Amethyst Emerald, but it does appear to be a more mid-range deck as opposed to the fast burn deck that we were talking about earlier. So great call.
Yeah, I definitely agree.
That.
Because we see the Junior Woodchuck guide, which we don't necessarily normally see in an aggro deck. To be quite honest, I don't see what he just played because it's very wide on my screen.
Yes.
But I do see a hook on the board, and we are now seeing a Webby joining there as well.
Yep. Oh, and we're
shifting that.
It's so fascinating to see, all the cards being read, right? Because, as Charlie was stating earlier, Brazil hasn't been able to get, a lot of products. So being able to kind of know and play all the cards and understand what each of them tech, it's going to be very interesting to see what these players do in terms of strategy with cards they potentially haven't seen. And now we can see it's a Lexington on Carlos' side.
We finally have a visual. So we know that Lexington has Alert, and it's a 4 strength and a 4 willpower card. We're inking a Demonia, and he's thinking it through on maybe what to play.
Yeah, and while Carlos is thinking it through, we do see on Nicholas' side a few cards that we do see normally on the more mid-range control decks, which is that Prince Philip combo. So this will be interesting to see, if he's able to potentially find that malicious, mean, and scary, which is paired very nicely with the Prince Philip combo.
It would be definitely very interesting to see if he can get that combo. And we get a genie on the board, which he's now drawing a card for.
Yep, and Genie Wish Fulfilled is also evasive, so if he wanted to go ahead and challenge that White Rabbit, who is also evasive, that would be a good answer to Nicholas's side for that.
We see Nicholas draw a new Webby into his hand. He's looking at his options, and he's going to banish the Junior Woodchuck. And he's grabbing 2 cards.
Certainly no issues in drawing for Nicholas at the moment. So now he's questing with Webby, and Webby does have Ward, so no immediate, you can't target Webby with that should Carlos have any actions to spell for Nicholas's side of the board. Oh, and speaking of a warded character, we have Prince Philip down.
Here we go, the first puzzle piece of our combo that you just mentioned, Melissa.
Yep. Now I do see the shift target for Prince Philip, but I don't see that malicious, mean, and scary. So hopefully Nicholas will be able to find it for himself. I'm sure that's what he's thinking right now.
Probably yes. And we're seeing Lexington going into Webby and the Genie removing our White Rabbit.
Yes. So good execution on Carlos's side in terms of banishing most of Nicholas's characters. And of course, we will not be expecting that Prince Philip, which has Ward, to exert anytime soon until we find potentially that full combination.
Exactly. And I'm wondering what Carlos is thinking in this moment. Like, he knows, of course, that this shift is going to happen and that combo might happen soon. So would you build out the board, or would you say, I'm going to play it safe? What would you do?
Well, I mean,
we already have we have one. Oh, that was already very quick.
Well, that answers our question, right? So it looks like Nicholas is not going to wait for that combo and just take the aggressive route, seeing as Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes, does quest for 3. But in this case, I do believe he, oh no, he did banish them because they were actually damaged.
Yeah, and we have Hades on the board, and he got to draw 2 cards. And now he's looking through his options.
Yep, and then just to know, he also does have Angel Experiment 624 on the board, to which he just utilized her second ability of being able to apply 2 damage to a chosen opposing character should he discard a card. And over back to Nicholas. Seems to be, I believe he did have a Cheshire Cat, which there it is, right on cue.
There it is.
We're going to go
that
ahead
damage being moved. Yeah,
Yep,
here we go.
And he
Angel's
said,
taking 2
no,
damage.
no. He's like, yeah, so Angel's going to take it as much as she can dish it.
And luckily for Carlos, Angel has a little bit more willpower. Oh, we see another Junior Woodchuck coming onto the board.
Really great timing for these draws on Nicholas's part. It's really going to help continue to extend his reach in terms of what he wants to do to, of course, ultimately get to that 20 lore. And let's see how Carlos answers here. Okay, so another Genie Wish Fulfilled. He'll draw that 1 card upon play.
And of course, I think Carlos would be hoping right now to look for other cards that, for example, could be a Demona or maybe Elsa, because you probably want to remove that Cheshire Cat as fast as you can.
Absolutely. Cheshire Cat, such a great card. Oh, especially with what just came down, we see a Pocahontas come down with a 3 strength, 2 willpower. So should Nicholas so choose to boost the Cheshire Cat again on his turn, those 2 damage on Angel could be moved over to then immediately banish that Pocahontas.
That's a good question if he will do that. Let's see. We're seeing some movement on the board happening by our jury. Okay, we're readying, and we see Nicholas drawing for his turn. is considering his options, counting his inkwell, seeing how much he can play this turn.
It's so interesting to see the back and forth between both of these decks. So although different strategies, both being similar and having Amethyst, of course, they are able to understand the plays from the Amethyst side, of course, being able to draw a lot, in this case on both sides, and just being able to utilize the damage removal for Cheshire Cat is a great addition to any deck. Did he just cast another Prince Philip?
It's hard to tell, but it could be Prince Philip, yes.
I
So,
do.
what do you think of this current board state? Because right now, Carlos has 4 characters, and of course, Nicholas has 3. Who do you think is on the winning side? Because Nicholas has 3 lore at the moment.
Yeah, so even though Carlos does have more characters, or rather now we're about to go down to the same amount, I still say Nicholas has a bit of an advantage, and I do believe that was the Prince Philip. Yep. So there's always going to be, in the back of Carlos's mind, I'm sure, will this other Prince Philip be shifted into yet another Vanquisher of Foes? Right, to go
Yeah.
ahead and cleanly wipe his board. Now, in order for that, of course, to happen, his characters would have to be damaged. Right now, the only one that is the Hades. However, in combination with the Cheshire Cat, that one damage can get moved to either the genie or that third character, which we cannot tell from the glare, can be moved there to go ahead and at least banish 2 characters upon a shift here.
And we just saw Carlos playing another genie, and he is banishing that Cheshire Cat, which is very helpful for Carlos. So he cannot, well, Nicholas can no longer move any damage his way. And we see Pocahontas here using that lure from the genie. So Carlos is on the board with 3 lure right now.
Yeah, that Pocahontas is a very great character in terms of her abilities with questing, able to go ahead and choose another chosen exerted character and apply their lore to her questing abilities.
Yeah, especially in aggro decks, you've seen some very interesting builds where people fully rely on this Pocahontas, but also playing Mulan to just making sure they get the most out of the lore.
Absolutely. And so right now, yes, Carlos has a pretty healthy board state. He is, I'm sure, trying to catch up now with the Genie Wish Fulfilled and Pocahontas combo. But Nicholas is pretty far along at 12 lore and has a really good steady hand. Oh, so he just played out Hades, looking for a deal.
And he's pointing at the Pocahontas and he's drawing 2 cards. Looks like Pocahontas is here to stay.
Oh,
Oh, I see a malicious, mean, and scary in his hands. Did you see it?
yep, I sure do.
Oh,
The question
now it's
is,
going to get interesting. Because we have a Prince Philip on the board. What will Nicholas do? We see him considering his options. Do we have a shift? No, we don't have a shift, Prince Philip. We are now seeing the wrong lever. And he's returning the Pocahontas to Carlos's hands.
okay, perfect.
We have a Louis, malicious, mean, and scary. And okay, we're going to use the Prince Philip to take out Pocahontas. And we're questing with Prince Philip.
And so right now it's good to note that the Prince Philip lore has not been applied, at least on screen. I do believe he should be at 15 lore, but this Vanquisher of Foes just does so much. He is a 6/6 character, again, questing for 3. And, it is one of those characters that, at least for the Amethyst Steel side, unless you have a rather wide board and can fight something like a Strength of a Raging Fire to answer, this is going to be a rather uphill climb for Carlos to go ahead and manage that.
Yeah, and looking at the board state, since we know that Nicholas at 15 lore, we are probably wondering, what can Carlos still do to win this game? He's playing a Cheshire Cat. Will we see him move any damage from his genie to the opposite side.
It looks like we'll go ahead and do that. Now the question becomes, is this perhaps a little too late considering we are on a 2-turn for Nicholas's side, given the current board state?
We have one more card coming onto the board, and it's another Pocahontas from Carlos. And he's inking a Demona. We're questing for 2 with the genie. And we're going over to Nicholas. So Nicholas would be able to quest for 4 lore in total, which brings him to 19 lore. We're playing another Junior Woodchuck and banishing that one to draw 2 cards. And we're inking another Webby.
Interesting strategy here, because if I'm doing the math correctly, should everything on Carlos's side stay with both Pocahontas? Are those both Pocahontas, or what was next to the genie? Oh, never mind.
Those are Cheshire Cats.
We're gonna get a wrong level here.
He's playing the pull the lever.
Or pull the lever.
That could mean draw 2 cards, or each opponent chooses and discards a card. So looking at Carlos' board, we have 2 genies that would lure for 4. We have 1 Cheshire Cat, and we have Pocahontas that can lure for, of course, 2. Lewis just entered the board, which means one of Carlos' characters just got reckless. And I think he pointed at Pocahontas, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, absolutely.
And Nicholas is questing with Prince Philip and Hades. We're now going to 19 lore. This is going to be a tough position for Carlos to be in.
Yeah, I was going to say, if had the Reckless not been applied on the Pocahontas, knowing the type of deck that Carlos has, he would have actually been able to quest up to 18. And should he have had a giant Cobra and discard, that would have been able to get him to 20 lore. But now with that Reckless being applied on the Pocahontas, basically Carlos would have to answer everything on Nicholas's board.
And we see that happening right here. The genie is challenging into Prince Philip and the other genie as well. So the genie has been removed from the board. We have 2 more characters, and the Cheshire Cat is dealing damage to Hades. And we're boosting that Cheshire Cat to move that damage to Hades. And we see that Hades leave the board as well, and Pocahontas too. And an angel gets added to the board. And the whole board of Nicholas is gone. What a play!
I mean, great job on Carlos's front to go ahead and clear that board. But now we are in a state of, can we keep Nicholas at that 19 lore for the remainder of the game, with only being at 10 lore with 2 characters on board? Crazier things have happened. We can, knowing with the steel deck, they can control the board state. We're just going to see if Carlos does have what he needs to potentially.
And we haven't.
Yep.
And we haven't seen any Elsas enter the board yet. So I'm wondering if Carlos is playing that character in his deck, because that would definitely help him. Oh, I see. We're looking at a card, and I believe.
Yep, so that's the wrong
lever.
Yep.
So it would either be returning a chosen character to the player's hand, or put a card named Pull the Lever from your discard on the bottom of your deck to put chosen character on the bottom of their player's deck.
Yep, so that's what
I think that's what's happening. We're putting Angel at the bottom of the deck.
Oh, and we're seeing Minnie Mouse here. And we're passing. Let's see.
Do you think Carlos will be able to remove? We have 1 damage on Cheshire. He would be able to boost it. What do you think?
I certainly want to go ahead and apply that to at least remove the damage from Cheshire. with the amount of ink, I am curious to see what Carlos has in his hand. Oh, okay, so we do have a genie.
And
We're
we're
gonna
going to
go
boost
ahead
that
and
one as well.
and it looks like we're just gonna go ahead and pass over to.
Oh, here we go. We're moving that damage.
And then he'll just quest.
But
Yep. Yeah, I
that's
didn't think the
game.
1 damage was enough. Perfect.
Was enough to remove it. And we didn't see any Elsas. So definitely no way to exert and banish that character. So that was the first game. And Nicholas took the win with Emerald Amethyst. And we're now going to go to the second round.
Yeah, and so we're pretty much going to assume that Carlos now being on the play, seeing as he did not take the win for game one, that did go to Nicholas. What do you think Carlos needs to look for here now that he's on the play, Nora?
Well, he's definitely playing a little bit more like an aggro version of our purple steel. So I think if we look at the deck from Nicholas Gomez, he might want to outlaw him a little bit quicker this time. So I would expect a little bit more low characters and of course Pocahontas in there as well.
Right,
What do you think
absolutely.
Nicholas has to? Sorry, I
No,
jumped in there. What were you saying?
No, I was just going to agree with you. You on Carlos's side, you certainly want to see a healthy curve of, 1, 2, 3 characters, potentially find, if he does have his removal songs, build that board state so that any type of board state that Nicholas presents, he's able to go ahead and answer that with some removal songs. We did see a Fire the Cannons. That may be the only type of removal in terms of spells that we have here for Carlos's side, but we will see on Nicholas' side to answer your question a bit of the same, right? So I think he had a really good hand in terms of consistent draw, and really good answers in the way of his Prince Philips. He is playing a certain Prince Philip card that you don't normally see with the Prince Philip combination, but I'm sure it's just a matter of finding ways to add shift targets to that Vanquisher of Woes, Prince Philip.
Definitely. And we're now going to have a look at the Nicholas and Carlos mulligan their hands. So on the right side, we can see two Lewis, we can see a Webby, and we see already our shift Prince Philip, which he's keeping in his hand.
Interesting strategy here to see he kept such a high cost character unless he already has the 3 cost.
Or he might hope to draw into it.
Absolutely. And so the Prince Philip additional card that we don't normally see in the Emerald decks is the Prince Philip Warden of the Woods. Now that one states as far as abilities, your other hero characters gain ward. So very important to note for that particular Prince Philip. Oh, as we see a Snow Fort in Nicholas's hand, which we have not seen in game one.
And we saw our Prince Philip being inked on the first turn. And now we see a Lexington being inked by Carlos, and we have a Christopher Robin on the board on the left side. Over to Nicholas.
So Carlos certainly starting off, just like you said, we want to go ahead and hit some of our aggro cards. Christopher Robin certainly being that opportunity as he quests for 2 lore. And right now, with nothing on Nicholas's side of the board, they are both him and Paliscart able to freely quest with potentially no ramifications for being banished on Nicholas's turn.
And that means Carlos is on the board. We're going to 3 lore, which is not on the board. Oh, 4 lore, sorry. And which we can now see on the board. And on Nicholas' turn, we can see him play Lewis and pointing at Christopher Robin, who now is reckless for this next turn.
So it'll be interesting to see which one he chooses, because even though Christopher Robin does have Reckless, he can choose to do other things. Oh, see, like choose another character to go ahead and banish that Lewis. So it looks like he was favoring the Christopher Robin in this case.
It looks like you read his mind. He immediately went for the Pocahontas. And we're now seeing a genie enter the field. So he's drawing a card, which unfortunately we cannot see which one. He's very good at hiding his cards for the camera. On the right side, we see a Webby being drawn.
Yeah, and hopefully they can do something about that glare. Now, we do know sometimes it is a matter of just the type of sleeves that these players utilize, but hopefully that's something that they are certainly aware of in production and maybe they can fix on that. As Nicholas goes ahead and plays a snow fort. And so, Nora, what does snow fort do?
So Snowford gives all your other characters +1 strength.
And then also during your opponent's turn, your characters gain resist 1. So this is a very um, really good item card to have in this matter. Now, I don't know how much of Carlos's strategy is going to be to go into some of Nicholas's characters. You certainly want to see him utilize his more aggressive approach with his cards as he continues to play yet another Pocahontas to the board and a
And
Black
we see
Heron.
a black heron indeed. So this is what Purple Steel wants to do, right? We see Carlos in a very good position. He is going very wide with that board.
Yes, really good board state right now. And so it looks like Nicholas, we're going to ink a strike a good match. We have just the Webby on the board. Does he have potential? Okay, so we do have, we did get the shift. So now both characters on the board are warded. And we are going to utilize that Webby with the additional 1 strength to go ahead and banish that Christopher Robin.
And then we go back to Carlos's turn, who is now drawing for his turn and looking at the board on what he should probably do. We see him pointing at the snow fort because, of course, during his turn, the characters from Nicholas will have resist +1, which makes it a lot harder for Carlos to remove Webby.
Yeah, and I do think right now the strategy, especially since he's got at least 1 evasive character on board, is just to, go ahead, fully exert and maintain that aggressive board state. So between the genie and the Pocahontas following the wind, he's able to potentially add an additional 5 lore to the board, so should he choose to do so.
Yeah, and we also know, of course, that the Prince Philip, our smaller version of Prince Philip, is already on the board. So we do know that maybe a shift Prince Philip will come. And then you don't want to have your whole board being wiped if I was Carlos. And
Okay.
we see a Dumbo being played on the board, and we see Carlos questing with the Black Heron.
Interesting strategy. Now, obviously, we've talked about, him taking the role of being the more aggressive, but going a little wide, bit too much, knowing that Nicholas does have some cards, we want to always assume he does have that shift target for Prince Philip and potentially that mean, malicious, and scary. So interesting to go ahead and play that Dumbo, but you know what? Sometimes you just got to say, hey, you either have it or you don't. And we just go fast.
And I think this is actually a really important moment in this match because we have Carlos on 16 lore. He's almost there. And Nicholas has 2 characters on the board and he has the item Snowford. So the question is, will he be able to deal with all these characters on the board? Or will we see this second match going to Carlos? Yes, we see that there's a handshake and Carlos takes round 2.
And what a great, turnout for both these players on both 1 and 2. So now we kind of get a sense of what either player has. So now this game 3, each will, of course, be able to alter their hands, knowing now just a few more bits of information that either opponent has in their hand. Now, right now, Nicholas just shuffled and we saw a glimpse of a Under the Sea, which I don't believe Carlos has seen on his side. But very important to note, of course, had he seen that, I'm sure he probably would have been also a bit weary of, hey, do I want to commit two strength or less characters to my board, knowing that my opponent can easily sing that Under the Sea card.
Which is another option for Nicholas to completely wipe out Carlos's board, which is going to be very interesting going into round 3. What do you expect from Nicholas in this round, Melissa?
Yeah, so I think he being more of on the mid-range control aspect of it, same thing. We do want to build that healthy board state with his characters. I'm sure he wants to get and find that snow fort once again to go ahead and make sure he's able to apply some pressure on Carlos's side and certainly be able to incorporate more of his draw from game 1. We didn't really see some of those junior woodchuck guidebooks in game 2, and I'm sure Nicholas is looking for that additional draw opportunities as he alters here. And speaking of draw, we saw Finders Keepers go back in. Looks like he's altering too. And I did see a Malicious, Mean, and Scary already in hand. So certainly looking for that insurance policy in a potential board wipe for Nicholas.
Definitely. And we're going to see if that is going to play out because I think we're almost ready for our last round in the first round. So the last turn.
And these players look, very calm and collected. They may not be that on the inside, but how exciting to be the first ever 2 streamed local players for Disney Lorcana Challenge Sao Paulo. And I love the sportsmanship as we start game 3 of round 1.
And we see a Webby being inked and then no character being added to the board. And we see now Carlos looking at his hands.
Oh man, what a shame not to have that one cost character. And there we see for the first time Giant Cobra on Carlos's side being inked to then play a Captain Hook Forceful Duelist.
Yeah, and Nicholas responds to that with a Minnie Mouse.
All right, so
So
we're
we have
seeing
our Pocahontas. She's back again for more action.
All right, so Minnie Mouse being a 2-cost character is going to go ahead and sing Strike a Good Match. Nicholas will go ahead, draw 2 cards, and then choose to discard 1 from hand. Minnie Mouse being a great character. Her stats do help as a 2-cost, and then of course being able to sing those low-cost songs for Nicholas, which it seems that may be the only 2-cost one, but nonetheless a really good character to have on his second turn as he plays a Lewis, and I believe he made Pocahontas reckless.
Yes, and we're going to see how that plays out for Carlos. He could use, of course, his Captain Hook instead of Pocahontas, but he's going to choose to remove both characters from the board. He's inking our Palace Guard, and we now see a genie entering the board.
Yes, and that genie could present some problems for Carlos in a way of if he continues to boost that genie could actually quest for the amount of cards underneath it. However, we do see yet another Lewis come down, exerted, and go ahead and make that genie reckless.
We see a Demona getting inked, and of course, he needs to challenge with that genie, which is unfortunate because it's a very good character, of course, to boost.
Really good strategy. However, now that, the characters continue to banish each other, probably not what we want to see on Nicholas's side, but definitely understand he needs to play some of that defense in terms of, Carlos being more of an aggressive deck here.
Definitely. And I think so that Nicholas, he just wants to sit this one out. He wants to make sure that Carlos doesn't have any tempo so he can play the late game, reset the board with his Prince Philip or with Under the Sea. And in his hand, I also saw a Cheshire Cat. So we might be seeing that one in one of the following turns. On Carlos' side, we see Lexington being entered and we see Captain Hook, and we're drawing cards with Isma. Because Isma, if you exert her, if you have fewer than 3 cards in your hand, you can draw until you have 3 cards in your hand.
Yeah, Yzma, a great card to keep Carlos in the game regarding additional draw should he need it. But of course, in true fashion, we don't want you to have more cards, Carlos. We're going to go ahead and take our Hades and banish that Yzma and still survive to tell the tale, as Hades is a 3/4 character. Oh,
And now
and
we see that Cheshire Cat coming onto the board and immediately boosting that one up and, yes, moving that damage to Captain Hook, who is now banished to the discard pile.
really great move. Cheshire Cat on turn 5 is such an amazing turn. You are able to utilize his abilities to take out not only one, but potentially 2 characters with his abilities. But we finally found Elsa Fifth Spirit, and she will be
She's there.
crystallizing Cheshire Cat. And it looks like Lexington will be able to challenge into Cheshire to banish him, but still be able to survive, seeing as he himself is a 4 strength, 4 willpower.
Which was a great turn for Carlos, getting rid of that Cheshire Cat.
And now the question, I guess, on Carlos's mind is, will he rush into Hades? Probably not. Not a good thought process, as he, of course, passes over to Nicholas.
And Nicholas is considering his options and he's asking how many cards he has in hand. And we see pull the lever being played.
All right, drawing 2 cards from Pull the Lever. Oh, and there's that snow fort again. So this is exactly what Nicholas wants to see. We're going to then sing Mean, Malicious, and Scary.
Which made sure that Lexington left the board because he already had 3 damage on him. We now see Elsa with 1 damage and she's questing, I believe. And we have a genie entering the board, which lets Carlos draw a card.
Really good here to have 2 evasive characters on Carlos's side, as that Hades looking for a deal will not be able to challenge into either of them, seeing he does not have that evasive ability. So in essence, we could either quest with Hades or sing. Now, this is a way to get past that evasive. Yet another Lewis down on the board, making that genie wish fulfilled reckless. So if able, Genie will have to challenge into either the Lewis or the Hades should he exert the Hades now by questing or possibly singing, but I'm sure we're going to quest.
And we see Hades questing for 1 lore, and now we're going to Carlos and see how he responds to that genie being reckless right now.
It would be great to see a song here to bypass that reckless. Now, we did see him ink a Strength of a Raging Fire earlier. With 2 characters, not a lot of damage that can be dealt if we don't play another character to the board, assuming he has Strength of a Raging Fire. But it looks like he's thinking about it, may not have it. Maybe we want to play a genie and draw an additional card. Or
I
are
do
we
see a
going to...
genie.
Yeah.
Go ahead, finish your thought. Sorry.
Well, my thought was, okay, so he is going to go ahead and just challenge. I would have probably played that second genie, see what we can draw from it. But he is choosing to go ahead and challenge into the Hades, and he will banish. He did not understand
He's pointing out the resist
the
from the snow fort.
Yeah, Snow Fort really just throwing everybody's math off. So unfortunately, because of Snow Fort, Genie will be banished because Hades effectively would be a 4 strength character in this case, and not banish himself because of the resist also applied through Snow Fort.
Which might caught Carlos a bit off guard. He is now looking at the snow fort and seeing, hey, what does this mean? And
Yes.
he's pointing at Lewis as well. And we see he has a couple of options in his hand. We saw Hades and we saw a genie, and a genie is coming down to the board. So he's now drawing that card that you were suggesting, Melissa.
Yep, yep. And this just comes with time and practice, right? I'm sure as he probably goes back and rewatches this or continues to practice, best strategies are typically if you have any options for draw, you want to do those first to see if you have some additional options for you. As he goes and inks a Hades for a giant cobra. Now, this giant cobra can give him 2 additional lore should he choose to discard a card from hand, which it looks like he will be. So he will going up to 3 and questing with that Elsa up to 4. But it looks like
So
he
it
never
looks
found the song, so no worries there.
unfortunately not for him. So
Yeah.
we're going back to Nicholas right now, who is, of course, looking at his options. He has quite some characters on the board. He's looking through his discard, which makes me wonder what card, like which card might he be looking for? What do you think?
Yeah, so right now, the Lewis strategy is a good one, but now we've seen this is the third one. So of course, per Disney Lorcana rules, you're only able to have up to 4 characters. So, that Lewis strategy, you only see one more if he definitely has that. Right now, he's probably thinking, okay, well, if I don't have my potential Prince Philip combination, we did already see him sing one Malicious, Mean, and Scary. And that looks like an action card, but I can't necessarily tell what it is.
It's not pull the lever. I think it's the other one.
Okay, so that was wrong lever.
Wrong lever. And it looks like we're considering our options and we're going to quest with Minnie Mouse and Lewis, bringing him to 5 floor, I believe.
Yeah, so not the most optimal turn for Nicholas, but I think he's just basically hoping to find, some additional answers to be a bit more of the beatdown here within this match. They are both Well, now we're changing. I was going to say they're both at 4 as Carlos goes ahead and quests with both Jeannie and Elsa, and we do play an Olaf. Now, this Olaf is a bit of a cheeky card. If he is banished or removed from play, you are able to actually bounce a character of yours back to your hand. So these are often paired with Doc, which we actually have not seen on Carlos's side. So really curious to see if he even plays that for some additional draw.
And it might be able to use it for his genie, bounce back his genie, and then draw an additional card from his genie. But also at the
Absolutely.
same time, we're now seeing Hades pointing at the genie. But Carlos said, no, you can draw 2 cards. I'm not going to remove this character.
Yep. And I do
So
believe,
Genie is here for another day. So we might be able to see Olaf's effect going off, where we might be seeing Carlos drawing an extra card from that Genie.
and I did see at least one of the cards drawn was that malicious, mean, and scary. Um, at the current moment, if he goes ahead and sings it, it would deal 1 damage to everyone on Carlos's board state. But it looks like Nicholas, of course, is still trying to find that full answer of a board wipe combo with that Prince Philip. He certainly has the amount of ink to go ahead and hardcast it should he top deck that particular card. Now,
And
the
I feel like
issue
if
Sorry. The issue
no, go
with
ahead.
that is the Olaf does thwart some of that plan. So if Carlos wanted to save a particular character, he can go ahead and bounce somebody because Olaf will banish with Malicious, Mean, and Scary, and he can send back potentially that genie to replay on the next turn.
And here is our first Junior Wood chalk guide, and we are banishing that one to draw 2 cards. He finally found it in this round. And I feel like if I look at the board, Melissa, there is a lot of things happening right now. We have Carlos with a very wide board, but also Nicholas has a lot of cards on the board right now. And looking at Hades and Lewis, and of course Minnie Mouse as well with 3-3, he does have some strength to remove some of the characters from Carlos.
Absolutely.
Unfortunately,
And
he doesn't have an evasive one yet.
Well, never say never because I do believe he did just finally draw into that Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes. So next turn he will be able to hard cast it. So now I think he's wondering if he wants to sing Malicious this turn, go ahead and resolve that Olaf, and then apply or cast the Prince Philip on next turn.
And
And
looks
just like
like
that.
he's singing it. So we're gonna see 1 damage on each of Carlos' character.
I do hope he remembers this Olaf trigger.
We'll see the Olaf trigger happening right now. Will he send anything back?
It looks like he's thinking about it, which is, oh, wow.
He said no.
Oh, okay.
That's something we usually don't see. So that's an interesting choice. So that means with Prince Philip coming onto the board, he might lose every character.
Yes, everyone right now on his current board state is damaged. Now, of course, he'll play something right now, assuming he will, and that character or characters will be the only ones not affected. Okay, so in this case, we've got a giant cobra, and we finally found a dock, which we're actually going to discard for an additional
So he
2
is
more.
playing
Ah!
it.
That's why he discarded it. He had 2 docks. He had the pair of docks paradox. You gotta love it.
And he's now drawing 2 cards and having having 2 more options to consider with his board. So right now we have a giant cobra, we have Genie, we have Elsa, Demona, we have a duck, and they're all questing. So
I mean, that really is his option right now. Fast, fast, fast. That is what his deck wants to do. And
trying to see which card is next to Elsa, who's looking very bright today. But Carlos is at 18 lore. So Nicholas Gomez must be very happy that he has some options in his hands because I also see an Under the Sea.
Yep, so now it's going to be interesting because he should have enough on the board to sing Under the Sea. And I think what he wants to determine is what's going to give him a bigger bang for his buck. Will hard casting Prince Philip or singing Under the Sea banish more characters than the other? Because he's got 3 characters. Carlos has 3 characters which are not damaged. Okay, so we're choosing to cast the Prince Philip.
Prince Philip.
And then he may actually still sing.
Well, hey, he needs to.
Yep.
So yeah, here we go. Under the Sea. Under the Sea.
All right. So that's going to send 2 characters of Carlos under his deck in the order Nicholas chooses, but he says, nah, it's okay. We're probably not going to see them. You go ahead and put them under. And we'll go ahead and quest out.
And now the real question is, does Carlos have another giant cobra in his hand? He could take the game this turn if he has one. Oh,
okay.
We got a Genie on the board.
There's a chance.
So
There's a chance.
There's a chance we're drawing a new card. What will it be?
Okay, so safe to assume, because he did not put it down, there was not a giant cobra or any characters that could immediately provide Carlos lore. Okay, so we're gonna make a deal with our Prince Philip.
And it looks like Nicholas is considering his options. And he's saying, no, Carlos, please draw 2 cards. I'm keeping that Prince Philip on the board.
I do agree with that decision there. So we're basically forcing Carlos to make a decision. Do you want to challenge into my characters or do you want to get to 19 lore? All right. right,
And let's see
so
for how many Nicholas can lure. So if he lures with Minnie and Lewis, he has 2, 3, and 4, 5, 6, 7. He's also getting very, very close to that 20 lore.
Nicholas does have to answer Carlos's entire board if he wants a chance of giving himself the opportunity to potentially get to that 20 lore himself. He did use Finders Keepers. It doesn't look like he has any type of actions to go ahead and either apply damage or send characters back to Carlos's hand. We do have that additional Prince Philip. However, even though we can shift on top of the current Prince Philip, I don't believe any of Carlos's characters are damaged. So we're going to go for yet another Finders Keepers. Oof. Well, and
And there it
terrible.
is. That's game.
All right. Well, congratulations to Carlos for taking game or round one against Nicholas. Great sportsmanship. Love to see it. And what a great way to start this Disney Lorcana challenge.
The first winner of our day. It must be so
Yes.
excited for Carlos. First persons on the stream, first persons representing South America here and taking the win on the first round.
Yeah. It'll be very interesting to see, how far he's able to go, both of them, in fact, right? As we do have quite a lot of attendees worldwide here in Sao Paulo. And as we watch Jen and Mateus just kind of recapping here, what did you think, Nora? What did you think of game one?
It was really interesting to see that they both brought different builds that I'm used to, like for these ink colors. So I was surprised to see some of the cards being played. For
Absolutely.
example, like I expected when I saw like the Amethyst Emerald, I was like, oh, this is going to be the burn deck because of course we saw the wrong lever, which is part of that. We saw Pool Lever, we saw Snowfort, but then the rest of the cards weren't like a traditional build. So it was very interesting to see what kind of deck Nicholas was playing.
Yeah, I agree. It was very refreshing to see, although, you don't want to see it when you're playing against it, that Prince Philip malicious, mean, and scary combo. But it is very refreshing to see it outside of typically a sapphire or even sometimes amber emerald combination. So to see it paired with amethyst, providing that player just additional draw and ways of moving damage around with a Cheshire Cat was a very interesting combination to see. So, great job for both. It was really just a matter of, Carlos couldn't find, or excuse me, the opponent couldn't find, his removals for his answer to, answer Carlos's side of the board.
Yeah, definitely. And I think Carlos was very lucky that Nicholas didn't draw too many Cheshire Cats. Of course, he had a few on the board, and we saw Lewis coming back and again. But very lucky for Carlos, it wasn't too many Cheshire Cats that would be able to like move damage to him all the time, especially because he was playing a lot of low characters.
Absolutely. All right. So we are in a bit of so the stream here for Sao Paulo is going to be on a 30-minute delay in terms of the actual in-house play. So we will be watching for the next round too to show up. And so I think we are going to go into a break and just kind of come back for when we see the round two show up for Sao Paulo. So thank you guys for tuning in to round one.
And we'll see you at the next.
All right.
And we are back. Hey, Charlie.
Hey, Nora. Happy to be here casting this one. Once more,
How
looks
was
like
your breakfast?
it was good. I think everyone watching the chat could also hear me enjoying my breakfast. I'm just glad it was only my breakfast they could hear. And yeah, once more, it looks like we can see maybe a preview of the decks we're going to be seeing in this game. And it looks like it could be Amethyst Sapphire taking on Dogs Amber Emerald.
This is going to be an interesting one. Oh, we have a very recognizable person.
That's true. DKP, our reigning Disney Lorcana world champion, winner of Melbourne, right in your backyard as well.
Definitely. He won in our first season, of course. And he recently was at DLC Tape By, where he topped 32.
Yeah.
And he was playing a Blurple deck over there.
And it looks
You
like
mentioned Ember Sapphire, right?
no, Amethyst Sapphire. So it was an Amethyst Sapphire deck list and then an Amber Emerald deck list. So I think we can probably predict which deck DKP is playing based on his recent performances.
Definitely. We're definitely going to see a Blurple deck coming from him.
Yeah, and I can see that from his opponents shuffling that indeed they are going to be on Dogs. This should be a fun one to watch. Dogs generally favored in this matchup, but I don't know when you're playing against the world champion whether you can ever really count them out.
Definitely. But she is in an advantage, of course, because we know that Blurple is more of a control and a very more slow ramping deck. And she might be able to outlure him.
Absolutely. It'll depend how much DKP's adjusted their deck to be able to tech against the Dogs matchup. So there are cards, and I see one of them there, which is the Tigger, a great way to slow down the tempo of the Dogs player there. Interestingly enough, actually DKP got a bye in round number 1, so this is the first game that he'll be playing today.
And he's immediately on stream. So we're looking at the right side and we see now Bobby being played. So she's drawing a card and she gets to choose and discard a card, which is Della's Moon.
Yeah, so important in this matchup, just being able to set up those combo pieces you really need as Dogs, looking to set up that Tramp Street Smart Dog as soon as you possibly can.
Yeah, you want to flood the board, have as many characters as you can have on the board, and then play Street Smart Dog from Tramp, the 7 cost, as early as you can. And of course, she wants to have that Grandmother Willow on turn 2, and we haven't seen her hand yet, but will we see that one coming onto the board this turn?
We may well, but DKP is ready and prepared for that with the Tigger. Let's see. So yeah, you can use the Tigger now to return that Grandmother Willow, but Flavia did get a little bit of advantage out of it by being able to play down the Daisy Duck for free with Grandmother Willow's discount.
Definitely, and we also saw a Daisy coming onto the board. And here is the Tigger and bouncing back that Grandmother Willow back to the hand.
Yeah, Flavia opting to quest with the Bobby. Oftentimes you want to keep your characters upright, safe from being challenged, just in order to discount your tramp later on. But Flavia taking the trade, maybe is going to look back at that decision and question whether it is the right choice to have made in that position.
Yeah, it is an interesting choice that she made over there, especially because you want to have that tramp very early on. But we don't know, of course, if she has the tramp in her hand. So maybe that's the reason why she was questing with that Bobby. And now we see a lady, of course, on the board. And we're going back to DKP, who is now drawing for his turn. And we see him considering his option on what to ink.
Yeah, so we're going to take out the Daisy Duck. I think that was a definitely a good choice. Just get that high-law quester off the board. You want to slow down the dog's aggression as much as possible, something DKP knows probably as well as anyone playing. And now choosing what to ink this turn, getting rid of the Dumbo, and there we go. The Elsa coming down, taking out another Grandmother Willow. Just every time Flavia tries to build up that kind of wide board, DKP comes down and slows the momentum.
And we now see DKP questing with his characters, and we hope that, of course, Flavia will be able to fill up that board a little bit, because for this Dogs deck she does need a little bit more characters. But we get our first Emerald Chromicon on the board, and what does this mean is that during the opponent's turn, whenever one of her characters is banished, she may return a chosen character to DKP's hands.
Yeah, it's interesting. I wonder if Flavia drew into that and it kind of was left with not much else to play. Because if they'd started off the game with it, it's often a good strategy in these type of matchups to build up your board and then slam down the Emerald Chromacon, then quest with everything, because then it makes the maths and the challenging a lot more difficult on the opponent's side.
And that means also that her characters would have been saved from being removed. At least they would have been removed, but you at least get to get some value out of that. And we see DKP's board filling up quite a lot at the moment, which is going to help him actually quest before she can outlure him.
Yeah.
We see Nani entering the board, so she will look at the top 4 cards of her deck and she can put a character card of 2 or less in her hand, and she's choosing Daisy.
Daisy Duck, yeah. And to your point, Nora, it is true. One of the strategies, especially once that Chromacon comes down for the Blurple player, is just to out aggro your opponent, go wide, put a load of questers in play, and then race until the end. And especially being able to control that early aggression from the Dogs player, it really sets DKP up. And it looks like he definitely came teched for this because he has the Wasabi in hand. So Wasabi, when you play them, you can banish chosen item. The opponent does gain a law, but it does remove some of the difficulty challenging. But then also Wasabi gains evasive on your turn, which is maybe less relevant in this particular matchup, but does mean it's a card that can be good into a host of different matchups.
Yeah, we might see a Gogo Tamago. So she might be playing 1 evasive cards, but like you mentioned, there is not a lot of evasive characters probably in this Dogs deck.
Absolutely. So we're going to exert the Dumbo there to gain a law and also draw a card. Really, DKP is so far ahead here in terms of the board, in terms of hand size, that really it is just about pushing that advantage now.
I think we had a short delay on the stream. I see a Cheshire Cat being inked.
My goodness, how does Flavia come back from this state, Nora?
That's a good question. I'm wondering, like, even if you play so many low-cost characters, even if you flood the board, it's very hard for her to come back, especially if you look how many ink there's already in Inkwell of DKP. He can start playing his big plays like Hades. He can start playing Demonas if he's playing that. So it might be very hard to come back. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, short of a miracle, I think probably one of the few ways back would be to hope that you draw into the Under the Sea and then combine that with the Della's Moon Lullaby to shrink down some of DKP's characters. But actually, Flavia opting not even to trigger the Tramp's ability. It is optional, so they didn't draw any cards off the Tramp and they didn't discard any cards off the Tramp. Indicates maybe the card that Flavia is holding onto is either very valuable, they don't want to get rid of that, or yeah, maybe just kind of understanding where they are in this game at the moment and maybe not seeing a path back into it. And I think that Hades Infernal Schema, which is going to put the Tramp into the Inkwell, is probably going to be enough to close out this game.
Yeah, and we're now seeing DKP questing with the rest of his characters.
And has the Let It Go as well. So anything Flavia follows up with, they only have 1 card in hand by the looks of it. So it can instantly be swatted out of there. I don't know if Remy is going to be helping. No, Remy saying, time to scoop. Let's go to game number 2 here.
Let's go to the next game. So the first round has been won by DKP, our world champ. So what are you hoping to see in the next round?
I would hope that we can get to see Flavia being able to establish that wide board. Really, they need to just be as aggressive as possible to slow down or to basically close the game before the Blurple player is able to really take control of the board. As we saw in that game, DKP definitely came teched for this matchup. It's something Blurple players were kind of ignoring the Dogs matchup, and I think that's one of the reasons it had been performing so well. But the tide definitely has turned. We're seeing a lot of tech cards like the Wasabi, like the Tigger, all just there to help shore up this matchup, and it seems to have done the trick here.
Yeah, you can clearly see he did his homework with the Wasabi, like you just mentioned, and the Tigger. This is just all built very correctly to make sure that even if he's playing against aggro decks, or in this case, the Dogs deck, he would be able to remove that very quickly. So I don't expect him to have any problems with that if he draws into the correct cards.
Yeah, absolutely. And I didn't notice, which is a good thing, but I believe there wasn't a glare in that game. It looks like the lighting situation at DLC São Paulo has been resolved. We can now get to see all of the cards on stream and know exactly what's going on. So that is always a pleasant surprise.
That's definitely a lot better than what we've had to deal with turn one, or round one, sorry. Now we can actually see the cards, so we can actually know what's being played on the board, which really helps us, of course, as well.
For sure. But you
So
did
it
you did a
seems-
great job.
Thank you so much. And it looks like we're ready to go for our round two. We're shuffling a little bit, and then we're gonna kick things off.
Yeah, it's quite a different story from the round one, where it was very long games, very back and forth. That was this one was over in about 10 minutes, I think. It was incredibly fast.
It was definitely a short one. So we're now gonna have a look at the mulligan of DKP and Flavia.
Yeah, so Flavia will be the player starting, the player on the play, so they will take their altar first, and then DKP will do theirs afterwards. Technically, the player on the play should be the one to altar first, and it's important as the player on the draw to get that as much advantage as you can. You can tell a lot by how many cards your opponent sends back in their altar.
Yeah, especially if one of your, like, if your opponent is sending back his whole hand, you actually know, oh, I'm quite safe. I can take some risks here. But if you see them only like mulligan one card, yeah, you definitely know I need to have the best hands that I could possibly get.
Yeah, and we saw that in game number one, right? DKP sent back 6 cards holding onto 1 card, probably indicating that they maybe didn't have their ramp cards, which is so critical in as the Amethyst Sapphire deck. They often say if you miss ramp on 2 as Amethyst Sapphire, you're basically playing the most fair deck in the game. So you really want to be able to accelerate your ink, get to those higher ink totals sooner so that you can be playing out your bigger bodies.
So it looks like our first card was being inked, and that was Webby.
Interesting. As the dogs player, you definitely don't want to be missing a character on turn 1. You want to be setting up that wide board, and it's going to give DKP an opportunity to get back into this. And DKP able to play a 1-cost character of their own, which is not looking great for Flavia.
And also Basil is a support character, so any other character he's now adding to the board will get that extra support from Basil, which will be able then maybe to remove her characters. Oh, we see an Ursula coming in, so we're gonna have a look at DKP's hand and see if there are any songs, which was Let It Go, and it's now going into the discard.
Yeah, and it's the world's Let It Go by the looks of it, or the promo Let It Go. Beautiful
The special
card.
edition.
Yeah, not that many of those around, and DKP playing them in their deck.
Just to see it in person would be really cool. So
Yeah.
we saw a Sildy Asteroid Seed, so we have additional ink being ramped, of course, right now. Then we get a Lilo being inked by Flavia. Considering her options, she is playing Tramp, which will give strength based on the number of characters you have in play, which currently, of course, is only 1. But she's questing with Ursula, so she's not using that to challenge. And of course, that was not even possible because Basil was not exerted.
Yeah. And what do you think of questing Ursula there, Nora?
It's an interesting one. I'm wondering if she has Tramp on hand. Like, if you already have it in your hand, like, I would consider not risking losing my character. But perhaps she doesn't have the correct cards in her hand, so she's like, hey, I need to get ahead of this. I need to get ahead of the curve, of course. I need to lure before he takes the game. What are your thoughts on this one?
Absolutely. And I think the fact that Basil only dealing 2 damage because of the 2 strength also means that Ursula is mostly safe in these matchups unless DKP is running something quite exotic to be able to move the damage over there. But we do establish the Chromacon and then we can quest for 2. So now questing is a little bit more challenging for challenging is more challenging for DKP because any character that's banished on Flavia's side will be bounced back with the Chromacon. But again, Wasabi comes down, removes the Chromacon before it's going to cause any problems for DKP.
That was right on time. The moment she played it, it was already gone. How unfortunate. I really hope she has more of the Emerald Chromacons in her hand or in her deck for that matter.
Yeah, for sure. It's such a like you're taking off a whole turn to play that item, and then for it to get immediately banished is such a loss of tempo, which is why Wasabi is so critical in these matchups.
There's another one. So she's back for more action. You saw they could be laughing at that play. But will we see another Wasabi or perhaps another option to remove this item?
Yeah, I doubt the DKP had held onto 2 Wasabis from their altar. So it will require drawing into another one if indeed that he's running multiple of the Wasabis, but is going to banish the Ursula. And now Flavia gets to make the decision which character to return. And DKP very kindly there reminding Flavia that that is an option for them, and she does choose that to return the Basil to hand.
And there we have our Cheshire Cat. So this is going to be interesting because DKP will now be able to move damage to characters that enter the board. So this is going to be a very interesting play for her, because anything that she plays that has like 1 strength will be probably removed from the board by DKP just by moving that damage over to that character.
For sure. And even if Flavia is playing the 2 willpower characters, then across 2 turns, because there are 2 damage counters there on DKP's side of the board, can move that over and get rid of something like the Webby. It is a little bit slow. It is using a lot of ink, but it is certainly a path toward victory. And DKP there...
And of course...
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, finish your thought.
No, I was going to say just DKP once again kind of showing why Dumbo, it's a card that decks were kind of cutting, but is slowly coming back. It's just such a great advantage engine. Has amazing synergy with Wasabi, who gains the evasive during your turn, and is just a way to look for all of your answers, and then you can deal with whatever your opponent plays.
And especially with a deck like Blurple, the more cards you have, the more you can ink as well. So you will be able to play your big plays earlier or play more plays on the turn itself. And we saw Tigger entering the board and returning a character to Flavia's hands.
Yeah, and really interesting play there by DKP returning the Mowgli. It indicates that probably they don't have a non-character card in hand, but also just protecting their own characters from the ability to then replay the Webby. If they'd return the Webby instead, Webby could then come down and deal with that Wasabi, but making sure that that's not going to happen. So we get to see the hand. We're going to go for a quest there for 1 on Flavia's side, and then passing it over to DKP. But it's looking a lot like game number 1. DKP just building up this pretty formidable board.
Yeah, he's definitely going wide with his board, entering a lot of small characters. He's not even playing his big plays, because currently it doesn't seem like he needs those.
Yeah, I think, yeah, oh, there we go. So we got the second Wasabi, getting rid of the second Chromacon. That's got to hurt for Flavia.
Definitely.
And Wasabi now
just... Now the real question is, will she have a third one? But I do think if she has a third one, it might be a little bit too late, because that board state on the left side is going wider and wider every turn. And right now we only have a Lady and a Mowgli, which might, and Webby of course, but we might not be able to deal with that. And Webby is actually leaving the board. So there are only 2 characters left, and we're now boosting that. So the Mowgli is going away. Yeah, this is going to be a tough position to get back from.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the kind of the disadvantages of a deck like Dogs is there are very few ways to interact with your opponent's board when they start going wide, unless you have something like Under the Sea. But DKP maybe acknowledging that is making sure that Flavia just can't really build that board at all, and just making sure that there's no way to get back into this game.
So we're seeing Go-Go Tamago getting played. And we're using, I think I saw her actually paying to get like 1 lore from the Dumbo, and she's questing with Lady.
Yes. Again, probably...
Which is a very interesting choice.
Yeah, maybe indicates that that Flavia didn't have any maybe better options to play, was looking to get the lore as soon as they could there. But 2 cards in hand, it makes you wonder what they are. Maybe they're high cost characters. Could be 2 Tramp Street Smart Dogs, which would just be devastating. But
Or maybe
DKP.
something like Lady Miss Park Avenue and they don't have enough ink yet.
Well, Flavia had 3 ink on the previous turn, so could have shifted, but didn't take that
Oh, yeah, you're
route.
correct. Yeah.
So we're gonna go.
So,
Yeah, so we're gonna go for a big old quest on DKP side. Looks like the stream is giving Nora and I a chance to synchronize. It's always so
Okay.
tense when it freezes, and then you get to see what happens once it comes back, and work backwards and see if
yeah,
you can figure
maybe
out
the
what
game is
happened.
over when we get back to the stream. But maybe in the meantime, we can look for how much lore DKP can quest. So we have Elsa, we have Wasabi, we have Cheshire Cat, which is 3. We have Dumbo for 4, Wasabi 5, 6, 7. For 7 lore, we're currently on 9. So if DKP decides to quest with everything, we're going to 16 lore, which is 4 lore away from taking the win.
Yeah, and it's going to be, I don't want to say impossible. Impossible is not a word we want to use, but I don't know whether Flavia is going to be able to get back into this one. And we'll be right back in one moment. We're just going to get the stream back up. All right, welcome back, everyone. So there was a little technical issue on the side of Sao Paulo. We had actually a power outage in the building, but we're back up, we're back live with coverage of the event. So for anyone who was watching the previous game, DKP won in quite dominating fashion, won 2-0 against the Amber Emerald Dogs player. But we're back, looking forward to round 3, and Kim, Enchanted Kim, has now joined us. Hey, Kim.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. It looks like Brazil just could not handle all the Lumineer magic.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, they couldn't.
They couldn't. No, it was too much. It just caused a huge power outage.
That's what happens. Too many Lumineers in one building, it just surges the grid and we get taken off stream. But hopefully everything is restored to normal and we'll try and get through the rest of the day without any more delays. Of course, Melissa, Missy Enchanted, and Nora, onemorelord.au are both still here with us. I think Nora is the one who's the furthest ahead in time, so maybe is only going to be sticking around for one more round, but happy to have everyone here with us today.
So happy to be here as well. And it's so exciting to see all these players today. Like we have seen our first 2 matches, of course, but I'm so excited for what is next.
And I'm loving their little stage here. I just love seeing all the knickknacks and like the different IPs shown here. We got Toy Story, Beauty and the Beast. I'm sure these casters, physically there are having the time of their life. And, just can't wait to hear how specifically Mateus, took to this weekend. So it's going to be really exciting to continue to see these events unfold and what other decks we're going to see. Any thoughts, guys, so far? We've had a Amethyst Steel versus what was the other one?
Amethyst Emerald.
Amethyst Emerald. So we've got a good variety, seeing also the Amber Emerald dogs versus the Amethyst Sapphire, DKP's famous Blurple deck. What are you guys thinking?
Yeah,
it's a huge variety.
It is. And I think one of the interesting things about the Brazil metagame in particular, and it's something I said at the head of the stream, is basically it's hard to get product over there. It's actually Mateus took a bunch of like commons and uncommons, like the Grandmother Willows, the Nannies and things like that with him to Brazil just to give to people, because even a card like that is really expensive to pick up. But I think kind of those restrictions, the kind of limitations that these players have on deck building can almost breed creativity, as we saw in game number 1. Just so many interesting cards. Like we were all just like having to check our notes to see what does this card do, because we haven't really seen it in a competitive setting that much. So I'm looking forward to hopefully today seeing some more of those spicy decks. Maybe something like Amber Ruby can be built very, very cheaply. Maybe even something like Amber Sapphire can be built quite cheaply as well. And it would be interesting to see if one of those rogue decks can go a little bit further. How about you, Kim?
And I'm wondering if we're going to see maybe Ruby Ember or maybe a Ruby Steel deck. Of course, we have
I was about
seen
to say Ruby Steel.
like an Elsa location deck. Like it's on my wish list. I don't think we have seen it perform yet, but it would be so cool to see that one.
And do you think the more location version of that deck, or maybe more of an aggressive one? I know Sky from Team Maelstrom at one of the recent CCQs actually brought a Ruby Steel deck that was a little bit more aggressive, but with the intention of being able to play really well into something like Amber Emerald Dogs, but also go under something like Blurple.
Well, I haven't seen that deck. What did he bring?
So it was a lot of the like aggressive questers, so things like the 2-cost Diablo who quest for 2, the Calhoun's as well to be able to challenge as well. Lots of really interesting things. Like I cannot remember like the majority of the cards right now, but really taking advantage of the Ruby Steel action like Diffuse. So you can basically, I think for every exerted character you have, you can deal 1 damage to an opposing character. So if you're able to set up this really wide board of low-cost characters, you can then play Light Diffuse and then deal massive damage to something on your opponent's side.
That sounds very interesting. I need to check out this deck now.
It's probably reminiscent of your Mulan theme deck that you posted on your channel.
Oh, that actually is a pretty good one. as some of you might know, we were actually on vacation last week and we brought some theme decks with us. And the Mulan deck was just so strong that we actually said, okay, we cannot play this theme deck anymore because it's just too good for a theme deck. But yeah, coming back to the decks, like what are you guys hoping to see? So I'm mentioning Ruby Steel. Anything on your wish list?
I just want to see Amethyst Steel. That's been my favorite deck this season or during this meta. So I hope to see that. It's one of my favorites.
I'm a little biased. I love my Amethyst Ruby. We know Ruby's been having some rough challenges in the meta lately, but there's still opportunities to see it. There's a bit of an aggro strategy in the beginning, and then of course, Ruby loves its control aspect. So I'm always rooting for those two colors, even if it's not, as they say, very meta right now.
Yeah, I feel the
I
same way
know
with
we're
Amber Steel. But I think Amber Steel is positioned quite well in the current metagame, so hopefully we are able to see that on some of these top tables. But for sure, I think us that have been around since the first chapter, Rise of the Floodborn, just know Amber Steel, Ruby Amethyst were just so powerful.
Oh my goodness, look at this stitch.
I just
Okay,
wanted to
I was about
mention
to
it.
ask
Are
if
we
you guys saw
seeing
the stitch.
Dream? That's a huge stitch. Look at
Oh,
this haul.
I've been seeing it on Twitter, and it like has the most giant feet. It's a very odd shaped stitch.
Where can you buy this one? This is amazing.
Right. Yeah, Lumineers have been posting photos with the stitch so far all morning. At least morning for me, and I'm just like, oh my gosh, the stitch is adorable.
That's such a good backdrop for a photo as well. And we see this smaller one on the couch here getting cuddles.
It's the baby Stitch.
The baby Stitch. Maybe it was Stitch who caused the power outage.
Right? I could see it.
It's very on brand.
Very on brand,
I've got to
yes.
say that Cogsworth, every time I go to Disney, I see that Cogsworth and I'm always tempted to buy it because it's so cool.
It looks very fun, yeah.
And
So I
it is
have
a
beef
functioning
with
clock.
Cogsworth. I don't know if you guys knew this. I was a big Amber Steel player in pre-Fabled meta, and so Cogsworth pre-rotation was my number one enemy.
Yeah. I can relate.
So do
I
we want to
also
talk about
love that we already have some wilds unknown elements in the back. Do you guys saw the claw?
Yeah, so cute.
I'm really happy that we're actually getting the Pixar characters like joining Disney Lorcana. It has been so amazing to see all these cards being revealed. I'm so excited to open these packs. How about you guys? Are you looking forward to the release?
100%. I have my whole weekend already scheduled for pre-release to try to go to as many as possible, especially because we have those new pre-release kits. And you guys know I'm a Cinderella girly, and I'm trying to get that new Cinderella promo.
Shame she didn't get an Enchanted this set, but some of the art
Hey,
style.
my wallet's happy.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. But I'm absolutely obsessed with the Lore Nouveau, as they call it, which is a play on Art Nouveau art style. So I'm sure any Enchanted that is open this set, someone will be very happy with it. But yeah, I agree with you, Kim. The pre-release kits are definitely a must-have for me as a collector of all things promos.
Yeah, I think they're going to make a big difference for the pre-release event specifically. It's just, I felt like they always lacked a little bit of spectacle, a little bit of like pizzazz. And now the pre-release kits, the pre-release boxes definitely help with that and can make it like really feel like an occasion to go to your local game store and start playing Wilds Unknown. And yeah, it was interesting going through like all of the card reveals because like in my mind I was always like, oh yeah, Disney, like that's why I'm playing Lorcana. And then as soon as you start seeing these Pixar franchises come in, it's like, no, Pixar's where my heart really lies. So I'm so happy to see them in the game.
Any
Yes,
future characters you're wishing to see?
Coco. All the Coco characters. I'm so excited.
For me,
Next.
oh sorry, go on, Melissa.
I'm ready for Up. I know it's coming. At least we know it's coming, but I cannot wait for a Doug and Russell or Kevin card. I know that's a ways
Yeah.
away, but yes, I'm so excited for that.
Yeah, that was going to be my pick as well. I absolutely love Up. I don't have my camera on right now, but I am wearing my shirt, which is covered in Doug. But also, I'm really excited for Ratatouille. I'm hoping maybe Hyperion City. There've got to be some kitchens in there somewhere. So hopefully, we get to see Remy and Gustave and everyone from Ratatouille. Go on, Nora,
Well, that
tell
would
us
be
about
amazing
yours.
if they join as well. I'm
Ooh.
personally hoping for Wally. I know it's a stretch, but oh, I just love him. He's so cute.
I know it's
Honestly,
been revealed too that we'll be getting oh my gosh, why? Oh, Turning Red. But I specifically have always been a fan of like boy bands, and so I am so hoping for like a Four Town card, a lot of song cards from that. I'm ready. I'm ready to start singing, I don't know about anyone like you to people.
Yeah.
certainly very exciting for the future of Disney Lorcana now with the, Pixar umbrella, because there's just so many opportunities, so many good movies, that have basically stemmed our, kind of mid childhood, depending on our age, or, just basically our childhood. And it's it's been really refreshing to see the excitement around this next set because so many new Illumineers are joining this game because of Toy Story alone. So, I could only imagine what these leagues are going to look like come release in terms of pre-release events. And it's just a really fun time to be a part of this game. And I do want to step and say I am so honored to be here with you guys. So thank you all for this opportunity. This has just been really fun thus far.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out. And it looks like we're getting a trailer, speaking of Toy Story, for Toy Story 5, which is coming very, very soon.
That's so fun.
I was actually thinking we were going to see like a lily pad card, but it didn't happen.
Hey, it's early, okay? I've talked with Melissa. I have theories, I think we're kind of due for a movie promo card, so who knows? We might
Who knows?
see a Toy Story promo card in June,
Very, very
possibly.
true. I think especially Toy Story, the cast is so large, and I think it's one of the franchises that does such a good job of every film. They introduce new characters who are like really lovable, and even villains that you want to hate. But so far, we've only seen Bullseye and Jesse from Toy Story 2, which means there's still Stinky Pete, that we've still got Al and characters like that from the second film. The third film, we're going to absolutely get
Lotso!
lots
Don't
of
forget
Trixie, so many
Lotso.
characters. So I think it's nice the pace because we're not over. Toy Story's not over by a long shot. We've got so many more Toy Story cards to see in future sets.
I had a silly
I'm
thought,
also
we talked about Lotso, and I wonder if Disney Lorcana will ever release a Lotso card where it smells like strawberries.
yes,
Oh,
sign me up.
Give
I'm
me a
for
scratch and
it.
sniff Lorcana card. I'm ready.
You
Oh my
heard it here
goodness.
first, guys. If this ever happens, we can say we thought of this and we this was our idea.
Hey, Ravensburger, hit me up. I have plenty of great ideas.
This is a really long trailer.
Is this
It
a new trailer?
is.
I don't think I've seen a lot of these scenes before.
This is a new trailer. Yeah, it came out recently. It looks very
Oh,
exciting.
this does look exciting. I'm just preparing, am I gonna have to bring a box of tissues when I go see this movie?
Always.
100%.
Always. Yeah.
And also, I believe I talked to Melissa about this. Toy Story 5 releases the same weekend as DLC Indianapolis. So are we gonna
Ooh.
do like an Illumineer group trip to the movie theater?
I mean, I think we might have to. And it looks like we're
Are you
going to be.
guys flying out first? That's what I'm hearing.
So it
We'll
looks
figure it
like
out.
we're going to be going to round number 3. I have it on hopefully good authority that we might see Edmund Chu, who recently won Taipei. Oh, there we go. So
Oh,
go.
ask and you shall receive, Charlie.
yeah, so I think Melissa and I are going to drop out. We're going to let Nora and Kim handle this one, and yeah, have fun watching this game. It should be a good one with our runner-up from last year's World Championship.
Thanks, Charlie and Melissa. So, welcome everyone. We're looking at round three, and we have Ed on the left side. You might know him, of course, from all the other DLCs, and he recently was part of the Glimmer games, where he came in third with his Sapphire Emerald deck, and he also went to the DLC Tape Pie, where he got in first place with his Sapphire Emerald deck. So, I can imagine we will be seeing another Sapphire Emerald deck. What do you think, Kim?
I would be very shocked if we see something that isn't Sapphire Emerald. However, maybe Ed just wants to surprise people. He's like, "Ah, playing 4D chess here, Ed, playing some mind games, being like, oh, this is what you think I'll bring? Just kidding, gonna bring something else."
Yeah, maybe some new spice tag that we all need to learn about. Maybe he uncovered something that we didn't know yet.
Exactly. I don't know if you ever do this at locals. I'm very much someone who likes to play the same deck all the time. And sometimes, just for funsies, I'll surprise people and play a different deck. And they're just like, I didn't expect this from you. I don't know how to play against this anymore.
Oh, that's actually great. You just bring the element of surprise and they're like, oh no, what's happening? What are you playing? And they're just altering your their hand based on your previous decks. And then all they found out that you get brought a completely different deck. That's such a good way to surprise your opponent.
Exactly. Like I said, I like to play mind games sometimes. It's the way I can get an upper hand.
So good. And it looks like we're about to start. They just put on their headphones. We see an official box and a handshake.
And here we go. I'm curious too if we'll see Edmund Chu do his signature stare. I feel like that's pretty much what he's known for. And it looks like we're correct. He is going to be playing Sapphire Emerald. And we talked about it earlier. My fave deck, Amethyst Steel.
This is a good matchup for you. You're gonna love this. So we are seeing at inking and we're seeing playing Seal the SRV. So we're putting an extra card in our inkwell.
Right, and also being able to draw a card. And Edmund Chu, I'm sure, is pretty happy about this because Sapphire players, as we know, love to see ramp on two. Um, this can be a bit of a tough matchup for Jessica here. Having experience in this matchup, you really want to strategize and really want to go as fast as possible because once Sapphire Emerald here does the combos that they're known for, especially the Prince Philip shift, Malicious Mean and Scary, it is hard to come back from that. But we see that Jessica right away is off to the races, playing that Christopher Robin on turn one, that new underdog card, and then flooding the board with a bunch of other glimmers.
Yes, and now we see Cinderella coming down. So at the end of his turn, we can actually see him putting like an extra card from his hand into the inkwell to draw a card.
Yes, very nice for Sapphire, just constantly building up that inkwell. Sure, it may be seemingly a slow start. However, that's what they want. They want to be able to quickly build out their inkwell so that they can play those really big characters.
Yeah, we see Jessica counting down how much lore she is writing down. And in this case, it is 4 lore.
Right, and we see her choosing to discard the Demona to be able to play the Cobra to gain that additional lore because I'm sure she's prioritizing, once again, being able to get as much lore as quickly as possible. And over here we see Edmund Chu shifting the Clarabelle, trying to get some card advantage here.
Which was a very good shift play on the turn already. So we have our first big character on the board. And what Clarabelle, of course, is going to help Ed with, like at the end of the turn, if a chosen opponent have more cards in hand, then you, of course, you get to draw the same amount of cards. And of course, Amethyst is very well known for its card draw. We don't see Genie or Dumbo yet on the board, but of course, we expect those to enter the board a little bit later.
Right, and we saw too that Edmund Chu played You're Welcome, forcing Jessica to draw more cards. Although Jessica didn't originally have that many cards, kind of playing around the Clarabelle, Edmund Chu said, "Nope, you're gonna have more cards so that he can draw more cards at the end of her turn." And Jessica once again questing away, really prioritizing getting as much lore as quickly as possible. not really worrying about challenging that Cinderella.
Trying to make sure that she is actually finishing before Ed can actually start his plan, which might be Prince Philip or maybe Inkgeyser.
Right. I'm not sure if Ink Geyser is necessarily the strongest play, just because Jessica only is at 4 ink. And she probably is prioritizing keeping and playing those low cost characters. Um,
Yeah, you're
Ink
absolutely right.
Geyser is definitely a lot more beneficial in those Sapphire mirror matches.
Yeah, you're definitely right there. So I think he will be focusing on building up his ramp and trying to take control with his characters like John Silver, Basil, and Prince Philip later in the game. For now, he's just trying to stay in the game and make sure that Jessica is not getting to 20 lore before he can start playing. And we see John Silver entering the board. And of course, when he's get played on the board, you can like choose an opposing character and they gain reckless.
Right, which can really mess up Jessica's plan here because, of course, Jessica just wants to quest right now.
Yeah, she's at 12 lore. She's getting places.
I know. I'm sure the place she wants to be is at 20 lore.
We're getting there. We're getting there. But that John Silver is going to be an interesting one because also when he quests, a chosen opposing character, of course, will gain Reckless. So this is not an easy character for her to remove because she currently only has an Olaf and Palace Guard in play. What do you think would be the best way for Jessica to move forwards from this board?
Well, we see her play a genie, which I think is a pretty smart play. You want to be able to draw cards and continue to just going as wide as possible, but still being a little weary about having cards in hand because if there is a board wipe from Malicious, Mean, and Scary, it can be really tough to come back from that. So Jessica is in a pretty tough spot with I want to keep cards in hand to be able to play, but also not too many cards because Clarabelle is out.
And we see her taking her time looking at if she should be questing with these characters. Of course, she wants to get more lore, but at the same time, she doesn't want to give Ed the opportunity to challenge, of course, into her characters. But
Right. However, she did choose, which I think was a pretty smart play, on having Olaf challenge so that she can bounce that genie back and have another chance to draw more cards.
yeah, that was definitely a smart move from her.
Wow, that is a card I've not seen in a while.
Yeah.
Heffalumps and Woozles.
And it looks like we're questing with John Silver.
Right, which John Silver will be giving Reckless to Captain Hook here. I looked up what Heffalumps and Woozles does because I had to be reminded. I was like, this is a tech card I haven't seen in a minute, and it is an action and song. Chosen opposing character can't quest during their next turn, and then the person who played it draws a card, which once again just slows Jessica down on being able to quest.
And if we're looking at the board right now, we're seeing Ed building on his board. He's going wide, and we have one character on the board for Jessica. So Jessica might be going through a little bit of like a tough spot. Looking at her hand, she has an Isma, and of course, she has that genie that she bounced back to get more card draw. But we still have that Clarabelle in play.
Right. I do, however, see a Cobra, and I'm curious if she'll try playing that Cobra soon, to also gain an additional 2 lore, or if she's kind of saving it for, potentially later in the game as like, hey, if I can get to 18, this will secure me the win.
Yeah, that's an interesting theory. It would be, oh, we're taking out the Clarabelle. So that is really going to help Jessica to being able to fill her hand without any problems with Ed getting cards of that.
Definitely. And I believe I also spotted a Doc in Jessica's hand, along with a Dumbo. So I'm not too worried about her feeling as, she's not able to draw cards later.
And I think for a moment the stream is freezing a little bit on my side.
Same.
Oh,
Oh, oh,
we're going back to the last game.
yeah, we're going back
Oh,
in time.
oh,
Nope,
and no,
never
we're back
mind.
to
Okay, we're
the
back to the present.
we're back to the new the
We're back to the present. Stuff happened. Jessica's board is cleared. Edmund Chu's board is going off the screen. It's a lot, folks.
there's a, there's a lot happening right now. We have a very wide board and we have nothing on Jessica's board. So let's review. How can Jessica come back from this?
How Jessica come back? If it were me, I being at 13 lore is so tough in this position. Because even if Jessica managed to draw the remaining three Cobras in her deck, I don't think that's enough still. And
No,
being
it
able to
might be
discard, I
difficult.
don't.
Yeah.
Right. And the current Amethyst Steel build doesn't have too much instant lore. We do see Jessica did choose to play the Cobra and then discard the dock. Oh,
Oh,
okay, we're
we're
time
back at
traveling.
the other. Oh, this is an interesting match.
Yeah, it's so interesting that it's causing a rift in time here.
Okay, so we have another genie on the board, and Jessica is drawing a card.
Yes, and we see that Edenchu still just has this giant board here. Counting the lore.
It's 9 in total, so he might be going to 18. Oh, he's playing Malicious, Mean, and Scary, so we get 1 damage on the Giant Cobra and 1 on the Genie, and it's followed up by Prince Philip. We have a board wipe. Well, it was only 2 characters, but
But
now
it's still a
we
board
see
wipe.
him. It's still a board wipe, and we see him questing for 9 lore, inking another Prince is
No,
played to the board.
inking.
I think this is game.
I think
Yeah,
so.
it's
And
game.
Jessica agrees. She sees the writing on the wall and she's like, you know what? Let's move on. Okay, this board
Let's
is
move
too
on.
much. She doesn't have access to a board wipe of her own. So, and that's fair. Sometimes you're just like, I see it. Might as well use up that brain energy, especially in big tournaments like this, to be able to just conserve that energy and just play the next game.
Yeah, and now we're gonna look at the second game, which I love, by the way, this sportsmanship. You see them laughing on stream, so I can
Yes.
imagine they have a very lovely conversation right now. Unfortunately, we cannot hear what they are saying. Um, but yeah, we're
I
gonna
know.
see
We could
some
try to do
altering.
some lip reading here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
So
very
we will.
curious what they're saying. I wonder if they are talking about Disney Lorcana or maybe they're talking about that giant stitch back there.
Like we all should be talking about that giant stitch over there. Like, where do
I
you buy
think we
that
all
one?
should be.
And also, where can I see that Stitch next? Like, I want that Stitch to come to every Disney Lorcana challenge now.
Of course, it wouldn't be a Disney Lorcana challenge if there was no giant stitch.
Okay, so we're seeing Jessica altering only 1 card. That means she must be feel confident about the hand that she
Right,
drew.
and I believe I just saw her draw into a Pocahontas, a new card from Winter Spell, and I think that's exactly the card you want to see in this style of matchup because it can be such an aggressive card with being able to gain at least 1 lore, but if you're able to use her ability, it can be 2 or more.
It's definitely gonna help her get that tempo she wants to outpace Eds in this case.
Right, and looking at her hand too, she does have Christopher Robin, which is great. Christopher Robin paired with that new Pocahontas is absolutely wonderful. Being able to potentially gain 3 lore if that Christopher Robin is exerted.
And it seems like we're about to start. I do have a little bit of lag on my side, but I hope we will be able to see the stream.
Same. I do have a bit of lag, but it's okay. I think we can push through.
We can push through, yes. And we have the first card on the board. Oh, but
Hold
it was
on. I
kindly
don't,
pointed
yeah,
out that
she
she
can't play
couldn't
that.
play the Christopher Robin because that is the underdog, and you can only play that on your turn 1 if you're going second.
I know. It's such a good card. And sometimes the underdog ability, you just get so excited. You're like, no, I always want to play it on turn one, despite whether you're going first or second. Been there, done that. So no worries, Jessica. We've all been there.
We've all been there, and we're now seeing the second, and now it is Christopher Robin's time to shine, and she's questing for one lore with Captain Hook.
Right. I think Jessica does know that in this matchup, you just really have to prioritize questing as quickly as possible, especially against this matchup where Edmund Chu is just probably not going to be playing too many characters. He does play a Tipo, but that's really more for the ramp.
Definitely, and we get a good look at his hand now. So he has the malicious, mean, and scary, and he has Prince John. So he already has that very dangerous combo for Jessica.
Right. But we do see that Pocahontas come down, potentially being able to gain a lot of lore, especially because Tipo doesn't really punch back for much. So I think this is a lot of free questing for Jessica.
Definitely, you're right. And we still see is still the Asteroid Sea. We're gonna draw a card and add another card to our inkwell. And hey, we're seeing that same card again.
Right. However, it means that Christopher Robin can't quest. Um, however, that means that Christopher Robin can still try to challenge the T-Bone become exerted because Pocahontas is as long as a character is exerted. So she can still potentially gain that 3 lore next turn.
We're looking at how many cards are in hand for Jessica. Do you think Ed might be thinking of playing Clarabelle in one of his next turns? Or maybe inking? I don't think he would ink that one. What do you
Right.
think?
Well, lots of thinking here. I know Ed must be thinking, okay, I do have to make sure, especially with Pocahontas there, that I play characters because I don't want Pocahontas to just gain so much lore and I lose this game potentially.
Mm-hmm. Because Jessica would be able right now to quest for 5 lore. Which is definitely
4.
gonna give.
I think she'd only be able to quest for 4.
Is she not using like the Pocahontas and then choosing Christopher Robin?
Oh yeah, you're right.
So she might be able to do like a big jump to
Hmm.
9.
Right, and then playing the genie to draw a card makes sense for turn 4. I don't think you'd be prioritizing too much playing Angel or Cheshire Cat in this scenario.
So we now have 2 T-pos on the left side, and we have a Clarabelle, and we see a Prince John being inked, and Clarabelle is coming onto the board, and we're using T-po to remove Captain Hook.
Yes,
Which
but it
of course
does
didn't
mean
bring much value for questing, more a challenging character. But of course, it is better to have less characters on the board for Jessica.
right. I'm curious what Jessica will play next, and it looks like it's going to be a Yzma. Yzma's still pretty good in this matchup. She quests for 2 and allows Jessica to potentially draw a bunch more cards, which can be pretty advantageous as she'll probably want to still flood the board as quickly as possible. However, she is going to have to keep in check how much card she has in hand because of that Clarabelle.
It looks like we're questing with Pocahontas, the Genie, and Christopher Robin. So going to add 6 lore to our total, bringing her to 11.
It is crazy to see how much lore you can
Oh,
gain from Pocahontas.
my mistake, we're going to 12, apparently.
Yes, I believe you're forgetting that Pocahontas has the additional, like it adds on to the lore. Now, if you were in Jessica's position, how would you feel knowing that you are playing against the runner-up of world championships.
Well, I would, in first place, feel quite nervous to play against him, but I do feel looking at the board state, like we see two Clarabelles, but she's on 12 lore. We do see the Pocahontas being removed right now. Oh, and a Christopher Robin. Maybe I spoke too early. I do feel like she's not in a bad position yet. Like there are worse board states to be in, and I think she can still recover depending on what she is drawing the next few turns. What do you think?
No, I think you're completely correct. If she prioritizes questing with the Yzma over drawing cards, I think that's super wonderful. That's potentially two lore there. Questing with the genie, that's another two lore. And then plays the Cobra, gaining two lore there because she discarded the dock. So that is a lot of lore in one turn.
And we just played He Hurled His Thunderbolt, or sorry, Sang, and we're putting some damage on that first Clarabelle.
I'm curious if she also has a strength in hand to finish off that Clarabelle. I'm curious to the reasoning to remove the Clarabelles over questing. Just because since there's two, that still is going to lead Ed to be able to draw cards potentially.
So it looks like she was questing with Isma, not making use of that option to exert to draw cards. What do you think? What's the reason behind that?
Yeah, I'm a little confused, but maybe we'll see. Maybe I just don't see the visions of the future right now, Nora.
It's very difficult to. Oh, under the sea. We're saying goodbye to Genie.
We're saying goodbye to Jeannie. I wonder too, Jessica anticipated Under the Sea being played, and that's maybe why she also prioritized playing Giant Cobra here. Because unless there is a card that was played to lower the strength of Giant Cobra gets to stick around after Under the Sea.
Yeah, I'm definitely think she wasn't preparing for the Under the Sea. Because I think she might have quested instead of putting damage on the Clarabelle if she would have thought about the Under the Sea coming that next turn. Because she's on 16 lore right now. She only needs 4 more. She is questing with the Giant Cobra, going to 17. Only 3 more to go. Will she make it in time before Ed can build out his board?
Right. I wonder if she is now wondering, I should have quested with that genie because that would have at least brought her up to 18. And
Yeah,
then
she was
really only would
probably
have had to rely on the Cobra.
that thought is probably going through her head right now. And we see Ed, of course, playing John Silver to the board. So we have another body with 5 strength and 5 willpower, which is a tough one to get rid of.
Right. And what's tough too is John Silver giving Reckless to Yzma means that Yzma cannot quest this turn. Um, However, I think Jessica is asking for a judge call because I think I would be in the same boat of can I still exert to draw cards?
And it looks like, yes. I love this interaction between them, by the way. They're just smiling and it looks just very sportsmanship and yeah, really great seeing that. So we just see a new character entering the board, which is Captain Hook, who might be able to remove one of the Clarabelles in a future turn, but depending on if it survives for another round.
Right, but honestly, we just saw Jessica do a pretty good play after that judge call. It was confirmed that the Yzma could be exerted to draw the 3 cards, which I believe allowed her to draw into that Cobra and discarded the Angel to gain 2 additional lore, still that turn, which is pretty powerful.
100%. And she now has 2 more characters on the board next to Yzma. And that's going to put her in a better position because, again, she only needs 1 more lore.
Right, and we saw her be pretty excited there, being like, okay, do I have a chance to win this game? Em and Chu would just have to do a board wipe, but even then, if he were to play Under the Sea, that Cobra would stick around, and that is the one lore she needs to hit that 20 to win the game.
And I think Ed is seeing that too. But we do have a You're Welcome in his hands. Here we go. Here is You're Welcome. Which card is he going to choose?
I know. If it were you, would you choose the Yzma, the Hook, or the Cobra?
Don't know yet, but we do see him choosing Captain Hook, putting that one, shuffling it back to the deck. But hey, Jessica gets to draw 2 cards now, which might be able to help her close out the game next turn if he is able to remove these 2 characters.
Right, because she could be lucky and drawn to another giant cobra, be able to discard a card and gain that 2 lore, so she doesn't even need to quest. She can also continue to flood the board or play a character that's difficult to remove with cards like Under the Sea.
So yeah, right now the giant cobra cannot quest because he currently has a reckless. So he needs to challenge into that John Silver, or if she has one of the action cards that it can sing, then she can use that as well.
Right, and what's difficult too is that even though Jessica is at 19 lore, Emanchun has built up his Inkwell and has ability to play glimmers such as Hades, Infernal Schemer, to continue to just remove characters off Jessica's board. So she really just has to rely on a character sticking and being able to quest, or just that instant lore gain.
But this is a difficult one for her because, for example, what we just saw, we knew that giant cobra needed to challenge into that John Silver, and now he has damage. But if he quests with that John Silver, then the genie has to challenge. And we saw an Ink Geyser being played. So for people who don't know Ink Geyser, you exert all cards in your inkwell, and every player with more than 3 cards in their inkwell returns cards at random from their inkwell until they have 3 cards in there. How do you think this might affect the game?
I think it could be a little tough, just because Jessica really wants to prioritizing being able to play as many characters as possible still, just to continue to make it difficult for Ed here to be able to remove all those characters, because she just needs one character to stick to be able to quest.
Yeah, definitely. But this is also a great opportunity for Ed, though, because he now has a full hand and maybe he has one of the cards he needs to remove one of Jessica's card that's going to bring in the lore, the win for her otherwise.
Right, and we're seeing that John Silver put in a ton of work here. Despite him already having 4 damage, he has quested multiple times and, proving a problem for Jessica, constantly making her characters have reckless here.
And we see Demona getting inked, but also she still has a Demona in her hand. We see a genie getting played and being boosted. And a genie challenging John Silver. It's lagging a bit on my side.
No worries. And it seems like Edmund Chu just constantly is having the answers to give Jessica's characters abilities such as reckless or just not being able to quest, just still slowing her down because it feels like she's been stuck at 19 for so many turns now.
Yeah, she's so close. And now, of course, we see our prince entering the board, and I think he has the shifted character in his hand, and we have damage on the genie, so he will be able to remove the genie from the board. So looking at Jessica's hand, we have a Olaf, I believe.
Yes, I
Is
did
the
see an
Elsa coming
Olaf.
down? It has ward, so it will not exert, of course. But will Ed be able to deal with Elsa?
And there it is. There's the combo dealing damage to everything, shifting onto Prince Philip, meaning they all get
Disappear.
banished.
And we see Gigi entering the board with alert, and when she has no damage, being a 4/4 character. Black Heron and Olaf. Three characters. Come on, Jessica. We need you to bring this one home.
Right, it looks like Jessica just fully emptied her hand here, was like, let me ink and let me just play all these characters, just really hoping that one of them will stick. However, if there is another board wipe, Olaf does have the ability to have one of these characters go back to Jessica's hand. And it looks like I was
Which,
wrong. She does have one card in hand.
yeah, but like you mentioned, if there's a board wipe with Olaf, she can at least make sure that she gets one character back into her hand and she can replay that. Again, putting pressure on the board.
Right, and we see Ed play Visions of the Future. Looking like he's going to choose. I thought it was Under the Sea, but he's kind of like, okay, what else should I play?
He's he's definitely looking for a card and he's looking at his discard. How if it's there, how many has he played already? You see him looking for something and he's not finding it.
Right, I'm sure Ed is feeling all the pressure right now because knowing if any one of these characters stick, Jessica will win the next turn.
And you were right, there is an Under the Sea in there.
I think that is what he took.
Another
And he
Heffalump.
Another Heffalump, targeting the Black Heron to not be able to quest, but Evan Chu saying,
Oh,
"Hey, I can't remove all of them." So Jessica takes the win here.
that's game. Yeah, congratulations, Jessica, on game two. So we're gonna go and see game three.
Yeah, super exciting. We'd love to see when games go to game three. I'm sure the players are like, I would have loved to just won it in two, but for us as the casters, we love to see a game three because we get to talk about more Disney Lorcana.
Definitely. And this was such an exciting match, to be quite honest. Like, I feel like Jessica was so close. Like, every turn, we're like, yeah, she's making it, she's making it. And every time, Ed had a great answer. So, great plays from Ed, of course, finding those answers to remove every character Jessica played.
Right, and I'm sure, there was a moment too where when she did not quest with the genie and chose to sing Zeus hurled his thunderbolt, there was a moment I had doubt, okay? I said to myself, I had doubt. I was like, was that the right play? Could have that cost her the game. But you know what? Like I said, I didn't have the visions of the future myself. And Jessica saw something that I didn't, and she was able to get to that 20 lore.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. And like you said, we didn't see it, but she saw the vision and it got her to the next round, like the next game in this round three of the Disney Lorcana challenge.
Right. I wonder too. I'm very curious. We heard that there was some technical difficulties behind the scene um, with the power outage. So I wonder too if that's shaking up any of the Illumineers here, their headspace.
I'm wondering it too. Like, we don't even know what was going on in the venue, of course, but we don't know if they had to leave the room or if they could have stayed inside. We don't know.
Right. I know if it were me, I would have been a little bit shaken out, would have been like, oh my gosh, what is today? And also, it just means I have to be in this tournament room even longer. Not that that's necessarily a bad thing, but oh my goodness, hearing that our competitors here today are playing 9 rounds, if I'm correct.
I think so, yeah.
I don't know. I haven't competed in a DLC in a while just because 9 rounds is very daunting at set
It's a
championships
long day
after
for sure, but
4.
it's
Yeah,
definitely fun.
it
I'm also
is.
wondering, like, of course, this is the first one in South America, and I'm just wondering, like, we have probably so many players who are attending their first Disney Lorcana challenge. What a beautiful day must be for them.
Yes, that is 100% correct. This must be so many Lumineers for South America as their first ever Disney Lorcana Challenge experience. And I hope it is as wonderful as we have experienced in our respective countries.
How was your first DLC?
It was so much fun. Ever since I went to my first one, which was DLC Fort Worth, I ever since then was like, I need to go to all of these. But enough about us. We gotta focus on this game. It is going.
It's already, yeah, we're already going to turn two. We're speeding up. So we have a Captain Hook on the board, and we had a Sail the Asteroid Sea. So we see three cards in the inkwell of Ed. And we're now looking at Jessica inking Olaf.
Right. And this might be a little tough for Jessica being the on the draw, especially not seeing that Christopher Robin turn one, that new underdog card to be able to play in that turn one over turn two.
Yeah, that would have been such a great opening for her, especially considering her tactic of getting as much lore as she can before Ed can really start building out his board.
Right, especially because she did have that Pocahontas for turn two. It's like, Christopher Robin with Pocahontas, chef's kiss with for an Amethyst Steel player.
And we see the inkwell of Ed growing by playing that Cinderella, so he was able to put a card from his hand into his inkwell to draw a card.
Right, but once again, we see the strategy once again for Jessica, just playing these low-cost glimmers to just go as wide as possible and quest as quickly as possible, being able to gain 3 lore here.
Yeah, Jessica's on the board, ready to go. Oh, I think there is some confusion about the amount of lore that she is gaining.
Right,
They're
I
pointing at
believe
the
it
Captain Hook.
wasn't. Yeah, I believe they're. Not sure exactly what happened. Regardless, Evan Chu here is playing Visions of the Future here, drawing 5 cards, looking at the top 5 cards of the deck, and choosing one to put into hand.
What do you think he might be looking for?
In his position, possibly, which is what I saw he took, the Heffalumps and Woozles, just any cards that will slow down Jessica from being able to quest, which I think he'll probably play on the Pocahontas. Or
We
no, it
have
looks
another
like
Heffalump.
actually instead he chose to target the Palace Guard. And Nora, I'm not sure if you can see why, or I'm not sure if you realize Palace Guard has Vanish. So that
Mm-hmm.
instantly removed Palace Guard. So that was a pretty interesting tech move there.
It was really, really smart because he didn't have to put any effort. And the Palace card is just like that. He is in the discard, which actually made sure that Jessica now only has 3 characters on the board instead of 4. And Jessica is questing again with Pocahontas and Captain Hook. I think we have the same conversation as last round. I see them laughing. Apparently, there's some confusion around how much lore she is getting from those 2 cards.
It's okay. I've been there. I'm like, how much lore am I really getting? Sometimes adding is a lot for me. But especially in these like more, I imagine Jessica being like, okay, I'm paired against Edmund Chu. I'm on stream. I know being on stream can just add so much more nerves to a player.
Definitely. Like she knows that people are watching this. So I can't imagine what she is going through right now. And let's have a look at the next card that was played, and that was Angel. So Angel, of course, can deal 2 damage when she discards a card, which might be great for removing Cinderella. However, of course, you want to remove that Prince Philip, but he has wards, and yeah, that's very tough to deal with.
Right. And we see that Edmund Chu here plays the John Silver again, which we saw in last game. Did so much work every time he was played and then quested, gave one of Jessica's glimmers reckless, which, as we know, Jessica just wants to quest. So it is a battle when your character has reckless here.
I'm wondering if she needs to stop questing with all characters at the same time, though. Like, she needs to make sure there's a character left on the board. And it comes a little bit harder now with John Silver, of course, being able to give Reckless to each character that actually is on their own over there. But it would be great for her to maybe have some characters and then take one big lore jump.
All right, I'm playing another Huffles and Woozles. We've been seeing a lot of Pebbles and Woozles here. Definitely starting to feel like Winnie the Pooh here. And we see another Prince Philip come down. Ward is just so difficult against, or for Amethyst Steel to play around.
Definitely. And especially because everyone who plays a ward character, like especially in this one with Prince Philip, they are not going to exert him until they want to shift and play that malicious, mean, and scary.
Right, and we see that Genie has just been double hit with not being able to quest and having Reckless. Um, this Genie cannot catch a break.
Definitely not. And now we see the genie leaving the board, unfortunately for Jessica. We have another
However, she plays another
genie.
Genie, drawing a card, and I'm wondering too if she's just hoping she can play another character here, just so that the John Silver is not just questing one character, or not just targeting one character.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea to get some more characters here. But I'm also wondering with the genie, if she would draw, for example, something like Pocahontas, would that change her board state at the moment?
Right, and we
Like, how much would
see
it help? Oh,
Clarabelle come down and a You're Welcome being played, making where the genie has to be shuffled back into the deck, but Jessica does get to draw two cards. However, paired with that Clarabelle, I'm not sure if she really wants those cards.
yeah, very good play, of course, from Ed, and he's questing with his Prince Philip. And yeah, this would be the time to remove him, but unfortunately, we don't have any characters on the board.
Right, and this is so tough. We saw this happen in game one where Ed's board just keeps getting wider and wider, and it makes it where it's just so hard for Jessica to rebuild here.
Yeah, and I think Jessica is also looking at her hand and questioning, like, hey, what can I do to go against this board that's growing and going wider and wider every turn? And we
Right.
see her answer is a genie and a Pocahontas. What do you
I
think of
believe that's
that?
the third genie we've seen now.
Yeah, you could be right, indeed.
Right, and the Pocahontas is pretty good. That is a pretty strong threat in this game, because she can quest for so much, especially with that genie. Because again, the genie just needs to be exerted, in order for that Pocahontas to gain that additional lore.
And we see a Tipo and Clarabelle getting inked. And I have another delay. It's a lot of things happening right now that I'm
Yeah.
not seeing.
We got the Sapphire Emerald combo, the thing that this deck is known for, which is playing malicious, mean, and scary, adding damage to everything, and then shifting onto the Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes, which basically is our board wipe
Board
here.
wipe. And we missed it. Yay.
At this point, I think Edmund Chu is in the driver's seat, um, with just how wide his board is getting and how many cards he has in hand.
Yeah, I feel I wouldn't be surprised if Ed is taking this game.
And it looks like he is. Jessica, I think, was just like, no, this is not going anywhere with that Prince Philip. It's just so hard to remove. He's evasive. He's a 6/6. It's just too much that she was just like, no, we're
Like she's
done.
pointing at the giant cobra. I love that. Yeah, that would
Oh,
have would be a good card. Yeah, love the sportsmanship between those two. That was such a lovely interaction. You could see that was a joyful match.
right. But still, it's nice that Jessica got we got She got a win, and we made it to 3 games. Like I said, we got to talk more about Disney Lorcana.
Definitely. And it's such a great way, right? To like be on stream and maybe for the first time and making it to game three, that's already an achievement in itself. And I think her second game, she played really, really well.
I 100% agree. I think second game was absolutely wonderful. Um, but yeah, I'm very excited. This first round that I got to cast was featuring one of my favorite decks, and I got to see the deck do what it does.
Yeah.
All right, hello, hello. We're back with the stream here, going into round number. Oh my goodness, Kim, remind me, round number 4?
Round number 4, and it looks like we have the other Inkborn hero on the stream as well.
Yeah, great to see Matheus there. He's in Brazil in person doing it, and he seems to have increased his badge collection. He only had the Inkborn Heroes pin before, and now he seems to have acquired a Tigger pin.
I wonder if by the end of the stream, he's just the whole blazer is covered in pins.
So it looks like we're going to be starting our match in the next couple of seconds. So I'm going to hand it over to Melissa, who's going to join you on this one, Kim. And whilst she joins, I'm going to make sure that the streams are in sync.
Perfect.
Hello, hello, Kim.
Hello, Melissa. I kind of have a peep here of the decks we're possibly seeing in play. It might be Amethyst Steel, it might be Sapphire Amethyst, and it might be Amber Emerald.
All right, well, we will see here in just a second as we see a familiar face on the left-hand side. Here we have Luca, and a few of us may actually know his accolades. So he has actually been top 64 in quite a few of Disney Lorcana challenges as we continue to go back and forth on
Yeah, we're doing a little dance party here with the stream. It's okay. We're doing the back and forth step here.
yeah. But typically, at least in the last one, Luca did get top 64 with, here we go, Amethyst Sapphire, or excuse me, top 4 in Taipei. So he has stuck true to those colors. And then on the right-hand side, we have Mateus playing Amethyst Steel. So, again, we've
Hold
got...
up, Melissa. Not to cut you off, but this doesn't look like the average Amethyst Steel. I'm seeing a lot of locations in play, in the inkwell, in the hand. What is going on here?
Well, with locations, Zootopia kind of gives it away. It looks like Mateus is going for a more aggressive strategy. So we do have Zootopia here as a location to hopefully cheat that lore pretty well. However, with Royal Guard and its ability, this will be pretty quick work of Zootopia. But yeah, I also saw a Nala in Mateus's hand and then a Honey Marin as a top deck. So we will certainly be seeing quite a lot of aggressive and burn style cards coming from Mateus. So usually not a good matchup for Amethyst Sapphire.
Right, I wonder if Mateus chose this deck style, anticipating that they might be facing a lot of Sapphire Amethyst.
Yeah, and you know what? I do believe this may be very close, if not the actual deck that won Glimmer Games. So it will be fun to continue to see the rest of this deck. But certainly, Luca does have a bit of a challenge. As we know historically, these colors do not do well with very aggro decks. So as we see a Honey Marin getting played, Luca does have an exerted character, which means Honey Marin does give Mateus 1 lore.
Right, and the thing is too, with Sapphire Amethyst, sure, they have a good amount of removal options with cards like Hades and Into the Unknown. However, you can't really do much if your opponent is playing a lot of cards that just gain instant lore here.
Yep. However, Luca doing a really good job, getting not only his ramp on turn 2, but flooding the board with some really good characters to go ahead and answer Mateus's board state. So even though he is more of the aggressive deck style, he really isn't seeing many characters or opportunities to go ahead and be aggressive at this very moment. So Luca sitting in a really good spot here. We do have Genie Wish Fulfilled established. And so we do have a singer essentially on board should there be anything of 4 cost or less. But typically we'll start seeing songs at around the 5 cost for this Amethyst Sapphire. Things such as Let It Go.
And we do see a John Silver go into the inkwell on Mateus' side. which if Illuminators at home don't know, John Silver has really good synergy with locations, but I can understand why Mateus has inked it because they aren't playing too many locations at the moment with just how big Luca's board state is with characters.
And we do see another location, speaking of this John Silver, and we did have a quick card read. Kim, can you identify what that is? Let me see if we can figure this out.
I know, right? This is a fun thing about, casting these games in Brazil is that we are seeing a lot of interesting tech cards and cards that we don't see super often. So it's fun to experience seeing a lot of these new Tusk cards at the moment.
Absolutely. All right, so it looks like we're back on Luca's side after Mateus plays the land, or excuse the location as well as the Olaf.
Now, I did figure out what location that is. It
Okay.
is Castle of Wyvern, so gargoyles themed. It has the ability to protect this castle. Characters gain Challenger +1 and resist +1 while here.
Okay, perfect. And I do I do believe it's the Wyvern Castle. All right. So we have Luca now questing with Basil. We're going to go ahead and give that support to the Royal Guard to go ahead and take out that Castle Wyvern. And we will more than likely go ahead. Oh, no, we're not questing with Genie. We will go ahead and take out the Honey Marin for a 2 damage back on Genie. Now, this really is a pretty rough start for Mateus.
All right. Have a little bit of technical difficulties here, but that is a-okay.
Sorry about that.
All good. A lot has been happening. We are building boards, playing characters, so much going on.
All right, yep. Well, the good thing is Mateus was able to add some characters to the board, but of course Luca was able to maintain, that steady stream of characters on his own. We do have Dumbo, the ninth wonder of the universe now, which paired with both the Elsa and the Genie, he's able to offer an ability to, when you exert the character, pay 1, and they can each draw a card and gain a lore due to Dumbo. This is kind of spelling a lot of problems for Mateus on his side, as this type of aggressive deck is not going to really have enough answers in ways of removal. So not going well for Mateus here.
Right. Looks like Luke truly is in the driver's seat, which is how wide their board is going. And just if Mateus is a character of their own, it's probably going to be wiped out.
Mhm. Yep. So even though we've got 4 lore on Mateus' side as well as 5 on Luca, Luca has pretty much established a healthy board. So we're going to start seeing a pretty quick clock here on Luca's side. And so for Mateus, I'm sure he's wondering, is there anything I can really put to or commit to the board that is going to change things? Okay, and so he does play an Amethyst Chromacon. When exerted, it does offer both players to go ahead and draw a card. And of course, Luca says, "Thank you, I will do so." And the other downside
Right. And
here,
I'm not sure. I get it's a move that Mateus feels that he has to play. However, giving Luca more cards is just allowing him to build up his board state even more.
Yeah, and challenging is not really what we want to do here from Mateus's side, but I do understand, he does need to do something, but being more of the aggressive deck, typically the identity is to just exert and quest as opposed to challenge. But I could see where he obviously is pressured to potentially do that and try to remove some characters from Luca's side. All right, so we're turning it over to Luca. Luca in the driver's seat right now. At this point, he's got plenty of lore to really play anything he wants. I do see a few more Elsa Fifth Spirits in hand. He can, of course, activate Dumbo's ability to draw, gain a lore, and kind of see what else he has in terms of possibilities, which it looks like he's going to go ahead and do that. And that really helps dig further into the deck. I do believe he just drew into potentially an Iago, I think it was. Yep, it looks that to be
Yeah,
the
I
case.
did see an Iago.
All right. Oof, and now we have more trouble for Mateus. We've got Cheshire Cat, which is going to get boosted. We're going to move the damage from Genie over to the unexerted Captain Hook, and Elsa will make clean work of that secondary Captain Hook.
Right, and I'm sure Luca's feeling free to quest with that genie and the basil. And just for extra insurance, he'll ink and play a Tipo. Because why not? Why not just keep continuing to build your board?
Yeah. So at this point, we've got Mateus, I believe, with one card in hand. You've got Luca on about a couple turns left for him to reach 20. And at this point, if I were Mateus, I'd be looking, just really understanding more so for himself, of course, what he has, what his deck is able to do. Potentially might want to see at least one more turn before potentially saying, hey, you know what? I think you got this one. Maybe I can race you a little bit better in the next one. But of course, we're going to play to our outs. We are going to exert that Amethyst Chromacon, see if this additional card can give us any answers for a rebuttal here.
Right, and Melissa, what do you think those answers could be? Because Mateus is only at 4 lore, even instant lore gain style cards, I don't
Mhm.
believe is enough to be able to help Mateus close in on this game.
I would have to agree. The other trouble with aggressive depths typically is they do not add a lot to the inkwell. So even if we were to find things such as, gathering knowledge and wisdom, which, cost two, there's only going to be the limited amount of things he can do to either add to the board or to get some quick lore here. Now he does play Nala. If she remains undamaged, she can quest for three. However, being a 0/3 character, she, of course, is not really meant to challenge. So we're basically placing her to see if we can add some pressure. However, I don't think with all of the options in Luca's hands that Nala may be around for much longer, unfortunately.
Right, but Mateus still punches back by playing a Fire the Cannons, removing the Elsa from Luca.
Yep, fire the cannons, appearing to be probably the only ounce of some sort of removal on this particular Amethyst Steel's deck.
Right, and I do see a Let It Go in Luca's hand, wondering if that will be played this turn to put that Nala into the Inkwell. But instead, we're going to play Elsa and exert the Nala.
Yep, and of course, with the help of Basil, we're going to give that Rush Elsa that additional support to go ahead and cleanly take Nala off the board. And even with her resist, she's going to be able to, and I misspoke, she does not get three lore, she has resist. Or no, she has both. So she will
Yeah,
be able to go ahead and be removed because the Elsa did have four strength because of the Basil. And I think Mateus said, you know what, you got it. Let's go on to the next one. I will go first. All right. So in, the next game, what do you think needs to go right for Mateus here, Kim?
I think Mateus needs to truly alter their hand to find as many low-cost glimmers as possible to flood the board, go as wide as possible to make it difficult for the Sapphire Amethyst player to really answer it, because that is a struggle. If the board is too wide for the Sapphire Amethyst's opponent, it's just too much to handle. And then from there, I think Mateus just really has to hope that they draw into a lot of those instant lore style cards.
Hmm.
Mateus could also potentially really early on just flood the board with locations, because it seems like a lot of the locations he's playing do have a higher willpower. And we both know that Sapphire Amethyst can sometimes prioritize building up their inkwell versus trying to like play characters early and have those characters to be able to challenge those locations.
Sure. And on the flip side, now that Luca knows kind of what he's up against, he obviously wants to ramp as much as possible. But on this case, since he is dealing with a more aggro deck, he does want to get a lot of his one cost or lower cost characters and kind of flood the board that way until he's able to ramp into higher removals and better solutions to go ahead and control Mateus's board state. So here we go. They are altering their hand. And we'll hopefully get a peek here of what we got.
Oh, I'm seeing a fairy ship. We did not see that last game as another item or another location in Mateus' deck.
Yep. Do we see a ramp on Luca's side? Is that a Tipo at the end?
Yes, that is a Tipo growing boy.
Okay, grow. Yep. All right. So now, if he obviously has that, Lucas is looking through, again, what is going to curve well into my hand, knowing now that I need to be mindful of Mateus's board state, knowing full well that he's going to try to at least flood the board, either with locations or some quick low to the ground cost characters.
Right. If you were Luca, would you prioritize a Tipo or a Sail the Azurite Sea?
Great question. So for this particular opponent, I would prioritize Tipo as an additional body. Essentially, both Celia Azure as we know, including Tipo, are able to get Luca that additional ink in the inkwell. However, even though you are able to draw with Celia Azure right now I would prioritize that additional body. Because then you could always pair that with a Basil quest with the Basil, give that Tipo support, and be able to take out a potential character on the opposing side. But
Definitely
sometimes you don't
100%
have
agree
that
with that
choice.
play.
But sometimes you don't have that choice.
Right.
Rank is
It's
real.
all in the luck. Yeah, it's all in the luck of what you draw, what's in your hand, what your deck decides to give you.
Exactly. All right. And you did call it. We do have Fairy Ship played on turn one, and just a lot of fun cards that we normally don't see in the meta as
Hey,
we
I just
saw
saw an
that.
Illuminary go into the inkwell.
Yes. And there you go. So off to pretty much a really good start for Luca, right? We're adding to the board with our support character. And then we do see Tipo kind of being neatly shuffled in front of Luca's deck, as that's going to give us an idea of what's coming next. Oof, I do see an early dock in Mateus's hand, but we're going to go ahead and play an Olaf.
Right, I also spot a white rose in Mateus's hand, adding to that additional instant lore gain in his deck.
All right. And Mateus did find that fire the cannons early on, which is a really good option to go ahead and take out that early support on Lucas's side. So now that Tipo won't get the additional support to potentially go into a character. However, if Mateus does exert this Olaf, they will be able to essentially trade. So we'll see if that's what happens here. Unless he does have Sail and now chooses to do so, since his Basil is now banished.
Something interesting I also spotted in Luca's hand is a Mystic Bell.
Love her. Love her ability. Upon play, she's able to move up to 3 damage from one of her characters to an opposing character, or one of their characters.
Right, and Bell Accomplished Mystic, I feel like, is constantly going in and out of these Sapphire Amethyst decks, especially ever since Cheshire Cat. You don't see as many Illumineers putting Bell Accomplished Mystic into their decks. However, she can be an additional character to help move around damage.
Absolutely. And sometimes, things like this Bell or even a Hades Infernal Schemer, sometimes our cards you really need a certain board state to play to benefit from their abilities. So sometimes having that Bell kind of sit there and you kind of wonder, all right, well, is the 2 lore more beneficial? Am I really going to hold her and wait for some sort of damage? Should I have that proper 5 ink in the inkwell to play? And we do see
Right,
Calhoun.
right. But Bell Accomplished Mystic could be pretty good in this matchup considering Mateus tends to be playing these lower willpower glimmers, so she could potentially help clear some characters when she comes into play.
Yes, at a 4/4, definitely great stats against most of the characters on Mateus's side, and even some locations can be banished from Bell alone. All right, so we do see Olaf banished. There is a trigger, which Mateus did just decline. We will not be sending back our Calhoun.
Which is fair. I'm sure Mateus is 100% prioritizing trying to keep as many characters on board as possible.
Absolutely. And we do see a Royal Guard and Cheshire Cat established on Luca's side. Now, this is going to be interesting because Cheshire Cat can move damage counters, which will bypass Calhoun's resistance.
Fairy Ship is really showing that we should not underestimate locations because Fairy Ship, I believe, at this point has gained Mateus at least 3 lore, potentially 4, unless I missed a quest at one point.
The lore count does seem right though, because it has been established there since turn 1. Now, I am curious if with the Royal Guard, Luca will pay any attention to Fairy Shift, or does he realize that the Calhoun, of course, will then go into Royal Guard for that easy 2 lore?
And we do see a Bell Accomplished Mystic do get played. However, she does not use her enhanced healing ability.
Yep. So at this point, Luca just favoring the fact that she is a 5 cost body that he can play to the board, add additional characters, and questing for 2 is not bad at all. Applying more pressure on Mateus's side.
Right, and we're truly seeing that the Cheshire Cat and the Calhouns are just causing the ultimate stalemate right now between these two Illumineers.
Yep, so we do have White Rose come down, giving Mateus an extra lore upon play. But to your point, Kim, this is starting to become a bit of a stalemate. Oh, but wait, we just added Demona, which her ability reads that all opposing characters will go ahead and exert, and both players will go ahead and draw up to 3. So Luca just kind of explaining what Demona does to Mateus. And now it looks like we're going to see some quick work here. It does look like Luca will be able to banish all of Mateus's characters, seeing as I do believe he did draw from Demona. So Royal Guard has now been boosted here in terms of strength. So we'll go ahead and trade with the White Rose. And he'll just kind of go, yep, Calhoun.
And Bell, which
Yep.
isn't a worry at all because Cheshire Cat is there, able to move that damage later for the next character Mateus plays.
Yep. And had he had additional ink, I'm sure he would have challenged it to 1 Calhoun, boosted the Cheshire, and then cleanly put it on the secondary Calhoun, so to leave Belle able to go ahead and quest. But of course, Demona took all of the ink on Luca's side, so this is obviously a better, a good, the only alternative he has. And to your point, Kim, he now has damage that he could cleanly move should Mateus play anything, which of course, he's got to unless he floods the board with locations right now.
We
Okay.
are going to see a fire the cannons removing the Cheshire Cat. Mateus, he probably had the same thoughts as us that, ooh, that Cheshire Cat is going to just start moving around damage. I don't want to see that, so let's just remove that kitty cat.
Really good move here. So now that damage on Bell will remain unless he has either another Cheshire or even another Bell. Oh,
And
but
we
we love to
are.
see it. A Doc. All right. Were
And
you
we
able to see what he got?
pass. I was not able to see what he got, keeping those cards close to him.
Very much, very much. So we'll see what cards he drew off of the Doc. Luca with a really good hand. And right on cue, we have Elsa Fitzspirit exerting that Doc. Now, Elsa alone will not be able to cleanly banish Doc, so it looks like we are going to send Demona in, taking 1 damage back. And Belle will finally go ahead and pay attention to the fairy ship and banish
Yeah,
it clean.
that fairy ship was there for a while. It
It sure
got
was.
Mateus 6 lore. So it did its job.
It sure did. And obviously that was the point of the location. Sometimes opponents, just like what we saw with Luca, don't really pay attention to it. They know they'll get to it eventually. But he, of course, I'm sure was very mindful that that was slowly ticking lore here. And had we seen a bit more aggression on Mateus's side, the location probably would have gone sooner. However, Luca seems to have been able to control this entire Boyd state from the get-go. So. Just really good heads up plays here from Luca.
Right, and we see a Hades looking for a deal, having Mateus choose to either put the giant cobra to the bottom of his deck or allowing Luca to draw 2 cards. And it looks like Luca's gonna draw 2 cards, which
Oh my
I'm sure
goodness.
he's not mad at all about.
I mean, Kim, I think we need to let it go here. Look at this hand.
I know, it looks like we might even have to let it go multiple times.
Oh, well, I mean, there you go. All right, so Luca has now quested. And now with this pretty impressive board state and unfortunately nothing on Mateus's side, we really start looking at, what can be done. Again, we're in the position where Mateus is looking at, I've got all of these high strength, high willpower characters across from me. Am I able to come back into this, try to see if I can get some draw and flood the board? However, now that I think about it, have we seen anything that gives him good draw? That seems to be probably what he's missing from this deck.
Yeah, I haven't seen any genies. The only draw engine I see
Oof.
Mateus have is the dock.
Okay, so we play the Sword of Hercules, which I do believe is an item and stays on the board. I don't believe it's an action because I do see
Yes,
Mateus.
that is an
Okay,
item.
okay.
Um, and it's interesting. It's very specific tech towards the Hades, because it has the ability Mighty Hit. When you play this item, banish chosen opposing deity character.
Yep. So quick work of Hades at least. Oh, and there is that last Let It Go. We're going to send the Calhoun into Mateus's Inkwell Exerted, and Lucas will go ahead and freely quest with the remainder of his board. Oof. This is starting to not look good for Mateus, and obviously top decking an item, although it did take out 1 character, wasn't necessarily the right card he wants to see. I see him laughing now. It looks like he top decked another location, which of course can add to the board state, but it won't be able to do anything in the way of challenging. So, again, here we are in a situation where sometimes your deck can do all the things and sometimes it won't.
Right, and I'm sure the location's the last thing he wants to see because he knows right away the Demona, the Bell, drawing all the cards with Royal Guard here. It's just going to be cleared. And Mateus, I think, sees the writing on the wall
Yep.
and says, you know what, Luca, you got this.
Yep. I mean, congratulations to Luca. His deck did exactly what it needed to. It was able to control the aggressive deck, and a bit of unfortunate side on Mateus's side, not being able to see either draw or good cards to go ahead and play when needed. But congratulations to both. It looks like they started this match with 6 points. So best of luck to them for the remainder of the DLC or Disney Lorcana Challenge. What do you think, Kim?
I despite Mateus not winning either of those games, it was very fun to see a lot of cards that we haven't seen. The Sword of Hercules was like, what does this card do? And I also looked up Winter Spell at one point as well because I saw he had inked it at one point and
Hmm.
at a different point discarded, and I was like, what is this card? So
Hmm.
very fun to see a lot of cards that typically don't see a lot of play,
Yeah.
and seeing how Mateus like built a deck around them.
I agree. I love the refreshing, cards that we don't normally see typically at League or within, this meta of the current winter, all the winter spell cards. So it's great to see some where even people such as great as Luca are having to read cards, right? We're keeping all of our veterans here on their toes. So very fun to see from what I imagine to be a local of this community.
Right. It's always the best feeling in the world when you play a card and your opponent's like, what does that do? Let me read
Exactly.
that.
It's a mini win in of itself.
It is.
All right, so thank you guys for joining us for round 4. We're going to go to our hold screen, but of course we will be back once round 5 commences. Thank you, everyone. Thanks, Kim.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. So we're back now with round number 5, and it looks like it's going to be a local player, actually, Luca Paglia on Amethyst Steel, taking on Lucas Redorat on Amethyst Sapphire. And I have with me Kim. How are you doing, Kim?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm excited to be casting another round, and I think this is my first time casting with you, Charlie, or is this my second time today?
This is
The
our
day's been
first
a
time
blur.
today. Yeah, you've been doing the marathon of 3 games in a row, 3 rounds in a row, sorry. So happy to have you here and glad to be able to cast a game with you.
Yeah, super fun. And we see once again Amethyst Steel and Sapphire Amethyst. We already know I love a good Amethyst Steel. How are you feeling seeing this matchup?
I think it's a very interesting matchup. It's very skill intensive, I think, from both sides. Generally, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, but I think you would say that Amethyst Sapphire is probably slightly favored in this matchup, but for sure, depending on the build Luke is running for their Amethyst Steel deck, can definitely hold its own in this match.
Right, and really quick, Lucas just flexing on us, putting the enchanted Dumbo in the inkwell.
You do not want to see that. You want to see Dumbo in play, but it did also look like that Lucas missed his ramp, which is, I think, the first time we're seeing a Sapphire player miss ramp today on stream.
Right. First time for us to see it on stream, but I'm sure it's happened multiple times over here at this tournament.
It happens to me every time I try and play Sapphire, so
Maybe it's the universe saying, Charlie, don't play Sapphire.
so tell me, Kim, as the Amethyst Steel expert here, what are you looking for as the Amethyst Steel player to be able to shore up a matchup like this?
Yeah, so I've said this in previous games where Amethyst Steel in this matchup is really looking to try to be as aggressive as possible because once the Sapphire Amethyst player gets going and goes wide with their board and has more access to a lot more removal options, it's just so hard to come back.
And interestingly, it looks like Luke is almost taking more of the control route here. So instead of putting down their aggressive questers, instead choosing to follow up with something like a Calhoun and a Hook, maybe is just an indicator of what's in their hand. Maybe not the ideal turn 3 play, but we know Amethyst Sapphire struggles with these wide boards. So maybe just acknowledging that and saying, hey, let me just get as much low pressure on here as I can.
Right, and I'm wondering too if Luca is seeing that because Lucas missed ramp on 2 and inked that Dumbo, it's like maybe their draw power is a little bit limited, and so maybe they feel confident that they can take a more control approach this game.
Okay, so interestingly, we're seeing Isis Vanderchill come down. So when she's played, you get to exert one of your opponent's characters, which is exactly what Lucas did, exerting the hook and then challenging him with the Basil. So removing some of that potential log in there. But again, probably not the ideal thing. Like just taking out a Captain Hook doesn't feel great at this moment.
Right, and Luca now playing a genie, drawing a card, and what's nice about this genie is that it is evasive, which is something that Lucas is gonna have to really play around since they don't have a ton of evasive answers.
Yeah, and especially now that the Basil's off the board, a lot of these Blurple players will try and combo the Basil with an Elsa, buffing her up to 4 strength and then being able to take out the Genie, but we don't have access to that now because we missed ramp. We're a little bit behind where we'd like to be, so we can't even be playing our Hades for a few turns yet. So yeah, the Genie might have been a really good choice there just to really put some pressure on Lucas, sorry, to answer it.
I know we have Luca and Lucas. It's going to be a bit of a tongue twister here. And interestingly enough, Luca here has quested with both Calhouns, almost creating a type of trap for this Isis where, sure, they could clear a one of the Calhouns, but then the Calhoun can easily challenge back and gain that 2 lore.
Yeah, I can't see Lucas's hand, but it does potentially, if he had something like the Cheshire Cat, it could set up to turn out pretty bad for Luca, but it wasn't the case here. Instead, we do play the Elsa. So once more, you'd like if that Basil had stayed around a turn, could have dealt with the Genie, but instead we're just going to exert it. I don't think we're going to challenge into it, but we are going to get rid of one of those Calhouns. But as you said, now Calhoun can come clean up the Isis and gain some lore as she does it.
Right. Curious to see how this goes. And I'm sure Lucas is now like, "Ugh, I really wish I had that Basil."
So I'm just trying to see what's in Luca's hand now to see what they might be able to do from this position.
I do see an angel. I'm curious if they'll play that and then discard a card to finish off the Isis. But instead they play the Yzma, which pairs really nicely with the angel. Don't you agree, Charlie?
I do, yes. The angel letting you empty your hand by discarding to deal 2 damage, and then you can refill straight away with your Yzma. So it is a really, really nice combo. The fact that Lucas is only on 5 ink means she is safe from Hades for at least 1 turn. So hopefully she'll get a chance to activate, but you always have to watch out for things like another Elsa exerting that Yzma is going to be pretty painful if your name is Luca right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, both these players are showing off quite beautiful cards. Seeing that like I said, the Dumbo Enchanted earlier, and now we have the Yzma Enchanted. It's very, very nice to look at.
Yeah, I love seeing the Enchanteds. I encourage everyone to play with Enchanteds. I think like these cards are so beautiful. It's a shame not to see them out there actually getting played with. So happy to see both players choosing to do that. And it looks like we're going to take a quest there with the Elsa. Lucas, I believe, probably playing around a potential Cheshire Cat, so it makes a lot of sense there. Doesn't want to expose his Elsa to potentially getting banished that way.
Right, and I think it's a safe quest for the Elsa. Just because I don't see the Elsa being cleared, even if Luca were to play a Cheshire Cat, moving 2 damage wouldn't be enough to remove the Elsa.
Very true, very true. So Luca looking here to maybe empty the hand and set up the Yzma. I think if they're going to do it, now is probably the turn. The next turn, Lucas does have the Hades in hand, so that's almost certainly going to come down. But Lucas will have to make that decision. Do they go for the Hades to get rid of the Yzma, or do they use that ink instead? Oh, no, okay, so we are activating the Yzma. There we go. But yeah, because now on the next turn, we do have the potential Hades player, but we can also do things with the Cheshire Cat as well. Challenge the Genie with the Elsa, move the damage with the Cheshire Cat, and then potentially use the Cheshire Cat to take out the Yzma, and it could clean up a lot of Luca's board.
Definitely, and this ties into what you said earlier, Charlie, where, seeing these two decks, especially at this point in the tournament, truly shows how much skill it requires to play both of these decks, especially against each other. And I'm sure you predicted the future because here we are with the Hades getting rid of that Yzma.
Yeah, and Luca's board looking a lot less intimidating now with just a Lexington and a Christopher Robin. I wanted to say Robin Hood, Christopher Robin. So Lexington can, of course, get rid of the Cheshire Cat. You don't want to leave that lying around. But yeah, it's now up to Luca to really rebuild their board and kind of put more threats and more pressure onto their opponent.
Right, we see Luca now play their own Cheshire Cat, starting to create shenanigans of their own with moving damage.
How critical do you think the Cheshire Cat is in a matchup like this from your experience playing Amethyst Steel?
It is so important. It definitely keeps you and your opponent on your turn, on your toes, like we saw in the last game, that Cheshire Cats can just create a bit of a stalemate because once something's exerted and challenging can happen and damage can be moved around, it can really just remove certain glimmers that have that low willpower.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it also kind of forces stalemates as well, right? Like there are positions where you just don't want to quest because you don't want to leave damage flying around that the Cheshire Cat can then start moving. So it's a really good one, I think, especially from the Amethyst Sapphire player to be able to set that up to slow the aggression of Amethyst Steel, which really wants to be the kind of the aggro deck in this kind of matchup. But Luca also showing how powerful that can be when you're also playing that from the Amethyst Steel side.
Right, and Lucas just played another Hades Infernal Schemer, trying to see what they decide to put into the Inkwell, and it turns out to be the Pocahontas, which I think was a smart play considering she could potentially gain so much lore next turn.
For sure, and especially because it can be your opponent's characters or your own characters, so you could even get one of those Hades if you'd left that Pocahontas lying around. But looks like we're going to clear the board, so we do a challenge there into the Lexington and let it go onto the Christopher Robin, leaving
I think you
alone
mean into the unknown.
into the unknown. My mistake. Thank you.
I know, so many Elsa, so many Frozen cards. They all do pretty similar things, and it's a very beautiful card too.
So now play back over to Lucas. So it needs to answer some of the threats on Lucas's side of the board now. There we go. He's seeing the power of the Cheshire Cat once again. Challenging into the Hades, putting 3 damage onto the Cheshire Cat. Can now pay 2 to boost. Move 2 of those damage counters over. And then I can't see what that last hand is. Okay, the last card in the hand. So it's a Fire the Cannons. Interesting. Do you run Fire the Cannons in your version of this deck?
No, it's very much a tech decision here. But we saw it pay off with being able to remove the Elsa.
So draws into the Dumbo here for Lucas. Normally a pretty good card, but of course Lexington has alert. So if the Dumbo is to exert on the next turn and become vulnerable, you can challenge in there with the Lexington. Genie is probably a great card at this stage of the game where you're in top deck mode as Lucas. So, oh my goodness, that is Hades looking for a deal. So Lucas is going to actually take the deal, put the Dumbo on the bottom of the deck, and just prevent Luca being able to draw any more cards, because Luca is close now and just needs that gas to get over the finish line.
Right, and regardless, that Dumbo Ninth Wonder of the World was removed just because of the Hades looking for a deal.
Yeah, I think that was a pretty fantastic top deck on Luca's side, honestly. And so the Elsa comes down for Lucas. Luca just organizing their ink. Do you quest here with the Genie, or do you take out the Elsa, do you think?
I would prioritize questing at this point, which it looks like Luca does, just because they're so close to that 20 lore mark. And as we've discussed earlier, sometimes in this matchup, as the Amethyst Steel player, you really just want to be able to quest as quickly as possible, because if Lucas does draw into those answers, it just is an uphill battle.
Yeah. So interesting sequence there. Actually, Luca has the Demona, Scourge of the Wyvern Clan in hand, so chose not to play it, kind of realizing that Lucas has no cards in hand, doesn't want to give them the resources they need to close out this game. I think a very wise decision in the end, even though Lucas did top deck the Let It Go to be able to deal with the Genie. I think not giving them 3 cards was really a huge thing at that moment in the game.
Right, and we've seen, I think this is now the 3rd Genie we've seen Luca play.
That may well be the 3rd Genie. I believe most of them currently sitting in the Inkwell at the moment. But that's going to be it for game 1. So Luca takes game 1. And someone asking...
Now, Charlie, if you were...
Oh, sorry.
I was saying, if you were Lucas, what would be your game plan going into game 2?
I think making sure I get ramp on turn 2 absolutely is what you need. But for sure, it's just being able to answer that early aggression, not let the Amethyst Steel play get too ahead on lore. I think Lucas did a really good job of that. Maybe some unlucky draws and missing the sail and the Tipo on turn 2 definitely set them back in that moment, but has still 2 games they can turn it around. And I was going to say, someone's asking in chat, no, not all DLCs are Infinity. This is Core Constructed that we're watching today from DLC São Paulo. It's going to be the next North American and the next EU DLCs that are going to be the Infinity formats.
You know, I appreciate that both Illumineers here have sleeves that match their deck.
We've been talking about this, right? Do you use sleeves that match your deck, or do you just use a completely different color just to throw your opponent off?
So it's funny. I just really like the color purple, so I always use purple sleeves. And funnily enough, I typically will play Amethyst Steel. So people think it's because it's like, oh, you play Amethyst Steel, that's why. And I'm like, no, I just genuinely really love the color purple.
Me
But it's
too.
nice though, because in my mind I'm like, this is some mind games I have going.
Okay, so I didn't see how many cards Lucas altered, but it did look like Lucas sent back 5 cards. So probably, I would imagine, going second now in this matchup, looking desperately for the Christopher Robin turn 1 into the Pocahontas turn 2. I think that's probably the most aggressive start you can have as Amethyst Steel.
100% agree. And then even then, maybe going as wide as to look for a bunch of other one drops to fill up the board on turn 3 as well.
Okay, so Ink can pass on Lucas's side. Demona goes into the Inkwell. I think Demona in this matchup has the moments, right, when you need to break a stalemate on the board, but you also have to be cognizant of not giving too many resources to your opponent.
We don't see the Christopher Robin on turn 1. And I don't believe I see a Pocahontas either. So maybe Luca might have to go for a more control strategy again,
Yeah.
especially if Lucas misses ramp. But it doesn't seem like it because we have Tipo Growing Sun.
Yeah, looking not to repeat the mistakes of game 1, not having that ramp. We get the Tipo here. And what do you think of the Palace Guard as a turn 1 play in Amethyst Steel?
Paul's card, I think, is a very good card to play turn 1. Especially as if you're the player that's able to quest first. Because of its high willpower, it can safely quest most of the time because Tipo, doesn't really have the strike to remove Palace Guard. I think if anything, you would just be concerned about an action being able to remove Palace Guard because of the Vanish ability.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you've got to imagine if your opponent's using an action to banish your Palace Guard, then that's just one less action they can use to banish your Giant Cobra later down the line. And the
Definitely.
Black Heron there, it's a really interesting card, just a vanilla card, 2 cost, 3/3, questing for 1, nothing very flashy, but those stats are just so important in these games.
Right, but we see Lucas play the Demona, who has Challenger, if I remember correctly. It's a little hard to read these cards.
Yeah, I believe she's a 4/6 with Challenger too. So I think a lot of these decks running as a kind of tech card to deal with Tramp, Street Smart, Dog. But in a matchup like this, also really great way to just control your opponent's board. She can now very cleanly take out the Palace Guard, which is there are many cards in the game that can do that at this point in the game, but it looks like instead going to be used to take out the Cheshire Cat. You just want to get that out of play as quickly as you possibly can.
Right, and Demona has such good stats that she pairs really nicely if Lucas were to play his own Cheshire Cat next turn as well.
Yeah, for sure, because that high willpower, you can just leave all that damage hanging around and then start moving it later on. So it's looking like the momentum is very much in Lucas's favor right now. What do you think Luca can do to get out of this?
I think we're seeing it unfold before our eyes right now, where he just is like, let me go super aggressive, let's play the Christopher Robin, and let's play the Pocahontas.
Is that a dock in Lucas' hand? I know one of the 2 cards is the Fire the Cannons, which is... Okay, so we're playing down the Demona, and it looks like Lucas drew, if I'm not mistaken, 2 cards, and Luca just got 1 card from that. So it's usually the time you want to start playing out your Demona when it's benefiting you a lot more than it's benefiting your opponent.
Of course, we say it's kind of just the Demona wars here, where sometimes just being the first one to play Demona can be extremely beneficial because then you have the ability to challenge your opponent's characters and wipe out their board, while they have to try to slowly build it back up.
Yeah, so just a little bit of discussion there about, I believe, the effect of that Demona. It's a card that a few people have had to look at today. It's maybe not as popular in the Brazil metagame potentially, or maybe just these players less familiar with it as a card. One of the things we've said is the Brazil market, it's not incredibly easy to get Lorcana cards, not like we take for granted here in North America. So sometimes they have to improvise, sometimes they have to, find some interesting spicy cards instead to put in the deck. But it seems like we've resolved that. And now we're going to get rid of that Demona. That's great. And then I think it was probably setting up for a dock at this point.
Right, I think it's Dock O'Clock, and it is drawing 2 cards here. However, do you think inking the Strength of Raging Fire is the play here, or would have you tried to save it?
I think from the position Luke is in, they don't have any 3-cost singers set up on board. They're really hurting for cards. I think it was important to kind of start pressuring the board, start building up their ink, and start drawing cards. So for me, I think that was the right time to do that there. So
I'm really curious what cards Luca drew into, but I don't think we've been able to see it yet.
Yeah, me too. Wasn't able to play anything additional, so probably not something low cost. What would you be looking for as Luca? I imagine something like a Demona would be a good follow-up, just because then you're putting a huge body on the board and you're also able to draw some cards and some like all-important resources.
Right, but we see a second Demona be played by Lucas, once again exerting all of Lucas' characters and drawing cards. Or no, did that not just happen?
No, I think it was the Elsa came down.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
That's what exerted characters.
the Palace Guard was already exerted, and then Elsa came in and cleaned up the Captain Hook. And yeah, I think it's fascinating in these types of matchups, especially Amethyst Steel, Amethyst Sapphire. It very much feels like a lot of back and forth. Like I build up my board, then I remove your stuff and build up my own board, and it just constantly going back and forth. But there we go. So Luca did play the Demona, able to put this big body into play, able to draw some cards, and it is a beautiful shiny Demona, no less.
Definitely in that dock, just really questing. I think Luca, especially now drawing cards, is just, I'm going to prioritize questing still. Take out my dock if you feel so inclined.
Yeah, and I think that's smart. Elsa can't deal with the dock on her own, and of course, because Lucas started the turn with 3 cards in hand, the Demona's Stone by Day prevented her from readying. I think that's one of the things we've said in the past, right, Kim, is that it's not necessarily the player who plays the first Demona, it's the player who plays the last Demona, because it will lock down the opponent's one.
Yes, and I don't believe, or did they use the Dumbo ability on the Elsa to be able to draw an additional card and gain lore?
That's a good question. I don't think they had the ink left over, because I believe they played Dumbo and then the other Demona there on the same turn.
Ooh, and we get a shiny genie here, a new one from Winterspell, where if they boost one, that genie will gain additional lore. And once again, drawing to a dock, playing it, drawing so many cards right now, and Luca's once empty board has expanded.
That's one of the characteristics, really, of Amethyst Steel, just that ability to really start flooding the board and putting so much pressure. And against a deck like Amethyst Sapphire, that's really only playing 1, maybe 2 big bodies every turn. You can sometimes just go under them just by going wide enough.
And we see the Demonas battling it out, where Lucas Demona will take out Lucas's Demona.
Yeah, really interesting there. And Lucas taking a turn off almost to play that Woodchuck's Guidebook, drawing 2 cards, there for the cost of 3 ink, 2 to play the item and then 1 to banish it. And interestingly, on Lucas' side, keeping the Olaf upright at the moment, because also they have Dock in play, and it's a really nice combo being able to return the Dock to hand to then play it, to be able to flood the board even further.
Right, I'm curious if they'll use the Cheshire Cat ability now to move the damage from Demona onto their dock, that is non-exerted, so they can't really bounce out the dock by also challenging the other dock, so that if the Olaf gets banished, no docks get bounced back to hand.
Very true, very true. But instead, looks like they used the 2 damage from the Elsa to deal with the big Demona, which I think may be a pretty good decision as well. But challenging into the dock there, leaving the other Demona exposed, so we can challenge in with the Olaf if we want, return the dock Bold Knight to the hand, and then drawing 2 more cards thanks to his ability. So it looks like we're taking a quest there with the Elsa. And then we're passing back over to Luca. So really fascinating game here. Neither player having all that much lore. It's been very much back and forth, just removing characters and questing where possible. So right now we're sitting at 7 to Luca and 3 for Lucas. But we know both of these decks have the potential to just kind of explode with lore.
Right, and we see even more genies coming into play.
Oh my
double
goodness.
genies here. So much card draw. On top of 2, there is that genie. I don't think he has enough ink, unless, especially because he has ink this turn, to boost the genie again to try to get additional lore. But still, that 2 lore can be pretty strong.
Yeah, I think Luca choosing to play the 2 genies down rather than boosting the magical researcher, I think probably a good heads up play. And I think one of the interesting things right now is if Lucas does want to deal with that genie magical researcher, most of the options in Sapphire Amethyst are just to put it into the inkwell, and because it's got a card under there, that's going to give Luca 2 extra ink to play with. It's interesting Luca took the quest there with the dock.
Yeah, because that leaves the dock very vulnerable for Lucas to then challenge the dock first. So that then if they challenge into the Olaf, that dock can't be bounced back in the hand for Luca to draw more cards
Yeah.
later on.
Does that imply maybe Luca's last card in hand right now is a dock? So not too concerned about getting the dock back to hand?
I can definitely see that because we didn't see what that last card was. So it could be telling that he's just like, if you dig out my dock, no worries. I have another dock ready to go. Because you never really want to have two docks in your hand. It's not a great feeling.
The two docks paradox. Oh, another
see
Cheshire Cat coming
another
down.
cat.
Oh my goodness, I don't think you ever want to see that as an Amethyst Steel player.
No, it just, like we said earlier, Cheshire Cats just keep opponents in check. And one Cheshire Cat does enough, but two, I think you get really scared to exert anything.
Yes, I'm scared just looking at these, and you can see how quickly the momentum of the game could shift. So Luca on their previous turn elected not to quest with the genie, instead looking to just boost up its ability and then go for a big old quest. But by doing that, now that the genie's been removed, thanks to two Cheshire Cats, we didn't get any lore from that.
Right, and those two genies are not safe to just easily quest because there's the Dumbo and the Elsa on Lucas's side.
My goodness, this is a tricky spot for Luca, but is going to play the Hades looking for a deal onto the Dumbo, and I think Lucas said, "I'll not take that deal before the Hades even hit the mat." It was
Right,
lightning
Lucas already
fast.
knew. He's like, you don't even have to look for a deal. We're shaking on that deal right now. And Luca now playing a Captain Hook and a Pocahontas.
My goodness, that's an intimidating looking board, and certainly the Amethyst Steel play. Often you don't get up to 8 ink. This is a lot of ink in the inkwell, but because Lucas didn't take the deal, Luca was able to draw 2 cards, and then look at that. Really, the complexion of the game has changed quite dramatically.
And we did see that Luca did choose to quest with both those genies. Like I said, they are in pretty vulnerable positions because of the Elsas and also the double Cheshire Cats to just move around the damage and clear them. But I wonder if Luca at this point, because of how wide his board is getting, is like, I'd rather keep questing and have Lucas focus on removing my board, versus Lucas themselves questing.
Yeah, and it's interesting. So it looks like we're going to use one of the Elsas, take out the genie, and then boost the Cheshire Cat. But I think Lucas is definitely going to want to deal with that Pocahontas as quickly as they can. So potentially we could challenge in with the Dumbo onto the genie and then move the damage that way. But then we wouldn't be able to remove the genie from play this turn unless we have something else in our hands that can help us do that. But I think, yeah. Okay, so choosing, in fact, to move the damage onto that genie, just kind of recognizing really that it's going to be a lot harder to get an evasive threat off the board, even though the Pocahontas does represent a little bit of extra lore.
And that's because
There we
Lucas
go.
had the Hades in hand, a very beautiful Hades, and saying, that's how we'll get rid of that Pocahontas,
My
Charlie.
goodness, Enchanted Hades. All of the Enchanteds coming out for you, Enchanted Kim.
Exactly. I feel so honored at the moment.
And it's quite interesting. So the last few rounds we watched have all been very, very quick, almost one-sided in a lot of cases. So we're seeing a game here, definitely a lot grindier. Each player just kind of taking turns, trading blows. But I think we are starting to enter the end game here.
Right, but it's not over. It looked a little grim for Luca because of their board state being a lot smaller. However, they do have cards in hand, and I do believe I see another dock. Or maybe not. Maybe that may have been the Strength of a Reaching Fire.
It is
Oh, it
another
is a
dock.
dock.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so Luca now able to start refilling their hands, continue flooding the board, and we were able to get rid of the Dumbo as well.
And then Luca just going on a quest, really prioritizing questing as quickly as possible because I'm sure they're aware Lucas, with how big their inkwell is, has access or ability to be able to play all those big characters such as Genie or those other removal options like Let It Go. So might as well get that quest value before it's too late.
Yeah. I definitely appreciate Luca taking the quest there, but at the same time, those Cheshire Cats are just such a thorn in the side at the moment. Both of them working really against Luca's strategy of getting to the finish line, and we're going to be able to use those now to remove some of the threats from the board, probably the Captain Hook because of the 2 willpower. So that's 1 Captain Hook down. I think we'll probably repeat the same process to get... I suppose we can just challenge the other Captain Hook. We don't even need to do anything fancy like moving damage.
Right. I guess you could, yeah, just challenge the Captain Hook. But Lucas here playing his own genie, drawing a card, and let's see what he draws into.
It's reaching that point where it could be getting a little bit too far ahead for Luca to come back at this point, but stranger things have happened. With Amethyst Steel, we know there is that always that opportunity to burst low with the Giant Cobra, but Luca is down to 1 card. You do need a lot of resources to be able to do the Giant Cobra play, and I don't know how many turns Luca's going to have left in this game.
Right, because if Luca just had 2 more lore, and then, or actually 3 more lore, I was able to quest and play Giant Cobra, amazing, because you only need 1 card to discard.
Yeah. Oh, but denying even more law, sending the Lexington into the Inkwell there with Let It Go, and then going for a big old quest. So we're going from 8 up to how many? I can't count fast enough. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think 4 law gained there.
All right, and passing it back to Luca, getting his Inkwell ready, because Lucas has just given so much to work with here. So I'm sure Luca is trying to figure out how it all. But he is choosing to ink. I wonder if he has a Demona? Yes, it is a Demona.
And getting to draw the full 3 cards for Luca. That is great. That's going to help you get closer to that Giant Cobra. But I think Lucas has game on board, if I'm not mistaken. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, has exactly game on board. So we need to remove at least 1 of those characters on Lucas's side.
Right, and I'm not seeing any strengths. Possibly an Elsa, there it is.
But I don't even think Elsa can clear anything at this time. Okay, there was a damage floating on the Cheshire Cat. So yeah, so we can get rid of the Cheshire Cat. That puts Lucas 1 law off from winning.
Right, it does buy Luca 1 more turn. However, I don't know if that's enough for Luca to be able to catch up.
Yeah, so okay, so Demona couldn't ready. That's I missed that there because Lucas did draw from the Scourge of the Wyvern clan. We often see those Demonas locking each other down, but it also locks down the challenging Demona, but removing more law from the board there. I did see a Giant Cobra in Lucas' hand, but the fact that they're on 15 and not 16, it makes all of the difference for those Cobras.
It definitely does, and Lucas just safely questing away with the rest of his characters.
You never want to count anyone out, but this may be game. The good news is we get to go to round 3, which is something we haven't seen too many of today.
Right, and we always love the opportunity to talk more about Disney Lorcana here.
Especially about your favorite deck in the current metagame as well, so I'm very happy to see that.
I'm happy to see it.
And there we go. So we're going to go to game number 3. It's going to be Luca on the play, which is definitely what you want as the Amethyst Steel player. And yeah, that was a really fascinating one. Very technical play. And you saw the kind of the back and forth there until we got to our eventual winner, Lucas, on Blurple.
Right. It's definitely a big contrast compared to the first game where I felt like it went a lot quicker versus this one was a lot grindier. However, that's totally fine, though, if the next game here goes a little bit more back and forth. It looks like there's still plenty of time.
Yeah, it looks like 26 minutes still left remaining in this round. I think that's more than enough to get it done here, but stranger things have happened.
Definitely. It's like, who knows? It could also be just another even more back and forth game, and maybe we hit time. And Charlie, explain to the Lumineers at home who may be just tuning in, what does hitting time mean for a Disney Lorcana challenge, or I guess in tournaments in general?
Oh my goodness, putting me on the spot. So when a game goes to time, both players will have 5 turns between themselves to get to a winner. So whoever's turn it is when time is called, they will be turn 0, and then from there they will alternate, taking turns 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. If one of the players by turn 5 has been able to reach 20 lore, they'll be declared the winner. But if neither player is able to hit 20 lore, then it's going to be a tie. Assuming they have an
Perfect.
equal record up to that point. If it's 1-1, if one player won the first game and it went to a tie in the second game, and it continued to be a tie, then the player with the 1 win would win it.
Right, and that's typically the case. But as you said, stranger things have happened, and we've seen people only win one game, and then you hit time, and it's just an awkward situation.
So trying to get a look at Luca's hand here. So going for the altar. So Lucas is altering 5, 6. Okay, so sending 6 cards back there. It looks like we're just sending... How many cards did Lucas send back? I missed it. Because
Lucas sent back
I think it might have been 2. I think
2 cards.
the cards at the top are the ones they're keeping, and then 2 are the ones that they are getting back in the altar. So it looks like Lucas starting off with maybe a better hand, but there's still a long game ahead of them. They still got to get to 20 lore.
Definitely. And I believe Luca peeking at their hand had a pretty good 1, 2, 3 curve, which is really what you want to see as an Amethyst Steel player.
Yes. So inking a strength, that's always a controversial decision, I think.
It definitely is because in this matchup, sometimes you want to be more aggressive, but we saw that Luca is able to transition from being aggressive to more control. So I don't know if he might regret that later, or if he just felt that he had too many uninkables and was like, I just have to ink this.
Yeah, looking at the hand, the curve is very, very low. So I do see 2 Christopher Robins. I think that's the Enchanted Yzma there as well. So maybe kind of thinking we're going to go all gas, no brakes, lots of questing in this game, and favoring that over maybe having the removal option. But still, I think we've seen how, like, if Lucas is able to establish something like the Cheshire Cat, it can really be backbreaking for Luca.
Right, but looking at Lucas, he played a Rafiki turn 1, turn 2 plays another Rafiki in the Basil, very different from the usual Sapphire Amethyst play of like not really playing anything turn 1, turn 2 ramp. I think Lucas really just wants to say, hey, I think you're gonna go more aggressive, and I'm gonna keep you in check with these Rafikis and the Basil giving support.
Yeah, so I wonder, because we know Lucas took the altered 6 cards, so maybe didn't find the ramp still, even after doing the full altar. But I don't think it's ever a bad idea in this matchup to look at setting up a lot of characters on board, because it will help you fight your opponent's aggression. But
Right, and pretty fun play here, seeing Luca challenging the exerted Rafiki and then using that fire the cannons that was kind of clogging up his hand here to take out the other Rafiki.
yeah, it's interesting. Fire the Cannons is not a card you think would be that great in a matchup like this. It's usually reserved for something more like dogs, but did a lot of damage there. And did I miss it? Did Lucas just not ink and pass?
Um, I think yeah, he just passed. I wonder if he just didn't have any uninkables.
Okay, so we're gonna challenge the Basil into the hook because it's a nice clean trade. But that is a lot of law on Lucas' side of the board. Oh my goodness.
I know you have double Christopher Robin, a Pocahontas. That is so much lore. And so Luca is going to be questing away.
And we ink another Strength for Raging Fire. My heart. So I know we've seen Pocahontas on the stream a few times today already, but remind us, Kim, what does she do?
So Pocahontas does that she will gain additional lore equal to a chosen exerted character. And it can also be your opponent's exerted character. I believe a lot of Illumineers tend to forget that. But she pairs extremely nicely with the Christopher Robin here.
Yeah, so we can see the incredible amount of lore that Luca was able to gain on the previous turn. So 2 from Christopher Robin, 2 from the other Christopher Robin, 1 from the Pocahontas, and then a bonus 2 lore. So was able to jump up there in 7 to go to 14, and just putting Lucas under so much pressure. So yeah, had to take out the Yzma. The Yzma is so threatening because of the ability to draw cards. Luca is out of resources right now, but is able to go up to 19 on this turn, so he's just 1 Giant Cobra away from victory.
I was about to say, if he draws into a Giant Cobra, that might be it. And he might have, considering he hasn't played the card.
Okay, so didn't ink. It just passed. I wonder what that final card is. I thought it was a dock, but I'm sure if it was a dock, it would have been slammed down so quickly.
Definitely. Even if it's not a Cobra, I imagine because of the limited can size, Luca may be saving that card in case he draws into a giant Cobra next turn, so he has something he can discard and gain the 2 lore.
That is a very, very good point, Kim. That's why you're the pro with this deck.
Thank you. And I'm sure Lucas right now is just, what do I do in this situation? I had to remove everything. Um, but it's a bit difficult because that Elsa only has 2 strength.
So Elsa does have some damage on her. We do have a Cheshire Cat. So
We do
Lucas,
have a Cheshire.
yeah, Lucas just taking a moment to think about this. This is really a critical turn because we need to remove everything from this board.
Right, and I'm sure he's thinking about the sequencing because he doesn't want the Olaf to get removed first and then Luca to be able to bounce that Christopher Robin back to hand either.
I'm not sure there's a solution to this problem right now. Elsa can only deal 2 damage to the Christopher Robin. So even if we move the damage over to the Christopher Robin, challenge that to take it off the board, Olaf is still going to survive. But we're going to play through the sequence anyway. We'll take out the Christopher Robin, but I think Olaf is just about to win. Round 5 for Luca Paglia there. My goodness, what a fun match.
That was fun. I don't think I've ever seen an Olaf win a game like that.
We've seen some fun ones today, just like a character you would never imagine to close a game, being able to close a game. I always think back to when James Fungus Grey was able to win a DLC with a Tipo growing sun.
Exactly. That was such a phenomenal moment. So who knows? Maybe Olaf today will be that game-winning glimmer.
And that's one of the things I love about Disney Lorcana is these stories that play out in the matches. How many times can you say an Olaf stared down a Demona and lived to tell the tale?
Not that often, Charlie. I I love that.
And even Elsa couldn't deal with him.
No, even Elsa could not deal with Olaf. Oh, Olaf was just giving too many warm hugs here.
My goodness. So I think we're going to go to a little break just to recover from that. And then we'll join you very, very soon for round number 6. And hello, everybody. We're joining here round number 6 of the DLC San Paulo, and a very familiar face there on stream, Zan Syed. And we have another familiar face, or a familiar voice. Missy Enchanted Melissa is here with me in the booth.
Hello, Charlie. Happy to be here.
Yeah, our first time watching a game, casting a game together today, right?
Absolutely. And I am very honored and excited. And look, we also get to kind of semi-pseudo cast with Mateus.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I was just saying to Melissa that I heard Mateus was going to be casting this one, but he was also messaging me on the side. So he did make it into the booth in time, which is great to see. And yes, is going to be casting this one.
How fun. And, obviously Mateus is no stranger to Zan Syed as well, as of course, we all have seen him at quite a few Disney Lorcana challenges in his time, of course. And as a reminder on some of his accolades, he was the champion over at Disney Lorcana Challenge in Las Vegas in season 1. And more recently, the champion of Disney Lorcana Challenge Ghent, which to date is the highest amount of competitors in a Disney Lorcana Challenge.
Yeah, Zan has quite the list of accolades, and we do have it on good authority. He's going to be on his dogs list today, the deck that did win him Ghent. A slightly modified version. This deck is going to look very similar to a lot of dogs decks, but it is a version that's running the Tramp Dapper Rascal. Zan actually said at Ghent he intended to play this card in his deck list. He ran out of time in the morning because he tells a story. I think it was like right before they had to submit the deck lists. He just had to submit something, so he didn't submit exactly the deck list he wanted to submit. Still managed to win the largest DLC event so far, but I believe this is the sim list, or a very similar list to what he took to Taipei.
That's great to hear. And obviously, for the most part, there's, some wiggle room with the typical dog step. So for the most part, we are going to see very familiar characters being played here, as well as potentially some familiar actions and a few items. Now, just want to check with the audience, making sure we're being streamed here.
Believe everything's good, and we're about to go into this match, which is going to be a lot of fun to watch, I'm sure, and great sportsmanship there between these players. And my goodness, it's going to be a mirror match.
Oh boy, we are in for some fun, which means maybe one of two things. This will either be a very fast match or a very long one, because in true Zan Syed fashion, or typically what we see of professionals who play, as we call the dogs deck, once one of your opponent or the opponent finds an under the sea, it's usually not a really good thing for the other side. So I guess we will tune in and see how we're going. And as Zan plays a Grandmother Willow, and of course her ability is going to allow Zan to play a next character for one less.
Yeah, and to that point, Melissa, a lot of dogs players, or a lot of people thinking about playing dogs, often say one of the things stopping them playing dogs is how little control you have in the mirror match. Sometimes it's often just the player that finds the under the sea first, and there's a running joke in the community, like how much law is the game going to get to before one of the players scoops, because oftentimes that law is enough to just that one under the sea is enough to just shut the opponent out of the game. So we'll see here Zan Syed having a pretty picture perfect start, the one cost character into the Grandmother Willow, into a tramp discounted by Lady and by the Grandmother Willow, so setting up a lot of characters on board, going nice and wide to hopefully be able to set up a future turn where they're able to do that under the sea.
Yep, absolutely. And then of course Robert doing the same, finding his Grandmother Willow as well, and then playing that additional lady onto the board. So both players, it seems, finding what they're looking for, as we see Zan ink a Nani, and right on schedule, playing that Tramp Street Smart Dog. He's going to go ahead and search his deck for 5 characters, and then discard just as many. Or excuse me, cards, not characters.
Yeah, so we'll be drawing 4, so that's 1 for every other character, not counting Tramp themselves.
Not counting Tramp.
one of the interesting things in this position is, yes, Zan could look to get the Under the Sea, but because they're playing against a fellow Emerald deck, if Robert has something like the Ursula Deceiver in hand, then are able to remove the Under the Sea. So Zan here may be looking for another Tramp Street Smart Dog, having the Tramp set up as your singer, and then on subsequent turn, finding the Under the Sea to be able to deal with his opponent's board.
Yep, and it looks like Zan is in a very, trying to decide, I guess, what to do here.
Yeah, he doesn't look super comfortable from this position. I think one of the things he has to watch out for is Robert could shift one of those ladies now and then would have Singer 8 on board to be able to sing Under the Sea of their own.
All right, I guess we're going to find out.
Oh my
there
goodness,
it
there
is.
we go.
You called it.
That is pretty tough for Zan right now. And beyond that, I'm just a little bit awestruck seeing the Circle of Life there go into Robert's deck. So not playing a traditional version of dogs, it would seem, playing something a little bit spicier. Circle of Dogs, I think, called lovingly in the community. But yeah, Zan not looking like a happy bunny right now.
Yeah, and so with that Circle of Life, it makes me wonder, is he playing perhaps that 8-cost Prince Philip, as he could go ahead and cheat that out rather quickly, although Robert's still in a very good board state right now with 4 characters on the board.
Yeah, I do.
Oh, and another shift.
Wow, that's going to be tricky because, yeah, one of the ways that you can kind of secure the matchup in these mirror matches is with the Under the Sea. Zan is a long way from being able to sing Under the Sea, and even if he is able to set that up, needs to shrink down now 2 ladies in order to get the job done. So this is going to be an uphill struggle for our Ghent DLC winner here, I think.
Absolutely, and it seems that the lore is not updating on Robert's part. Oh, there we go, as I speak.
Ask and you shall receive.
All right, so Robert at 5 lore, Zan yet to score. You could tell on his face, Zan's just trying to figure out, should I even bother? And we're going to go ahead and ping 1 damage on Grandmother Willow with our Lilo Escape Artist, and we're going to pass. Charlie, I don't know what solutions Zan is looking for. I'm quite surprised he has not scooped just yet. So he must know something we don't in terms of, does he have, an ace in the pocket for whatever he can to answer Robert's board right now?
Yeah, he's in a really tricky spot because even on his last turn, had to ink and then pass, so wasn't even able to set up a character. I think putting the 1 damage on the Grandmother Willow for a future turn, very smart. But yeah, Robert's board looking pretty formidable right now, and then playing out a card we barely ever see over there. Jumba Jakimba. I will be honest, I cannot even remember what the effect is. I believe you get less. Okay, it's 1 less for every character you have in play, I believe. So able to get out this pretty big body. That's going to be another obstacle for Zan to overcome. And we even saw there Robert, just as a little bit of extra security, playing the Ursula, making sure Under the Sea is not going to be sung. Very characteristic for Ursula.
Very much. And just to go back to that Jumba Jukiba, for each character you have in play, you pay 1 less to play this character. So you were correct. And whenever this character quests, you may remove all damage from a chosen character.
Well, there you go.
Here
that's just
are.
Gravy, I think. That second ability,
Yeah.
The first ability just enabling you, especially in a deck like Dogs that wants to go wide. But but going into this match, I don't think I was expecting Zan to drop that first game, especially on the play. But Robert there just showing sometimes it really is the player that draws into the Under the Sea first. And not to take anything away from Robert, I think they also played that expertly, making sure they were in that position where once they got to that turn, they could shift the lady and then had Singer 8 on board to be able to deal with Zan's board. But you could see there from Zan's facial expression, just not happy about the way that game went, but still has 2 more games to try and turn this around.
Yeah, and as we know, this could, of course, flip. We have, seen some folks on game 1 lose and then come back and win both. And the possibility can be so for Robert to then go ahead and 2-0. But now I'm wondering if Zan had a feeling or understanding of potentially what Robert was playing and was maybe hoping Robert would brick with some high cost characters that are not typically in a Amber Emerald Dogs deck, if you will.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm wondering if that kind of factored into the way he played that game, because I'm not even sure how different Robert's version of the deck is from a traditional Dogs deck, but it's obviously when you're coming up to these strategies that are maybe not traditional, it definitely can play mind games with your opponent.
Mm-hmm. But maybe not Zan Said, right? There's a
maybe
reason
not
he's
Zan
in
Said.
position, right?
If anyone came prepared, it was Zan Sayed, that's for sure. But it seems like Robert also done their homework as well, played incredibly, incredibly well. And not many people can say that they took a win off someone as great a player as Zan Sayed.
I would say so. But here we are, altering our hands. Looks like Zan has already decided, or maybe not. Robert taking a good look at his. Very calm, cool, collected players here. You can definitely tell we've played a game of Lorcana or two.
Yeah, and it's worth saying actually that the format for DLC San Paulo is actually what we've seen in other DLCs. We're actually going to cut to top, or we're going to have a cut after round 8. So all players that have a record of 18 points are then going to continue on for 4 more rounds of Swiss before we cut to top. So both of these players now, whoever wins this is guaranteed for that initial cut, will be definitely playing on beyond that. So a lot on the line, but still 2 more rounds as well to play for. And both players currently undefeated, and we can certainly see why in the way these games are going so far.
So great days for them so far, as you were saying. But whoever the spoils go to in this match, I'm sure we will more than likely, based on statistics and math here, see them next on tomorrow.
I would hope so. There aren't going to be that many people with records as good as these two. So we're going to pass over to Robert now, starting with a Lilo in the Inkwell and then playing down Lady. Zan may be sweating a little bit seeing that Lady, knowing how much of an impact she had in the first game with that shift that Robert was able to achieve.
Yep, and we have Bobby Zimiruski out on Zan Sayed's side. So Bobby allows you to draw from your deck and then choose and discard a card from your hand. And it looks like we discarded that Finnick, which is able to send a opposing character back to their player's hand should you pay an additional 2 cost. So not really helpful in this situation right now for Finnick, so that makes sense to send them back for the moment.
Yeah, I think you're not really gaining too much tempo by paying 2 to bounce back a Lady. Sometimes it can make a difference disrupting the ability to sing, for sure. But I think the priority right now is just really building up the board. And we can see Zan following up his 1-cost Bobby, or his turn 1 Bobby, with a Grandmother Willow, and then another Bobby Zimiruski Spray Cheese Kid there to continue filtering through the deck, hopefully find those answers.
Yeah, and actually what this tells me, although a really good mechanic to filter through your deck with Bobby, probably not the characters he wants to see right now, especially since we already have a Lady established on Robert's side. We do have Grandmother Willow to help us in terms of reducing the cost of our next few characters. But right now, that shift alongside perhaps a Nani on Robert's part will definitely get him to an Under the Sea singing ability a lot faster for Robert. So time will tell what else we got in Zan's hands after he filtered twice with these 2 Bobbies.
For sure. Neither one of those Bobbies putting a Lilo Escape Artist into the discard, which is oftentimes the thing you want to kind of be setting up there.
Ooh.
So
as a Mowgli just took the Under the Sea.
So not necessarily a threat right now. Maybe Robert would have preferred to play something else on that turn, but that's one less Under the Sea to worry about. We do know, we've seen Zan's deck list, that he is playing 4 copies of Under the Sea, very much expecting the Dogs matchup and is teched for it. But right now is going to play the Nani and gets another Lady.
Okay, so we're certainly seeing a board established here for Zan. Feeling a little better, I'm sure, with his 4 versus 2 characters. And I agree with you, the fact that Robert had to play the Mowgli, probably not what he wanted to play, but more so out of necessity. We do see he had the option to potentially play that Lilo escape artist, but typically we see that character go and filter into the discard for an easier play once we see that shifted lady, Miss Park Avenue.
Yep. And it's interesting, Zan actually deciding, a lot of times dog players will kind of keep their characters upright until they're able to establish one of their kind of advantage engines, either through something like the Chromacon or to set up the Tramp Street Smart Dog. But Zan actually kind of looking at his opponent's board, seeing what's down there and deciding, going to go for a quest, going to put on some law pressure. And I think it's very sensible because Robert is not going to be challenging anytime soon.
I agree with you. And, speaking of Robert, he did ink, funny enough, a tramp that we normally don't see, but actually Zan did tech into his Ghent list. I'll be curious to see if he brings that back as well. It is a shift 4, 6 cost inkable 2/8 character, which quests for 2 lore. And during an opponent's turn, whenever one of your characters is banished, you may draw a card. So I remember listening to him talk about how well that card did for him. So not surprising to see it on Robert's side.
Yeah, and I believe Zan was saying that it's a very good card into Amethyst Steel, which is a very popular deck. The 8 willpower is particularly tricky for Amethyst Steel to deal with, but also when they banish your characters, you also get to draw a card. Combined with something like the Chromacon, it's just so much advantage on your side.
Charlie, I'm already thinking ahead to the next set, and with that new Dale, that Amber Dale, oh my gosh, could you imagine an 8/8 character?
My goodness. So, okay, I was going to say Zan just taking a moment to think, but no, he did pass over to Robert. So Robert does have a lady in hand, and is that an Under the Sea in hand? It may well be. So we might see a repeat of game number 1, shift the lady, sing Under the Sea, which is not going to have as big of an impact. Maybe Zan has chosen to play around that potential Under the Sea a little bit here, and only 3 characters would go, and then we would be able to use Nanny and our own lady to do some challenging on the way back. So not going to get as much value out of it this time around.
Yeah, so obviously, if he does go ahead, shift, sing, we'll see the 3 middle characters, the 2 Bobbies, the Grandmother Willow, go under his deck, Zanzek. And then would you go ahead and assume he would trade lady to lady, if assuming the shift occurs?
I would imagine that you'd want to get off that potential singer, especially with Circle of Life in the deck as well. But instead, actually didn't do any of that. Played the Tramp Street Smart Dog. So getting to get 3 cards deeper into the deck. And by the fact 2 of these Circle of Lives are going into the discard and they hit the discard in game number 1 as well, I am thinking that it's probably a card less good in a matchup like this in the mirror match and more maybe reserved for other matchups.
Yeah, I could certainly see that. This seems like Robert really wants to be as low to the ground as possible, utilize any of his characters that could kind of cheat away some ink and get the proper cards, just like this Tramp Street Smart Dog, to filter through his deck and see, if he is going to be able to find an Under the Sea.
Yeah, so...
As we did. Wow, so he did have it.
He did, yeah, and I think he had it on the previous turn, so actually quite a big punish there. And yeah, okay, so there we go, we're scooping and going to game number 3. So yeah, just by not choosing to do it on that particular turn, for whatever reason, then Zan was able to play a card, Mowgli, to remove it, was able to remove Robert's entire board, and that was enough for them to say, let's go on to game number 3, where Robert will be on the play, which is always a huge advantage.
And so now with Robert going back on the play here for the final game, Charlie, what is it that, Robert is hoping to see in terms of a start for him, knowing that there's a bit of a slight differentiation between these 2 decks?
Yeah, I mean, probably it's going to be the traditional line. So playing your 1-cost character, your Willow on 2, and then another 1-cost character. As we saw, there's kind of 2 potential routes for that. You can then play your Tramp Street Smart Dog on turn 3, which is a huge body that lets you filter through your deck. Or you can do like Robert did and even play your Lady Miss Park Avenue there as well. She might not be getting anything back from your discard at that point, unless you've been able to play a Bobby, but does enable you to then sing Under the Sea. And as we saw in game number 1, that can just completely lock your opponent out of the game.
Yeah, and I find that with these type of, as we say, dogs decks, knowing that most of the cards are pretty straightforward, you would imagine that both of them really know what to look for, what's probably going to come in response. So it really is just going to come down to who gets things first, as you mentioned earlier, around game 1. Whoever finds that Under the Sea, or perhaps maybe there is some other response that we haven't seen on Robert's side that deviates from what we are familiar with these Amber Emerald decks.
Okay, and someone actually just shared in chat that Robert is the owner of World Class Cards. So,
yes.
Yeah, I did not know that. That's really interesting. So, Zan, previous alumni of World Class Cards, if I'm not mistaken. So, these are two players who know each other exceedingly well.
Absolutely. So, and that just adds to, of course, this sportsmanlike behavior, and of course, they absolutely respect each other in this discipline. And so, really great to see, colleagues being able to take this time to share this match with each other. Obviously they didn't choose this, but it's always interesting to see people who know each other. And I'm sure when he was on World Class Cards, he's very familiar with Zan's play style.
Yeah, sometimes the fates align and we get to see these dream matchups. I mean, friends versus friends, sometimes it can be heartbreaking, but at the same time, having that shared history and being able to play it out in a game of Disney Lorcana is just incredible to watch.
Mm-hmm. Now, I'm not really sure what's going on, if we're just reflecting, or it looks like maybe they were told to pause on their game.
Yeah, I'm also not sure, but yeah, it gives them an opportunity to think, how can I win this one? How can I guarantee that I'm gonna make it into the top 9? We say day 2 oftentimes, but in Brazil we're doing round 9 at the end of the of day 1, just to save a little bit of time. And right. There we go, we're ready to go. And yeah, it's really wonderful seeing the camaraderie here between these two players.
Certainly appreciate the respect they have, and clearly both of these players have been doing very well today. Obviously they would both want to see, I'm sure, a win, whoever's rooting for them on either side. This will more than likely result in a 2-1 match, but so far these two players have been doing really well.
Yeah, so it looked like Zan putting 3 cards back there in the altar, and I think Robert may have done 5 in the altar. So Zan may be having a better hand to begin with. We'll see how they end up after sending some cards back. And Robert's hand looking a little bit clunky. I did see Under the Sea in there already. I did see the Emerald Chromacon in the hand already, which is, I think, not a card that's particularly useful in this matchup. Oh my goodness, so Stitch Carefree Surfer, that's probably one of the many targets for the Circle of Life in this deck.
Oof, this will be interesting to see what else unfolds on Robert's side. I can certainly see, like 2 stories, a tale of 2 stories with this deck of his.
Yeah, I'm seeing the Lady Street Smart Dog, the Lady Miss Park Avenue in the hand there, so that's an Uninkable. We have the Uninkable Under the Sea. I'm wondering what else is there. Okay, straight away we're going to ink. Interesting. We're going to ink the Tramp, and then almost quested, but deciding against it. I think you want to preserve those characters. Even though Bobby's not particularly threatening, if Zan was able to play his own Tramp, then I can certainly beef it up.
Yes. And that's probably what he's like, wait a minute, he could do the same thing. So we're going to save Bobby. Bobby. That's
one of the things with the mirror match. You know you can anticipate what your opponent's lines are going to be. It makes it even more skill intensive.
Zan giving a good thought here. So we see Ursula Deceiver, and we do find an Under the Sea.
Okay, so neither player being able to do the Grandmother Willow on turn 2, which is what this deck often wants to do, but My goodness. Okay, so Robert looking at the top 4 cards in his deck and can put a character 2 or less into their hand. I did see that the Tramp Street Smart Dog was one of the characters that went to the bottom of the deck. You don't want to see that for sure.
And I did believe he just inked that as well. So now he's down to 2?
I believe it was actually Zan who inked the Tramp Street Smart Dog.
Okay.
Yeah, so Zan's probably got an embarrassment of riches right now. Too many Tramp Street Smart Dogs in hand if he's willing to ink one of those away.
And we did see that from Nani's ability, Robert was able to pull a Mowgli. So I'm curious if he's going to go ahead and play and say, you know what, you took mine, I'm going to take yours. But no, we're going to play yet another Nani stage manager.
Yeah,
and find a Bobby.
And very interestingly on Zan's side, that was a player lady pass, so not the ideal turn 3 there. Would definitely like to be able to ink something. You don't need too much ink in a deck like this, but you may well want to ink something, but not able to. So that might explain why Zan was forced to ink the Tramp Street Smart Dog on turn number 1 or turn number 2. And it's going to pass back over to Zan. So let's see what they're able to do here. Robert does have all of his singers set up on board.
Oof. Okay.
Ooh, okay. So yeah, so Zan taking a page out of Robert's playbook from the first game and using the lady shift there to sing Under the Sea. Clear out some of Robert's board, but Robert insulated a little bit from that with the nannies. And then can also use those to deal with Zan's board, now making it a lot smaller.
And all of a sudden, somehow, some way, Robert still has more characters than Zan. The nannies are able to clear away some of the smaller willpower characters on Zan's side. And there is our Grandmother Willow, first one of this game.
Yeah, finally arriving to do what she does best. And probably a good thing that Robert didn't play the Grandmother Willow up until this point, because otherwise she would have been sent to the bottom of the deck with Under the Sea. So at least protecting from that and then allowing you to use that ability on subsequent turns. It's worth noting that Zan still does have Singer 8 on board, so could sing into the Under the Sea. It's unlikely, but it is possible.
You know, with the inclusion of this Nani here, has really helped these Amber Emerald dog decks just filter just a bit more. And her 3/3 stats really do help as well in terms of clearing some smaller characters. So obviously why we've seen quite a lot of Nanis come down on this board for either side.
Yeah, such a powerful card from Winterspell. The main upgrades this deck got with Winterspell were, of course, Grandmother Willow. Just an incredible card that allows you to get so much advantage from the ink reducing ability. And then, yeah, Nani, just allowing you to find those characters. One of the issues with dogs in the past was that it would sometimes run out of steam if you weren't able to draw into the right sequence of cards. But Nani always makes sure you've got resources to play with. And then Robert there playing a Lady Miss Park Avenue with the discount, and then also another Bobby. And it'll be interesting to see if we're going to take the quest here with Nani.
I'm just now realizing, once again, I think the score didn't update from the last time, because I do believe Robert quested with Nani last turn.
Yeah, I think you may be right. Because Zan then challenged him with his lady.
So at minimum, Robert should be at 3 lore right now. Okay, so we got him at 2.
Interesting. Maybe we missed something?
Okay. We'll see if that updates. I could have sworn I saw Nani quest last turn.
I thought she was exerted as well. But okay, so Zan is going to pay 1 for Bobby. Again, just looking through the deck. There we go. You love to see the Lilo go into the discard, because that's something that can be played back later.
It's amazing how immediate she goes into the discard. Like, yes, that's exactly what I want.
Yeah. Might as well take the easy decision straight away. Don't waste any brain power.
Exactly.
So you can see here that I love watching the back and forth between these players. I'm sure it's not trash talk, but they each know these decks so well. They know what needs to be done, what each other's looking for, and I think neither player in kind of the perfect position they'd like to be. But the fact that we saw Under the Sea and we didn't scoop the game then and there shows that it wasn't the most impactful Under the Sea that we've ever seen.
Yeah, and I agree. I was just about to say the same thing. You could tell that they're kind of joking with each other, like, we're finding cards, but it's not necessarily cards that are elevating and moving us forward.
It's not.
However, that is a pretty good card to shift into as we think about what cards to pull. Of course, Lilo being a great option, but it looks like we're gonna select that potentially as we change things around.
So we're gonna get the
All right,
Ursula. The Ursula's smart, so even though right now Zan has a lot of high strength characters, I mean comparatively high strength, this is a dog's deck, so they would normally be safe from an Under the Sea, but with songs like Della's Moon Lullaby, with Rhino 1/16th Wolf, I want to say. Did that nanny just come out of the discard?
Uh-huh. It sure did.
There we go.
There we go.
We caught that. I was going to say, like, she's doing a good impression of her sister Lilo there.
Sure was.
This is so interesting. This is not something we often see in these matchups. It's challenging. It's usually determined by the Under the Seas, but Robert actually being able to get a lot of tempo there with some very, very good trades dealing with the lady there and also the other characters on board. And now we're left with two Lilos and two ladies on the board, which are putting a lot of law pressure on Zan.
Yeah, I'm sure typically, obviously, not what they were, thinking of doing. It's either, especially in a non-mirror match, you're going to see dogs technically be a bit more on the aggressive side. So just to kind of see them play to, different strategies against the, somewhat mirror match here in going ahead and challenging, it is obviously necessary, but it kind of elongates what both these players are trying to do with these decks.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's why they're in this position as well. They know when they need to flex. They know when they need to be the beatdown. They know when they need to go into the control route. And that's an Yzma in hand.
That's an Yzma, yeah. Robert just giving us all of these treats today. He is certainly having us practice our muscle memory here with some of these characters. And I do believe that was Yzma Exacerbated Schemer. When you play this character, you may draw a card, then choose and discard a card. So basically a 2-cost inkable version of Bobby Zimmerski, if you will.
Yes, and Robert, I mean, especially with his deck, which has the Circle of Life, that there's even more impetus to get your big characters into your discard. So Yzma is a card that can certainly facilitate that. Just more copies of Bobby Zimmerski, just slightly higher costed. And now Robert taking some time to think about what's going to go into the discard. So drew 3 and now has to discard 3. I really want to see a Circle of Life come down this game.
I wonder if he's tagged for more than 2, because was the Circle of Life this game that he put 2 in the discard or last game?
Very good question. I cannot remember.
Because now it's kind of like, there's a lot in that discard right now.
Yeah, I think it was the previous game, but I may be mistaken. I can't see it right now.
Yeah.
But I said when Kim and I were on the stream earlier, I love seeing players play with their enchanted cards. They're just so beautiful, so stunning. They get more and more beautiful every set, I've got to say. And yeah, getting to play with these cards, at the end of the day, these are cards to be played with. For some people prefer to collect.
It's all about the value, right? But, if he does manage to find a Circle of Life, there's certainly a potential candidate in the way of the Stitch Carefree Surfer, which is just right under the Lilo Escape Artist. So that would be not only a really good character to help potentially sing Under the Sea, but also help with more draw. Yeah,
absolutely. And it very much, Robert right now has run out of gas. Zan is looking like they're about to be in the driving seat here, more cards in hand and able to even increase their hand size thanks to this Lady Miss Park Avenue. So we'll see what happens here. One of the cards taken there was the Tramp, so when you play that Tramp, then you get to give a chosen character +1 strength for each other character in play. So right now with 4 characters in play, you could buff up even something like a lowly Ursula into a 5 strength character, which can deal with some of these threats on the board. or can be saved for later turns to deal with that tramp.
Yeah, I'd imagine that's potentially what he's gonna wait for. So we'll see if Robert, turns that tramp sideways, and then it'll kind of be somewhat of a clean buffing up of one of Zan's characters to then banish that tramp.
And so I'm not sure what the card is in Robert's hand right now. I don't know if you caught a glimpse of it, Melissa.
Well, hopefully we can see it now. But whatever it was, was
Okay.
it the Mowgli?
Wow, Mowgli into the inkwell super, super quickly there.
Whatever it is, it seems like it might be a higher cost character. So maybe that Jumbo once again.
I've got to give it to these players. After the speed of the first two games, I thought this one is going to be another quick one, but here is a real slugfest. Really a lot
Absolutely.
of skill expression here from both players, like figuring out the optimal lines. I think both of them working with maybe suboptimal hands and navigating those expertly to put on quite a clinic here.
Yes, and this basically just goes to show what years of practice and multiple games go to when you are not top decking the cards you want to see in terms of your tech. Obviously, there are other means in which you need to optimize your what you have in your hand. So, just great games going on from both of these players.
So we're going to play the Bobby. Zan's still looking for answers in their deck, it seems. Would love to see an Under the Sea, would be absolutely amazing, but sadly Nani did send one of those to the bottom. I believe there's one in the discard, so only two more in the deck, and Zan, I believe, is desperately trying to find them. Under the Sea would just close this game out, and let's see what Zan does. Another Bobby in hand, but we're going to ink the Bobby and play the Mowgli. We're going to find out what's in there.
Finally gonna see what it is. Oh, okay. So he
Ooh.
has a stitch in hand. So yeah, so based on his ink, he cannot play that stitch.
Yeah, so needs one more ink, if I'm not mistaken. It's a 7-cost character, the Stitch Carefree Surfer.
7 or 8.
I believe it's 7, and I think it was a very heads up play on Robert's part as well, not to quest that Lilo, which they could have. But now we do play the Stitch. Get to draw 2. But Zan's side of the board looking quite scary at the moment.
And you're right, he is a 7 cost, so he was able to find an inkable character, place it in the inkwell, and play that Stitch Carefree Surfer, and pass it back to Zan.
So Zan does have Singer 7 on board, a little bit more than Singer 7 on board, but would only hit 2 characters right now. It may be enough just to take back the tempo of this game. Let's see, these next few turns are going to be the most critical ones of this game, I believe.
To think that Zan is still in this game and hasn't even put a single lore on the board is just, that's what makes this game so great, right? You're never out until you are.
So can you explain what Zan is doing there right now on the board, Melissa?
So did he play the...
Sorry, I put you on the spot. He was doing something that we sometimes see players do, which is lining up his characters with the characters that Zan is planning to challenge. So just allowing you to kind of reduce some of the mental burden on yourself and actually like physically represent where those challenges are going on the board, making sure that the maths is mathing, make sure that if you do the challenges, you're going to be able to banish the characters. So it's something we see a lot from these pro players. It's just a great way to kind of make sure that everything is working out as you were intending. But that turn, like I said, may have been enough to just give Zan too much momentum going into these last few turns of this game.
And Robert, with an army of Lilos exerted, as he paid for all of them before the start of his turn. I do see a enchanted tramp in hand, and now we're just going to play a lady and pass. Interesting. So I don't know if he's played that tramp on Zan's side, but I'm curious why the Stitch did not quest.
Yeah, I wonder Robert maybe building up to something on a later turn, kind of identifying a line that maybe we're not seeing right now. But it is true that it could have been good to start removing some of Zan's ability to deal with the Lilos there. We could have taken out maybe a Nanny, but although Nanny has 2 damage on her, so would be banished as well in a challenge with the Lilo. So maybe kind of seeing that as well, doesn't want to let Zan get too much advantage out of his Nanny. But Stitch Carefree Surfer is a 4 strength 8 willpower, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, so
Correct.
it would take most of Zan's board, but you're right, with the Tramp in hand, could play that, buff up the strength of Nanny, and then it would be a very, very clean trade.
Okay. So clearly there's not an obvious play as Zan just kind of thinks through his lines here. Obviously there's no Under the Sea. That would probably be most optimal. Seeing all of those Lilos go under the bottom of Robert's deck, but that's clearly not what's happening here. It looks like he's debating whether he should quest with his own Lilo.
The facial expressions and the body language of both of these players, I think they're both like, what is this game that is happening right now? And yeah, Zan just figuring out the most optimal way to start getting rid of some of those Lilos, because that is representing 6 law on board, but it's going to have to swing a lot of their own board over that way in order to start removing them. But that's exactly what we're going to do. So 2 of our 1 strength characters into 1 of the Lilos.
And we're probably just going to rinse and repeat. Oh,
Oh
no.
my God.
Okay, so we're just going to minimize the amount of potential lore that Robert has for this turn.
Fascinating.
And again, these players know certainly a lot more strategy than we have. So, I'm sure Zan's obviously have, understanding of the turn clocks right now on Robert's side. And just thinking, okay, well, right now, I'm just gonna handle 1 Lilo.
Yeah, it's almost like a game of chicken, right? Because if Robert's able to top deck the Under the Sea, then that's going to be devastating for Zan. But Zan's saying, if you have it, you have it. But I'm not going to be taking out any more of your characters from this position.
Yeah, and body language is so important here. You're just seeing Zan just going, "What is this game?" To your point, it's kind of like something that obviously we're not seeing what we want to see at the top of our deck, and right now we're just kind of succumbing to that. Sometimes you have to have some luck on your draws here.
Yeah, so Robert questing with everything there. Finally, after a few turns of just sitting by and playing maybe a little bit more of a passive game, decided to go all in, quest with everything, and make Zan have the answer to it.
This unless that was the saving card, we'll see what Zan does here.
So I believe Robert's law total must be still incorrect.
Correct. Yeah. There it is. They just updated 15.
Okay, fantastic. So we have 7 characters on board when Zan played that Tramp. So he's going to get to go 7 cards deep into the deck. Are we going to find the Under the Sea?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh boy.
So no Under the Sea. Did pick up the Della's Moon Lullaby, so that could be potentially a card you hold on to. Play it to reduce the cost of the Stitch, draw a card, and hope beyond hope that card is Under the Sea, because I think that might be Zan's only way of staying in this game right now.
Yeah, and I'm sure Robert's just thinking, don't have it.
So it's a Rhino that Zan had in their hand this whole time.
Oh, wow, okay. You hate to see it, 7 cards deep and still no song.
Yeah, odds were in Zan's favor. So we know there's one Under the Sea in the discard. We know there's one on the bottom of the deck. But even so, you'd think that, digging that deep into the deck could be enough. So here we go. This is going to be a very dramatic moment.
Moment of truth.
Oh, interesting.
Wait,
so we're still alive.
wait.
We're still alive.
So you're saying there's a chance.
I love the showmanship here. So that means if Zan gets very, very lucky here, we could remove the entire board. We can use that to give the nanny -2 strength and do it that way. But it may be that Zan is actually considering doing some challenging.
I think he's trying to figure out who can sing Della's and then who could sing Under the Sea if he finds it.
There we go. I haven't seen that strategy before with lining up the characters. I've certainly seen the for challenging, but it looks like
Or it could be the challenging, yeah.
No, I think you're right, Melissa.
Yeah.
We're gonna sing the Della. Come on, this is so tense.
Here we go, moment of truth.
No, okay, so we didn't find
well.
Under the Sea. Robert had too much law on board. And there we go. So Robert secures that 18-point threshold. That means they're going on to day 2 / round 9 and above. Zan still in it, was had a perfect record going into this round, but really fascinating game. So exciting to watch that. I'm jealous of Matthias getting to see that in person. He was saying dogs was one of the matchups he was the most scared to talk about. He said it's one that he doesn't know super well, but I'm sure he did a great job over there.
I'm sure, and I will be excited to watch it, even if I do not fully understand Portuguese. But you know what? Great for him. Great opportunity, of course, to be able to cast this officially boots on ground. But let's go ahead and congratulate Robert on a great game, great match. And, you know, as you already stated, he is moving on with his points to day 2, but Zan is far from out of this. So thank you guys for watching this round 6.
We'll be right back.
It's an amethyst steel. Hello, Lumineers. We are back, and this is the start of round 7, and we actually are already on our way. Looks like our stream started just a tad delayed from the main stream. So here we have Larissa on Amethyst Steel and Josh on Amber Emerald, and I am joined, how rude of me, with Kim. Hey, Kim, welcome back.
Hello, thanks for having me again. The Enchanted Sisters are back at it again.
Absolutely. And so here we have quite a couple of, deck pairings that we have seen throughout the day. So funny enough, Mateus and I just finished, I'm sorry, Charlie and I just finished streaming, and technically Mateus also, the Dog's Mirror deck. And now yet another Amethyst Steel, which I do believe we have seen a few from earlier today. So what are your thoughts on this matchup, Kim?
I don't know what it is. Every time I've come to cast one of these games so far, I happen to be lucky and get Amethyst Steel to be shown. So, I manifested, I say it's my favorite deck, and that's what we're getting. But yeah, this is a pretty interesting matchup. You would think typically that Amethyst Steel would be pretty favored in this matchup, just because they have so many removal options, they can challenge. What do you feel? How do you feel about this matchup here, Misla?
It is going to obviously depend on what is in each of these players' hands, but I do agree with you. Either of these decks can do what it needs to secure the wins here. So basically, on the Amethyst Steel side, as you said, they've got a lot of removal. But on the downside of most of these characters that Larissa is playing, and we'll actually see, is that they have a very low strength amount. So Josh is just loving that fact and will potentially see a Under the Sea or two come into play, potentially, if he's able to go ahead and secure a board state. However, just as important, he does have that all important Emerald Chromacon, which is able to send back one of Larissa's characters, or any character for that matter, when one of his are banished and during his during the opposing player's turn.
Exactly. I was about to say that Chromacon has to keep Larissa in check because sure, she may banish a character, but that just means that one of her other characters are going to bounce back into her hand, and that can be pretty complicated. I know for me personally, when I come across that, my brain is just going in circles, being like, what do I even do in this situation?
Yeah, so certainly the strategy with a Chromacon typically is to establish a wide board. Basically, what you're going to want to do is potentially quest as much as you can and then reserve some of your more beefier characters to then challenge in, and then see what your opponent does with that Chromacon trigger, and then apply some more pressure by playing additional characters with your unused Inkwell. So right now, Josh is just establishing more of his board. He's utilizing Tramp's ability to add 2 strength to one of his characters to be able to take out one of Larissa's.
Right, because yeah, um, that lady has an ability that while you, oh, never mind, never mind. Different ladies. There's so many different dogs in this deck that is so easy to get them confused because there's another lady in the Amber Emerald deck where if you play multiple characters, that lady will gain strength.
Yes. And so I believe we turned it over to Larissa. Looks like she's kind of squinting at potentially we're deciding. I guess we're gonna quest. Okay, interesting. So we're not going to challenge into
Maybe
the
they're gonna play
lady.
a Tigger to bounce back the Captain Hook potentially.
Okay, so it looks like we have a black heron. I don't see what the other two are. Maybe Larissa's going to decide to challenge with the angel or utilize angel's second ability in terms of discarding to then cleanly remove the remainder of willpower that the exerted lady does have. Okay, so it looks like that's what we're doing. And now we're going to send back via Chromacon, the angel to Larissa's hand. And so it looks like she's playing correctly, right? We're taking care of some of Josh's characters, trying to avoid any overexerting of the board and then possibly wasting our turn. So she is playing this correctly. And then, of course, bringing Angel back. And now that she has not used the ability on this time, she's actually able to use the 2 damage ability once again.
Right. I'm curious, Melissa, though, why she chose not to quest before, just at the potential opportunity or the potential risk of that angel could have been quest or bounced back to hand.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's funny, as I'm giving her credit for not playing to the board, you're right. She probably should have been a bit more efficient in questing if she wasn't going to go ahead and challenge into the lady instead. So, really good call out there. Probably should have quested. And okay, so Nani finds a rhino.
I spot an under the sea in Josh's hand.
There sure is.
I'm sure we're gonna see that played sometime soon.
Yeah, but right now it's looking like potentially only that Captain Hook would be subject to it unless there is a potential Della's Moon Lullaby, and that would go ahead and decrease the strength of the angel currently on board. But I'm sure Josh would love to see that fire off soon.
It's tough to be in Larissa's position because the other thing too with Amethyst Steel is unless you tech for it, you don't typically have a lot of item removal either. We've seen some players so far today. I don't think we've seen any be played, but I have seen them in their hands play Benjas. But yeah, that is a tough position that this Chromacon is causing for Larissa.
Yeah. And so Josh is just going to continue to bully on that angel. I don't know if she quested this time around or what, but the strategy basically is if he continues to send back her highest cost character, that's really going to inundate Larissa in terms of being able to go wide on the board. So as you see, she's still at that 4 ink. So if she continues to play that angel, that's really restricting her. Instead, we're going to go ahead and play yet another 4 cost character in the form of Yzma. Now, Kim, tell us, what does this Yzma do?
This Yzma has an ability that you may exert her and draw up to 3 cards. Larissa currently has 3, so she may try to empty her hand next turn, to then utilize that ability, which could potentially help her flood the board. So to kind of just combat that Chromacon a little bit more.
Yeah, and I think that's going to hopefully, like you said, force her to start putting in some more into the inkwell to then be able to utilize that additional draw capability. And now we do have this all important tramp Street Smart Dog on Josh's side, which is a 7 cost character that now can sing together with either the Grandmother Willow or the Nani for and Under the Sea. However, of course, right now is probably not going to be the best time to do it, seeing as there is currently only 1 character in the form of Yzma, and of course, she is not eligible for Under the Sea in current state. So I'm curious, what is Larissa going to do? We certainly want to probably ink, play to the board, and then utilize Yzma's ability.
I haven't seen any Strengths of a Raging Fire yet being played by Larissa. I wonder if she's seen any yet, if it's currently in her hand. Possibly utilizing that this turn. Um, just to try to clear some of Josh's board here. Because if Josh keeps going the way he's going, he is just going to keep on progressing, and the dogs are going to get out of control here.
Yeah. And I'm glad that she does realize, and that she kind of did it with a chuckle. She's like, wait a minute, if I'm gonna, banish one of your characters here, let me not play to the board just yet. So we've got the Cheshire Cat. Oh, and a Pocahontas. Okay, so usually when I see this Pocahontas, I think a bit on the aggro side of things. However, seems a bit mid-rangey in terms of the characters we've already seen for Larissa. Okay, and we're gonna decrease Pocahontas's strength and also Cheshires with Rhino, and then there you go. We will effectively sing Under the Sea for both. Actually, let me see. Yeah, should be
Yeah,
both.
Under the Sea for both. The map is mapping here.
Yep. Yeah, so I guess Larissa wasn't sure. Maybe she missed the effect there for the Rhino trigger. But yep, so what better time to go ahead and, potentially stop that aggressive questing that Pocahontas could present for Larissa. All right, so we're sitting at 3 characters on Josh's side. We'll see how Larissa is able to respond, but the ever presence of this Emerald Chromacon is certainly spelling some trouble for Larissa, considering we have yet to see, or we don't even know, to your point, Kim, if she has item banishment.
Right. If she does, I'm sure she's hoping really badly that she draws into it, really hoping to see the Benja, because if Chromacon was not on the board, I'm sure Larissa would have been challenging left and right, clearing a bunch of Josh's characters, but that Chromacon, like I've been saying, just is keeping her in check and not really allowing her to have any characters stick to her board.
And Josh is just finding, all the right things. He went ahead and played that Lady Miss Park Avenue and brought back 2 characters from his discard. I did see that one of them was the Tramp Enterprising Dog. Didn't catch the second one. However, still more cards in Josh's hand to flood the board even more. And, Larissa with the 1 character in the form of Genie. Although he is evasive and a really great character, right now the board state's just not in Larissa's favor. Oh, but we did get a dock.
It is Dock o'clock here. Maybe she'll draw into the Strength of Raging Fire, but we are choosing to quest with the Genie, which feels pretty fair considering Genie is evasive, and I don't believe Josh is running any evasives in this deck, um, as far as we've seen so far, so it feels like a pretty safe quest.
And yet, what is arguably one of the best cards in the Amber Emerald Arsenal, this Nani Stage Manager that can filter through the top 3 cards of your deck for a character of 2 cost or less. And we're just going to flood the board with more ladies.
It's a very, very elegant side that Josh is running over here. So many ladies.
Very much. Now, let's see here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So obviously we are presenting game on Josh's side. So I don't believe we have as many outs visible at the current moment on Larissa's side. Kim, what if this was you? Because I know you love your Amethyst Steel. What are you thinking right now if this was you?
If it were me, I might just concede. I
Oh,
just
there
don't
you
see
go.
it out. And granted, I think that's what's going on right now. Larissa just sees the writing on the wall and is like, we're done. Uh, I'm sure too. I can see it on the players' faces that we are pretty deep into the day. We are on round 7, and I can just already see the exhaustion here.
As we get some smirks over to the camera here from Larissa. Oh, oh, that's
Oh.
funny. Yeah, so we are only, I think, 2 more rounds after this for day 1. So to your point, Kim, these are some very long days for anyone who may not have potentially been to a Disney Lorcana challenge. These can certainly test your endurance during these matches.
Definitely. Melissa and I have gone to these Disney Lorcana challenges together, and we'll meet in between rounds, as we get to the later parts of the day. We're like, girl, we're so tired, but we have to keep going.
Exactly. Yeah, we just gotta run on pixie dust, I guess, right? Sometimes we don't
Right.
even eat during these things.
Definitely. They can be pretty long, very time consuming, but like very, very much use of brain energy.
Yes.
So it's always I always commend the Illumineers that are playing through all these routes. Because I know sometimes I'm just like, I can't do it. It is so long.
Mhm.
And right off the bat, Larissa, they are altering their hands. Larissa, I imagine, is choosing to go on the play here. Um, I am sure she's looking for that nice 1, 2, 3 curve, probably looking for as much removal as possible and really prioritizing more
Ooh.
those glimmers with high strength over willpower.
And she just flexed and said, I'm good. I don't need to alter my hand. So give me your best, Josh. And I don't know about you, Kim, but when my opponent says I'm good and they're on the play, I'm gonna start thinking twice about, how I need to start playing my hand. So this will be interesting to see what Larissa's got. Hopefully she's got that 1, 2, 3 curve, just like you
Oh yeah,
said.
it is the biggest flex if you get to keep your whole hand. I can't even think of the last time I ever did that.
Interesting. Okay, so it looks like she did keep, but I understand sometimes you want to conserve some of these higher cost characters because they are inkable. So even though she won't be seeing Hades for quite some time, we went ahead and kept it for probably the secured ink ability of it.
Right, and I did see that Larissa drew into a Strength or Raging Fire, which I'm sure she must be so excited, especially if she has that 1, 2, 3 curve, can sing that Strength to remove one of Josh's characters later on, especially if you play something like a Grandmother Willow.
Yeah, and I'm actually glad to see that they do exist in her deck. So, really helping to potentially remove some of these characters that Josh may choose to keep upright so he can establish a long board himself to potentially be able to sing certain songs.
And I'm wondering too if Larissa is also just hoping, again, assuming that she maybe does run 1 or 2 benches in her deck, is hoping that she draws into those this game, especially if Josh, saw how successful that was last game and prioritizes playing that Chromacon this game.
Yep. And so, because we were able to play both the Grandmother Willow and the Tramp Enterprising Dog, we were able to give that lady enough strength to take out and banish that Olaf. Olaf's trigger, of course, not having any recipient. So, we resolve his trigger. And now we're back to Larissa. Nice. And we fire the cannons, the Grandmother Willow. Fire the cannon sometimes can get stuck in your hand, but it's always good when you can cleanly remove a character from your opponent's side of the board, especially one that can help cheat some characters down on the board a lot faster. Oh
And
no.
there is the Emerald Chromacon.
So what's the strategy here now going forward? We have a Pocahontas on Larissa's side, Kim. What do you want to see now typically on what appears to be her turn 4?
Her turn 4, it is a bummer that she wasn't able to play a 3 strength or a 3 cost character, being able to sing the strength that she has in her hand. Um, but she does decide to play the genie and then boost it. Maybe Larissa's trying to pivot to a more aggressive strategy, especially because she has that Pocahontas in play as well.
Yeah, these two cards certainly love to see each other on the board. Every time you boost this genie, he's able to quest for the amount of cards under his himself, I should say.
Yeah.
And then Pocahontas just loves to kind of do a bit of a copycat, right? When she chooses another opposing, excuse me, exerted character and take and quest for some additional lore that they have.
Right, and so pairing those two together, I imagine, is a really strong strategy to gain a lot of lore potentially in one turn, which could force Josh to be more the one to try to challenge Larissa instead of questing
Mhm,
himself.
mhm. And I think something that is of note as well, both of these characters on Larissa's side are 3 strength. So currently in their current state, not eligible for a Under the Sea, which is in Josh's hand. So unless paired with a hamster, excuse me, rhino, 1/16th wolf, or the Della Moon's Lullaby, these two characters will not be able to be sent underneath Larissa's deck. And we're boosting Genie once again.
And
We
Jeannie will quest for 3. And curious to see. And looks like she will quest with Pocahontas as well, gaining an additional 4 lore.
An additional three in addition to hers. Yes. So
Oh,
for
yes.
total four.
So,
Yep.
yeah.
Oh no, is she singing?
No, or
Did she hardcast that?
yeah,
Interesting.
I believe she hardcasted the song
Okay.
because she didn't play anything new and used the 3 ink in her inkwell to play Strength of Raging Fire.
Okay, an interesting thought process from Josh to send back that genie. Now, of course, I understand. Obviously, he's questing for quite a bunch, but that just threw some extra cards into Larissa's deck, and now she's able to see what she utilized to boost said genie. So, in theory, good for Josh that she's not questing for a bunch, but now good for Larissa because she's got quite a few cards in hand.
Yeah, and we see that Josh also plays Donald Duck, Perfect Gentleman. I absolutely adore this card because the artwork is it's just adorable. But that also gives the chance for Larissa to draw even more cards because Donald's ability allow me as at the start of your turn, each player may draw a card.
All right, and then Pocahontas choosing the Tramp Enterprising Dog as the target for the additional lore for Pocahontas's quest. Ooh, interesting. And we have a Sven rushing in to banish Tramp. And we're debating on what we're going to use. And okay, interesting. We're going to send back that Sven. Interesting thought here. Which one do you think would have been better suited to send back? The Pocahontas? Or do we think the Sven was correct here, Kim?
In my opinion, I think it would have been wiser to send Pocahontas back to hand, just because she has been slowly gaining a bunch of lore, and then Sven, because he has Rush, if he's played again, he's just gonna keep on challenging.
Yep, and there you go. So not only did we decrease Pocahontas's strength to 2 due to Rhino, we were able to then now banish her with our Donald Duck. So not so gentlemanly in terms of his action right now, but you know what? I'm sure Larissa still likes the fact that she can potentially draw off of him at the start of Josh's turn.
Right, and although Larissa does have many options with a full hand of cards here and could potentially flood her board, it might be just a little tough to catch up with Josh because he's also just continuing to build up his board as well. And because of the Chromacon, it just feels like anything Larissa tries to play potentially gets bounced back.
Yep. And you know what, Kim? Call me sentimental and nostalgic, but a good old grab your swords would just do the trick right about now.
100%.
But of course
Oh, go
not
ahead.
in core format. No, no, I'm just being silly. You go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, going back to that Sven, which we know that she has in hand, that is so interesting because
Ooh.
it's not in every Amethyst Steel deck. It feels very tech, and it might be something specifically tech for this matchup.
I would agree, but I'm also curious because I do believe the Sven is still in her hand, right?
Yes.
Why he didn't come out to banish the Donald Duck unless she preferred the draw from him. Typically, even though it's benefiting you, it's obviously benefiting your opponent just as much. And with this board state that Josh has right now, I don't know that I would have let Donald here stay on the board essentially, as Josh goes ahead and quests with all of his dry characters, and this is a pretty uphill battle, Kim. So you know being an Amethyst Steel player, we've got 2 characters on the board. These 2 characters represent some sort of aggressive strategies, of course, but when you've got your opponent with such a wide board, what are we thinking here from a player perspective?
Right. And a player perspective, like you said, it's such an uphill battle. Yes, you can potentially quest for a lot, but especially with Larissa not being that much more ahead than Josh, just being ahead by 1 lore currently, and Josh's board being so wide, I think you really have to hone in and decide, hey, I need to start challenging and removing glimmers on Josh's side because otherwise this is going to get way too out of hand.
Yeah, so right now, if Genie were to quest and then Pocahontas, we would.
Gained 7 overall.
And then what do we got on Josh's side? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay.
So it could be actually not a bad idea to go a lot more aggressive requesting, seeing that now Larissa has expanded her board a lot more.
Okay.
And if
This
she
is
is questing for 7, then if at least three of those glimmers stick, I think that is game for her.
Yep. Okay. So the aggressive strategy paying off here in addition to going wide on the board. And I don't believe an Under the Sea would help so much. So now Josh on his turn will have to decide based off of what he gets from the top of his deck as well as what's in his hand, what's going to be the best strategy for him to see if he can at least take this.
Right, because like you said,
Maybe.
an Under the Sea would just not help unless he just drew into so many rhinos and Delamoons to be able to reduce the strength on all these characters. I think Under the Sea at the moment would only remove the Captain Hook.
Now, I didn't notice it unless you did. Josh did draw for the Donald trigger. I don't know that I saw Larissa.
Yeah, I'm not sure either, but it is a May ability.
It is a May ability, but just for the audience, we do always want to make sure that our opponent is aware of that trigger. So, seeing that Josh did go ahead and draw 2, we always want to make sure that our opponent is fully aware of that ability, even though you are right, it is a May. And Josh just trying to decide.
Right, because unfortunately Josh does not present enough lore currently on his board state to be able to quest out for win. So he is in a very tough position of figuring out how do I remove essentially everything from Larissa's side.
The problem becomes unless he finds an Under the Sea to answer at least the Captain Hook, which is unexerted, Larissa will still present game on board, it seems, even if we're able to take out the Pocahontas and the Genie. And it looks like Tramp is going to help him sift through quite a bunch of cards, 2, 4, 6, 8 cards.
Right, Larissa's face said it all. I don't know if you caught that,
No, I
the head
didn't. Yeah.
tilt of just like, oh my goodness, you are digging for some answers here, Josh.
Quite a lot of Ursulas there. Okay, so did he find it? That is the question. Oh, interesting.
I don't think he
Wait,
did because he is
he is still
continuously
searching.
digging. You know, Melissa, I've always wondered this. Have you ever witnessed someone accidentally decking themselves out trying to dig um with this trap card?
Not in person or on stream. I'm sure someone has accidentally done it. However, I'd imagine those who have played this are pretty mindful of that. So, we're gonna assess pretty much what we have here on our deck. It looks like he's nowhere near that. But never say never, especially with the amount of cards the
Oh
player
my
is able to
gosh.
draw.
And he plays a third tramp, street
Wow.
smart dog, still digging for an answer here.
I mean, play to your outs, and that's exactly what he's doing. But this is actually, if I could say, lack of a better term, pretty impressive to have not seen
Found
it.
it.
Yeah.
And I don't think he did, but just like you were saying in the last game, body language says a lot. And he did the hand to the forehead, and I think that just indicates I didn't find the answer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because even though, like I said, he can take these characters out. Oh, he did have
Oh,
it.
he did.
Okay. Look at him making a sweat over here with him. Okay, so good for him. So he was able to find it and then be able to take out the exerted characters on Larissa's side. So right now, unless Larissa already has a giant cobra in hand or finds it at the top of her deck, she will go to 19. Interesting that we're
Right.
still inking.
Well, she could be if she doesn't have it. I was about to
Oh,
say,
okay,
is
okay.
searching for it. So Doc, or I was imagining she was going to play a genie as well. Doesn't find
Oh.
it.
And there's the handshake and no Cobra to be found, but congratulations to Josh. I mean, you could see it on her face for sure. This was certainly a match for her. You know, sometimes you dig and you just can't find what you're looking for.
Definitely, but I'm very impressed with Larissa because you know, as we've been saying throughout this whole stream, is that, oh, Amethyst Steel is my favorite deck, but this is a brand new to me strategy. Is just going like super aggressive like this, and like having the Sven as a tech card. Even though we're towards the end of Winterspell meta, I'm like, okay, I got some notes for next time I go to League.
Yep. Yeah, but unfortunately, the dogs outbarked Larissa today. So congrats again to Josh. And that concludes round 7 for the stream. We'll be right back.
Yeah, very exciting. Did not realize Habibi was there this weekend, but yeah, that is a familiar face in the Disney Lorcana North American community. I had lots of jumping around, but it's okay. I'm sure we will time travel our way into the stream here. Right, which could be pretty exciting. I feel like we've seen a lot of amethyst steel, a lot of amber emerald, and a whole lot of sapphire amethyst. I think those are really the three decks I've seen so far today, unless you're remembering any others of it that I just can't. Oh wow, we have double different decks of the day. We have sapphire steel and sap and amber steel. Yes, of course. And I agree with you. I typically amber steel isn't as favored as much against this sapphire steel. However, like you said, Habibi is such such a wonderful amber steel player that you might know some special sauce on how to get around this. Right. And Charlie, you said too that amber steel is a deck you've been playing a lot recently. So if you were playing right now, what is the strategy? What are you trying to look for in these opening turns? Right. And we see Elias using the Grandmother Willow's ability to be able to play the Angel on turn three, discarding the dock to use her good aim ability here to remove the Captain Hook, pretty much removing all of Ricardo's board currently. Right. Double Angel here, creating a little bit of a stalemate. Right, and we're seeing the Ariel ethereal voice played, bringing the Amber Steel song back into the meta. Yes, I'm so glad it is becoming more meta relevant again and, bringing us back to the old days. Because I know, Charlie, too, you were also a big Amber Steel song player back before pre-Fabled meta. Right, so we kind of jumped around a bit. I believe the Angel sung he hurled his thunderbolt to remove the aerial ethereal voice. Mm. Right, and a very shiny, beautiful Goliath card at that too. And Ricardo here thinking, what am I gonna do next? Because I'm sure he might be thinking, do I remove the Goliath or do I just kind of play around the Goliath to also refill my hand? Right, and it's kind of tough of a board state here with the Rhino, not the Shift Rhino, unfortunately. So very vulnerable to the Tinkerbell. I will find that ability. Oh, a very shiny Lilo. And Ricardo here is just thinking about what do I challenge? Because also Tinkerbell does have the ability of when she challenges another character or banishes another character in a challenge, she may deal 2 additional damage to another opposing character. Right, and it does seem that both Illumineers here are playing around the Goliath, just constantly emptying their hand so that they can draw the 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just realized my mic might have been silenced. So Kim, there's been a lot of you talking to yourself, I'm afraid, for the last 5 minutes.
Oh
But don't worry, I didn't say anything interesting.
no. No, I think you're always interesting.
So what is Ricardo going to do here? You can see how quickly this Pete can really run away with the game. Now being able to look 2 cards deeper into the deck. If he survives another turn, then it'll be 3 cards deeper, and it just keeps going and going. So Elias will probably have to answer this Pete one way or another this turn to prevent Ricardo getting any more benefit from it.
Yeah, this Pete is very fitting for Winter Spell meta, where it just is constantly snowballing into getting better and better. And we see a aerial Sonic Warrior being played.
Yes, another card that's just so difficult for Amber Steel to deal with. So Ariel, every time you play a song, you can pay 2 ink to deal 3 damage to a chosen character. There's a lot of songs in Sapphire Steel that are going to cause a lot of problems for Elias, so we'll have to see if they're able to navigate that.
And especially if Ricardo has access to card. I mean, it just has to be any song, but I imagine like Strength of a Raging Fire, it's just gonna do so much more damage because of Sonic Warrior's additional ability.
Yep, exactly. And in addition to that, we've seen he held his Thunderbolt. These decks are also running Let It Go, so you could let it go on the Goliath, pay the extra 2, and then get rid of one of those other characters. So it's going to be putting a lot of pressure on the board if Elias isn't able to get that aerial off somehow. Grandmother Willow probably not the ideal play at this point. You really need to start now dealing with what's on the board and then pressuring toward the end game. So we do put 4 damage on the Pete there with He Held His Thunderbolt. We can finish it with either the Doc or the Angel. I'm guessing probably the Doc. And then...
I know, we're here with suspense. What's interesting as well is Ricardo's playing Sapphire Steel. However, it's not a build that I'm super familiar with. I feel like when we think of Sapphire Steel in this meta, it's typically allies or the princess build or, one that's termed Kiwis. So this feels very different.
Yeah, I think this is referred to as the Sonic Boom version, owing largely to the Aerial Sonic Warrior and the song package in this deck. It's kind of doing a similar thing to Amber Steel, whereas Amber Steel is leveraging those early singers. This version of Sapphire Steel is instead getting to those high ink values with the ramping, and then using songs as a way of controlling more toward the mid game.
Yes, definitely. But it looks like Elias here is just continually growing their board, getting wider and wider, making it a little bit more difficult for Ricardo to challenge back and, take control of this.
Yeah, for sure. So a little bit of discussion happening there at the side of the table. But yeah, if Elias wants to win this game, really their best shot is just going as wide as possible, putting as much law pressure as possible on the board, and hoping that Goliath survives, because that is giving them a huge advantage at the moment, just helping them get more and more cards into their hand. Hopefully going to try and find a dock, and then that will allow you, again, just to put more law pressure on the board. And one of the things I really love about this Goliath is that if your opponent chooses to answer, they lose the advantage first. You've already gained the advantage from the Goliath, so they have to make that tough decision. Do I stop drawing cards as well? Because as we can see, Ricardo doesn't have that many ways to draw cards for themselves at this moment.
Right, but however, if you leave the Goliath unanswered, and Elias just keeps on questing, that is 2 additional lore that he's gaining every turn.
Exactly, and it's telling as well that, Elias is exerting this Goliath. It could be challenged at any point, but it has just sat on the board turn after turn because Ricardo is acknowledging the advantage that they're also getting off this. So we're going to ink a strength to sing Okay, down in New Orleans. So we're going to look at the top 4 cards of our deck, or top 3 cards of our deck, sorry. And then we can play a 6 cost or less character for free, I believe. But with Ariel, we can now, pay 2, deal 2 damage to a character, 3 damage to a character, sorry. And it looks like we took out the Angel there with that, if I'm not mistaken. So once more, that Goliath lives to tell the tale.
Yeah, so Goliath is just going to continue drawing cards for both these Illumineers. And Elias here playing another aerial ethereal voice here. which Ariel could just be a potential, like another potential card draw engine here. What her ability of singing songs, if she has boost underneath her, she's able to draw a card.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Elias can actually get the advantage this time. Last time Ariel was banished before they had a chance, but it does look like there could be a song in their hand. Just taking a moment to think about it here. I feel there are always moments in a game when the tide can really turn, and this may well be that moment. But we do have 5 characters on board now, so Strength of Raging Fire would deal 5 damage, which would get rid of that Tinkerbell, which I think is probably the biggest threat to Elias's game right now. And that's exactly what we're going to do. So we're going to deal 5 damage to the Tinkerbell. We'll get to draw a card there from the Aerial because of that ability. And how is Elias going to follow this up? Okay, so we're going to Ink, Angel, and then... Okay, interesting. So using the Rhino to put 4 damage onto the Aerial Sonic Warrior there, and Aerial has -1 strength right now from the Rhino 1/16th Wolf. So really interesting play there.
All right, and that means no damage onto the Rhino because Rhino has resist too.
Exactly.
And I believe another that is the smaller Rhino that was played at the very side there. That's just being covered by the time.
Yep, exactly. So
Right, but all that to show though that Elias here is just increasingly growing their board, making it such a difficult feat for Ricardo to answer.
yeah, there was a moment where it looked like Elias might be out of the game when that Tinkerbell came down, but actually no, is showing how to navigate this, why Elias is the Amber Steel expert in the current metagame, has really done a lot to innovate on this deck, and great to see it kind of play out here against what is arguably one of his worst matchups.
Definitely. We've also, and noting too, that Grandmother Willow has been putting in so much work, coming in super early and still on the board here, allowing Elias to play a couple glimmers pretty early or for a cheaper cost.
Yeah, it's a card that we've seen a lot today across the different matchups. It's just such a powerful card, and yeah, doing a lot of work here for Elias. So on Ricardo's side, choosing to hardcast Strength of Raging Fire and then paying the extra with Ariel's ability to then remove the Rhino. No, my mistake, sorry. Remove the character that wasn't Rhino, and then we did into the
Ariel.
Yeah, there, exactly, thank you. And then we did Let It Go to get rid of the Rhino, passing back over to Elias, and that Goliath is just still there. Goliath and Grandmother Willow just staying in this game, and I wonder if it is just giving so much advantage to Ricardo as well that they're happy to draw those 2 cards at the end of each turn.
And you know what's crazy, Charlie, is that we have been going back and forth for so long now, it feels like, and both of them are still at pretty low lore totals. Ricardo only at 2 and Elias over here at 4.
Yeah, it's very, very true. I think both players just kind of trying to set up a board where they can really just turn everything sideways and put a lot of pressure, but it's very back and forth, players trading blows right now. But okay, so we're playing out the Steel Champion Pluto. So every time you play a Steel character, you can choose to banish an item, and also when one of your Steel characters, your other Steel characters, banish a character in a challenge, you gain 2 lore. So some nice synergy there, largely as a tech card into the Amber Emerald Dogs matchup, but does have some applicability into other matchups, and it is just a big body that can be tricky to get off the board too.
And now we're seeing what Ricardo will play next. Because these are such different decks, I'm definitely on the edge of my seat here being like, what is he going to play? What am I going to be surprised to see next?
Yeah, neither player really giving us a good look at their hand, so it's all a mystery to us. There we go, we got a little jump in time. It feels like a glitch in the Matrix, but we played a Vincenzo Santorini, put 3 damage onto the Pluto by the looks of it, and then passed over. So a nanny there. Elias quite quickly taking the Troubadour. Nanny, great in this matchup because it's a card that can help you find your docks, but sadly it was a bit of a miss there on Nanny's part.
Right. Regardless, though, she still found a 2-cost character, which Elias chose, and right away is playing the Troubadour. But I don't think
Ooh,
he wanted to look for the docks with Nani since he had the paradox situation happen.
oh my goodness. So Amber Steel doing a very good Amethyst Steel impression here with the docks used to then flood the board. So Elias has a very, very wide board right now, counting up their lore total to see if they're able to just do a big old quest. And Ricardo, right now, they have the ability to do the targeted damage with songs and aerial, but that can only get rid of a couple of characters. So we don't really have anything to do with a board this wide, and we know that I think 2 Tinkerbells are already in the discard pile.
Right. I was saying earlier in a game with Melissa, it's like at moments like these, you kind of wish Grab Your Swords was still in the meta.
Well, Kim, there is the mob song.
It is the mom song, but that feels very much like a tech card.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. So Elias is doing the reverse of what we saw Zansayed doing. So Zansayed was lining up their own characters against their opponents to know who they should challenge. In this case, Elias is lining up his opponent's cards to see who could potentially challenge his own.
Very interesting here. I don't know if I personally am like, do I want someone to touch my cards?
Yeah.
Especially as you know, I like to play with shiny cards.
I wonder if there's an element of mind gaming there as well, kind of trying to Jedi mind trick your opponent into doing specific lines of play.
Definitely. So 4D chest here.
So let's see what Ricardo can do, because this board wasn't looking that big a few moments ago, but now it is looking absolutely massive.
Right. And unfortunately, I don't believe Ricardo has any access to those like huge board wipes that we see in Amber decks with Raging Storm or Emerald decks with Under the Sea.
Yes, some Sapphire Steel will occasionally run something like Spooky Sight, which would get rid of a lot of characters on this board, but not sure if that's something that Ricardo's running. Ooh, but another aerial Sonic Warrior. So now 1 song, you can trigger 2 aerials and deal 3 damage twice. The question is, does Ricardo have a song in hand right now?
Oh, we see the
my
mob song.
goodness.
Charlie, tell us what the mob song does.
So the mob song allows you to deal 3 damage to up to 3 chosen characters, I believe. And then with our 2 aerials, we can
Let me confirm.
Thank you. And then with our 2 aerials, we can deal an additional 3 damage to 2 characters. And oh my goodness, what are the chances of that?
Yes. So confirmation here. It is a sing together song, sing together 10, deal 3 damage to up to 3 chosen characters and or locations. Wow. And that was the only card he had in hand. I wonder how long he's had that card, or if he drew into it just because of playing around Goliath.
I think he must have drawn into it that turn, because Ricardo was doing a good job of emptying their hand every single turn to be able to get the draws from the Goliath. So not only drew into the aerial Sonic Warrior, but also the mob song. And it's interesting seeing the body language of Elias. It looked like he was in an unbeatable position, held off the questing for an additional turn in order to kind of maximize what they could do, and then unfortunately was punished by it. Who could have predicted the mob song? But I suspect that won't be happening again. I think Elias is definitely going to be expecting that in future games, and it's something they'll have to respect.
Who could have predicted the mob song here being played in round 8 of DLC Brazil?
Yeah, I believe in the recent Mexico CCQ, it was a card that kept popping up as well. For whatever reason, I think there were a lot of Sapphire Steel players down there who were taking advantage of that. And yeah, interesting to see it here in this top 8. Not this top 8, sorry, this round 8 of the DLC São Paulo.
Right. And regardless, though, with the mob song and the aerials, that Goliath is still there.
Yeah, I can't even remember how many turns ago it came down, but it is just, yeah, giving each player 2 cards every single turn. I don't think a Goliath of mine has ever lived this long.
No, I don't think so either.
Okay, so another song. This is the value of this aerial. It can just put in so much work with that ability, just pinging the damage and removing those threats from the board.
Right, and I imagine we're going to see the Strength of a Raging Fire targeting the chief over there.
I believe it actually was used to take out the angel. So Ricardo has 3 characters, so it was able to deal the 3 damage to the angel, and then now we're just pinging our extra 3 damages across the board. But it's an interesting one in a deck like this, because Angel is almost like anti-synergy with your Goliath, because sometimes you want your Angel to kind of have that resist by having no cards in your hand, but then Goliath, of course, filling your hand at the end of every turn, so you can never really end a turn with your Angel having the resist on her.
Right. However, you don't necessarily mind it just because it's nice to be able to draw the cards. So if you want to use the good aim ability on Angel, you're kind of guaranteed to have a card to discard.
Yes, for sure. So what is Ricardo going to do here? Are we going to get rid of the chief, or are we just going to go for a quest of our own? The
We're in
suspense.
suspense. I'm on the edge of my seat here. Oh, we're gonna sing another song. We're gonna sing Beyond the Horizon. And it looks like Ricardo targeted just themselves.
Yeah, so chosen players discard their hands and then draw 3 cards, I believe, is the text on that, and it's a sing together 7. And finally, after so many turns, the Goliath has been vanquished, banished from the board using Angel's ability, using Ariel's ability.
We're still on the suspense here, wondering what is going on with the board state.
So we're putting 3 damage on the chief, and we can challenge into it with the Ariel if we would choose to, but we're not going to do that right now. So playing the Lilo from the discard. And I guess the computer down there in Sao Paulo is overheating with all of this amazing Lorcana action today.
You know, I thought about it more, and I'm sure Ricardo does not mind not seeing the Goliath anymore now that they were able to play the Beyond the Horizon and draw a bunch of cards.
Yes, for sure. It kind of it gives you the same advantage, and then now you can deny your opponent that advantage on their next turn. So another Troubadour found there from the Nanny. I'm sure again Elias would have loved to see the dock just to help be able to pressure the board. So we're going to quest for 2 there. Oh no, actually we're going to sing Beyond the Horizon. Interesting. And in this
Elias
instance,
saw the move, and I was like, I want to copy it.
yeah, and in this instance, targeting both players. So those cards that Ricardo just picked up in the discard, and they're getting 3 fresh new ones.
And interesting to see that a Goliath is in the discard on Ricardo's side. So if he wanted to, he could play it. He could have played one for himself as well.
Yes. So I do. So that Troubadour was the one, I believe, the Exerted one is the one that was taken off the Nanny. I'm not sure if I saw Elias pay ink to play that. I think maybe I'm mistaken.
Right, I know how the stream has been. It's like maybe we could have missed something.
Yeah, exactly. But use Strength of a Raging Fire there to get rid of that Jasmine. I think the aerials are the bigger threat, but that was the only character, I guess, that could be cleanly removed with it. And another Tinkerbell there. You do not want to be seeing that if you're Elias.
Right, especially because he's like, darn it, I have to get all these dice ready.
Yeah. And the crazy thing about this, Kim, is that we are halfway through the time for this round, and we are not even finished game 1.
Wow, time flies when you're playing Disney Lorcana.
It's been so interesting because we've seen so many rounds of dogs and decks like that have just been going very, very quickly. So when we actually have a slower pace, this mid-range battle between these 2 decks, you definitely feel the change of pace.
Right, and so I'm sure our Lumineers here are a little bit concerned about time, knowing, seeing that they're still pretty early into gaining any lore for both of them and still only being in game 1.
Yeah, absolutely. So Elias is just going to have to flood this board and start questing as much as they can. And hopefully at some point getting that aerial off the board. But we do get the Tinkerbell off the board. I think that was definitely an important move there. And then we're going to Zeus. Not Zeus, sorry. He held his Thunderbolt
That's his
there on the
Thunderbolt?
aerial. Finish off with the Nanny. Oh my goodness, okay. Turnabout is fair play. Elias has been able to clear all of Ricardo's board, has 5 characters in play.
Right, and is able to just continue on a quest safely here, knowing that Ricardo doesn't have any glimmers on their side of the board.
Hey Martin,
No.
thanks for joining us on Twitch. It's actually Kim with me right now. It's Kim and I for the last 2 rounds of today. But we're doing great and really happy and excited to see these two. The first time we're seeing either of these decks show up on stream today. And
Yes, it's been a bit of a nice cleanse of the Lorcana palette here.
yeah. And we're having a few technical issues on the stream coming from us from Sao Paulo, but we're making do with it. But I was laughing because I saw Elias's reaction when Ricardo played what I believe has to be the 4th Aerial Sonic Warrior of the game. It's just like, how many times do I have to banish this?
Right, he's like, the only aerials I want to see are the ones that I play.
Okay, oh my goodness. There were so many times where it looked like Elias was out of this, but pulled it back. Even when his opponent played 4 Aerial Sonic Warriors, I think 3 Tinkerbells, cards that are just so devastating in this matchup, was still able to stay in it. Takes game number 1, and we've got 28 minutes to get 1, maybe 2 more games in here. And you can see both players shuffling furiously.
Right, being like, okay, time is of the essence here. We need to make this go fast. We got to channel our inner aggro players here.
I'm not sure who was on the play in that game. Did you catch it?
I did not. I felt like it was hard to tell with the jumping around we were doing constantly in the beginning.
Yeah, I have a feeling it was Ricardo. So we may be seeing Ricardo on the play again here. And just correcting their cards. Some cards upside down at the moment. It is in the tournament rules, all cards must be the same way up in your deck just to prevent any unfair advantages. I'm sure neither of these players would take advantage of that. It's just something that happens in the course of play, but Ricardo taking the time to fix that.
Yes, but it happens. You know, I think everyone's been there where you have so many cards that go into discard and the inkwell, they get, exerted around that they end up upside down when you start to reshuffle your deck.
Happens to me all the time. Or there'll just be like one card that's upside down in your deck and you have to go all the way through to find it.
Yeah. Or like you just get paranoid that you're like, oh, maybe there's more cards like that.
We're still here, just waiting for the stream to catch up.
I know, I was looking here like, okay, I'm ready. Let's split these decks. Let's get going.
Let's waste
Once
no
again,
time.
these, right, because they are on very limited time here, going through almost half the time allotted in a round just to get through game one. So I'm sure both players are wanting as much time as possible to finish a game two and optimistically even a game three for Ricardo there.
Yeah, Elias definitely hoping this ends at game two for sure. So, okay, so Ricardo sending a full 7 back in the altar there.
Right. Now, Ricardo, would you try to go, do you think he sent them all back because he didn't see ramp, or do you think he's trying to go for a more 1-2-3 style curve, just because that's pretty similar to how Eliza's style of deck is playing?
Yeah, you've got to suspect as a Sapphire player that missed ramp, had to send it back, needs to get to that critical 4 and then 6 ink, because it's often called the 2-4-6 strategy in Sapphire Steel, where you play your ramp on turn 2, you play your Cinderella on turn 3, and then by turn 4 you can be playing at a 6 cost character. It's the like the fastest route for a deck like this. You could play something like your Goliath, but probably more optimistically something like your Tinkerbell or your Aerial Sonic Warrior, because we saw how much work both of those cards put in the previous game.
Right, and we saw Elias ink a Rhino Shift and play a Rhino Shift target, which indicates to me that he probably has the shift ready, a second one in his hand that he's probably going to shift onto turn 2.
Yeah, and that's actually a really great card in this matchup. So a lot of the removal in Ricardo's deck is going to rely on pinging damage. So the Rhino is mostly impervious to that. If they choose to remove it with something like Let It Go or Hades, then it's going to be giving Elias a bunch of ink as well. So it can actually be less of a downside in that situation.
Definitely here, and we are anxiously anticipating what Ricardo is going to play.
Still anxiously waiting.
Anxiously waiting. I'm sure by the time it jumps back, we're gonna have these full boards. We're gonna be like, what just happened here? How did Ricardo have, like 20 ink?
Do apologize for the lags here. But up until this point, both players were playing with so much vigor, going so quickly in order to try and get this done in the time limit available.
I know, I'm sure the computers over there just couldn't handle it. Something I'm curious about is if both of these players have just surprised their opponents a bunch with their deck choices, because it feels like the field has been primarily Amber Emerald, Amethyst Sapphire, Amethyst Steel. That there always is that element of surprise that is always to your benefit when you're playing, the quote unquote underdog deck.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll be back in 1 second and see if we can get the stream back. Just bear with us. Okay, sorry about that. So hopefully we're going to be back on here and everything working nicely and smoothly. And in that time jump that we saw, we do see a massive board on the side of Elias there. So really pushing on that strategy of going wide, being aggressive, and forcing Ricardo to have answers to all of these threats.
Definitely, and I'm sure Ricardo here is just trying to figure out, how can I wipe a lot of this board, especially with only having an aerial on their board currently.
So let's see what Elias can do from here. So we got out the ethereal voice aerial there. one of the big advantage engines for a deck like this. So we're going to exert pay 1 to boost this aerial, and then hopefully we're going to be singing a song.
And yes, we are going to be playing a Strength of Raging Fire and then drawing a card, an additional card from Ariel's boost ability.
And then, yes, we can use the ability from the Angel, ping some extra damage on that aerial, remove that threat from the board.
Right, and Ariel's Sonic Warrior really showing how powerful of a card she is, because it took Singing Strength and using Angel's ability to remove her from the board.
Willpower is just so tricky to deal with for opposing steel decks. And it looks like Ricardo has plenty of songs in their hand, so a very good time to get that aerial off the board, because as we saw in the previous game, if you start singing a lot of songs with that aerial, it can really clear things up.
Definitely. I'm spotting quite a variety of cards here in Ricardo's hand. I'm seeing a Cinderella, another, oh my goodness, I'm blanking. Another Beyond the Horizon. And I think I also spot an Arthur, King Victorious, in his hand.
Yes, that definitely looked like an Arthur there. So basically a lot of uninkables right now that Ricardo is trying to navigate. So the decision is going to be, do I use an uninkable? Do I use a... Oh, okay. Looks like we might just be calling it a game there. I think it was clear that Habibi Elias had so many law on the board, and there was just no way to answer everything. Even if they had been able to play another turn, I think it was just a matter of time. There was some inevitability there with what Elias had been able to set up.
Yeah, very, very interesting. Or I wonder too if it was just a judge call.
Well, I think Ricardo flipped their ink over, so I think that may have just been decided that that was it for now.
Mm-hmm.
But that does mean Habibi guarantees their spot in day 2 and was able to finish that second game a lot quicker than the first one.
Right, beating the clock there, and congratulations to Habibi.
Amazing. So after this, we've got round 9 left, and that will be it for day 1 / kind of day 2.
Right, we're in day 1.5.
So Kim and I will be back shortly. one. All right, we're back with this round 9. This is technically round day 2 starting. So normally day 2 we have 4 additional rounds of Swiss, but they are happening today the first one is happening today on day 1, getting us a little bit ahead. And it's a very familiar face, Frank Carsten.
Right, and I actually also recognize Bryant there too. I've seen him at many DLCs as well.
Amazing. It's nice to get 2 familiar players here on the stream. So is Bryant a North American player?
I believe so. And interestingly enough, he is playing Amethyst Amber, a deck we haven't seen yet on stream today.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Amethyst decks, Amethyst Sapphire, Amethyst Steel, but yeah, first time we're seeing Amethyst Amber, and it should be a really interesting one.
Yeah, they're fairly, in my opinion, fairly similar in play styles, where they want to go wide, but they also keep both opponents in check because they both have access to some sort of board wipe.
Yes, very true. And I think one of the strengths of Amethyst Amber is because it has so much card draw and it runs things like the Palace Guard. It can be quite good at holding down the dog's strategy, which is looking to go wide. But we play the Mowgli, so we'll be able to remove an action or a non-character card from Frank's hand. Frank doesn't have any, but it does give Brian that all-important information.
Or I think he did. I think just seeing
Under the
that
Sea, yes.
Under the Sea, or was that removed from the... Yeah.
Yeah, I think that may have been grabbed by the Mowgli. Bobby most likely putting the Lilo into the discard pile there. The stream struggling still down in Sao Paulo. Lots of amazing Lorcana action affecting the stability a little bit. But Frank doing textbook dogs there. A 1 cost on 1. Grandmother Willow another 1 cost on 2. Setting up some big future turns with either the Tramp Street Smart Dog or potentially even shifting in the Lady Miss Park Avenue, which was something we saw a lot in Zan Syed's match when he was playing dogs earlier today.
Right, and we see Brian here inking the World's Greatest Criminal Mind, playing the Cheshire Cat, now kind of keeping Frank here in check because he can move around damage. And as we've seen, Amber Emerald has very low willpower characters.
Yes. And very few ways really up until turn 5 with Elsa for Brian to interact with Frank's board. So Frank can kind of use these early turns, set up the combo pieces needed to do something like the Under the Sea, just taking their time really finding all of the little pieces they need for that, casting the Nanny here and getting to look at the top 4 cards of the deck. And we're going to put a character 2 or less into the hand. And it looks like we're taking...
looks like we're going to pick the Lilo.
I'm going to say Frank is one of my favorite Lorcana players. He was the very first DLC winner back in Season 1, but has also won a DLC this season as well already, looking for his 3rd DLC win. No one else has got 3 DLC wins yet, so is this Frank Carsten's time here in Sao Paulo?
Right? Is he going to be a Disney Lorcana world record holder here?
So here we go. Let's see what Brian can do. A Genie. Risky business there if we do have Under the Sea because Genie will be swept away, but gives Brian 1 additional card in their hand to rebuild afterwards if that is the case.
Right, and that Genie also synergizes with the Royal Guard there, adding some additional strength there. However, there's nothing exerted for that Royal Guard to challenge.
Okay, interesting. So we're going for a quest there with the Cheshire Cat, making it vulnerable potentially, because even if Frank doesn't have a way to deal with the board in that way, we do have something like the Tramp Enterprising Dog that you could play, buff up the strength of one of your smaller characters and then remove the Cheshire Cat that way. But this is a matchup I'm not sure who is favored in a matchup like this.
Hey, personally, I don't think I've ever seen these two decks go against each other, so at least not often enough to confidently say like, oh, this deck is more favored over the other.
So very interesting there. Frank playing the Lilo from the discard, the cost reduced because of the Willow, but the main reason that you may want to do something like that is because it gives you another card deeper into your deck with the Tramp Street Smart Dog. So now we're going to look 6 cards deeper into the deck. We do have Singer 8 on board established, so it could help us deal with what Bryant is presenting, but it doesn't look like we managed to find the Under the Sea. Once again, we do see Della's Moon Lullaby, which would allow you to give a character -2 strength, but also draw a card. So that's something we could grab. Frank's just so organized with his cards, like doing such a good job of spreading them all out there and then also giving his opponent a good look at the 6 that he's going to be discarding.
Right, so neat, so organized. I absolutely adore it.
Interesting. So we're going to use Grandmother Willow to sing. Oftentimes these players won't be exerting their Grandmother Willows, but as a 2-cost singer, can use that to give the minus strength to the Cheshire Cat. I would imagine to the Cheshire Cat, so that we can challenge.
I would imagine as well.
The nanny. Yep, there we go. So we give the Cheshire Cat the -2 strength, draw an additional card. Okay, and there we go. So there's the Tramp Enterprising Dog. So we can even play that now with the cost reduction thanks to the lady and use one of our smaller characters, a Bobby, for instance, to then take out the Cheshire Cat. And actually, the other card that Frank has in their hand is the Emerald Chromacon. You've got to imagine that's a really good card in this matchup. I don't believe in Amethyst Amber there's really any way to interact with items, so once that's established, it's going to make challenging on Brian's side a lot more complicated.
Yeah, I believe you're correct, Charlie, that Amber Amethyst just doesn't really have access to those tools to banish items. However, I'm curious to see if Bryant is playing items of their own as well. Not so much to counter the Amethyst or the Emerald Chromacon, but to play a Lantern or Junior Woodchuck's Guidebook to help just look for cards and bring characters out earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. The Lantern is certainly an item that these decks have been running. I think it almost got replaced by Grandmother Willow just because she is such an efficient way of doing a very similar effect. And of course, Grandmother Willows can reduce the cost of other Grandmother Willows versus a Lantern, which only cares about characters. So an item you won't be able to reduce the cost of. And Frank doing a lot of work on that turn, so removing the characters from Brian's side of the board, and then also going for a pretty hefty quest there as well.
Yeah, it's definitely jumping ahead on lore here. I imagine Brian here is just trying to think, what can I do in this situation, especially because they're a bit a ways away from playing a Raging Storm.
And Frank, deep in his thoughts there. Frank, for those who don't know, is a Magic the Gathering professional, is someone who is very interested on the statistics side of things, the probabilities of things, calculating what are the chances I need to get a specific card, I'm sure is what's running through his head right now. And we're going to see an Elsa. It's going to exert our Tramp, okay. So we can definitely clean up the board here a little bit. The Palace Guard is going to have 1 additional strength right now, so it's going to be a 2/2.
And yeah, choosing to remove the ladies off of Frank's board here. I'm sure Bryant at this point is prioritizing trying to challenge and remove as many characters as possible before Frank plays a Emerald Chromacon.
Yep. As soon as that comes down, things are about to get a lot more difficult for Bryant.
And very interesting to see. Like you said, we normally see Grandmother Willow stay, non-exerted because of her ability, but having her challenge puts her in a very vulnerable position.
Yeah, I wonder if Frank just kind of recognizing that she is vulnerable to the Elsa that could, like, if there is another Elsa that comes down, and maybe just prioritizing the law a little bit. And I actually think it's quite a heads up play there using the Grandmother Willow to challenge, because you could have used something like the Tramp Enterprising Dog, but then now your opponent can finish them off. Whereas Grandmother Willow, if you are planning to just turn everything sideways anyway, is probably going to be the first thing that Brian looks to take out. So actually putting the 1 damage on there doesn't really affect you too much if she's going to be banished anyway. And it looked like Brian did have an Elsa in hand, so Frank maybe thinking ahead, being able to predict their opponent's hand, and also a Cheshire Cat, which can be quite tricky as well. But that Chromacon is really going to put Brian under a lot of pressure.
Right, because Frank possibly could have also prioritized questing with the Grandmother Willow, because there's a chance that if Bryant challenges and banishes one of his other characters, he could bounce Grandmother Willow and play her again.
Very true. And this is a very difficult turn now for Brian. The Emerald Chromacon, you just see, you really have to not just think about what you're going to challenge, but think about what your opponent's going to bounce back, what you're going to have left on the board to do some additional challenging. So it really does put a lot of pressure. And not having anywhere to get rid of it in this matchup is just a very heads up play there by Frank, looking for it with the Tramp most likely, and then being able to play it down now.
And it looks like we are going to play the Cheshire Cat and immediately boost it to move some damage around. And taking out the Tramp, I believe that is Tramp, a street smart dog.
Wow, so not only moving the damage, but then a double challenge into that Tramp. Just that's the most threatening thing on the board right now, and at least only one character is going to get sent back to Brian's hand here.
Right, and correct me if I'm wrong, Charlie, but it looks like Frank has no cards in hand?
Yes, so he had an Ursula in hand, but inked it on the previous turn. I don't think she's very useful in this matchup. I'm not sure Amethyst Amber is really running all too many songs. But Frank, just doing the maths here. I feel like I can almost see the numbers spinning around his head as he figures out what is the optimal play. What do I bounce back with the Emerald Chromacon?
And he's decided, and, because if he chooses Cheshire Cat, that means, that's an additional card for Bryant, but also Genie bouncing back into hand means that if Bryant plays it right away, that's an additional card he could draw as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And the synergy between the Lilos and the Emerald Chromacons are just absolutely amazing. One of the challenges with Lilo when she comes back from the discard is she does enter play Exerted, but now if your opponent is effectively punished for challenging that Exerted character, then it's less of a downside. And this is a very impressive looking board there from Frank, turning everything sideways. And once again, Brian has to do the maths, has to figure out what is the right play here to be able to deal with as much of Frank's board as I possibly can.
Right. And right away, Brian is choosing to boost the Cheshire Cat, moving 2 damage, but the question is to which Glimmer?
So we're going to put it on one of the Lilos. And now Frank, it's one of the few times in Lorcana where you will have to make decisions on your opponent's turn. And here Frank is thinking about what they're going to return to their opponent's hand. Do they give the card advantage with the Cheshire Cat? Do they put the Elsa back, knowing she can come and rush down right away? And it looks like we are going for the Elsa. So I think if I'm Brian right now, I'm going to do a challenge straight away to get rid of something. If Frank then wants to bounce my Cheshire Cat, then I'm going to draw some cards. But Frank may elect not to return the character in this instance.
It's a tough decision, because do you want to give Bryant more cards or remove that Glimmer? And then he ends up deciding to give Bryant the cards from Cheshire Cat's boost.
And one of those cards inked instantly. That's the Horseman Strikes. You can banish a chosen evasive character. Frank not going to have any or many evasive characters in their deck. And we are going to send the Elsa back. It's quite a tempo loss for Brian, paying 5 ink, removing a character, and then having nothing on the board to show for it. But we do have 2 Lilos now in the discard that we can bring back turn after turn. And Frank is going to quest with everything. And the problem for Brian now is every turn he can play that Elsa, she can come down and banish one of these Lilos, but then she gets sent straight back to the hand.
Did the stream end?
I think we may have just lost the stream. We'll work on getting it back, so just give us one moment. Sorry about that. And we are back, and Frank Austin took the first game. I think the situation we were in when we lost the stream was a very commanding one from Frank Austin. Those Lilos combined with that Chromacon just put too much pressure into Bryant and could not answer all of the threats Frank was establishing on the board. And it looks like both players choosing to alter 5 cards, keeping 2 cards in their hands. My good. And do you see how Frank is shuffling his deck? A very effective way of shuffling, but it hurts my heart knowing those poor cards getting all bent there.
Yes. Yes, part of me is hoping, please don't have any enchanteds in there. Right, but yeah, very, very interesting matchup. If you were Brian, what are you thinking right now? Are you trying to, ink as much as possible to get to that Raging Storm, do that board wipe? Like, what is the strategy here?
I think really probably Brian's best shot in this matchup is hoping Frank doesn't draw into that Chromacon. But aside from that, I think having out those characters like the Rafikis, like the Palace Guards that are able to challenge Frank's characters early on, and then hopefully just stall the law enough to get to that later game. And then if Brian is running the Raging Storm, then using that to clear the board and reset the game state. But Frank has got to be aware that that's a possibility. Will likely hold on to his Mowglis, so it is something that Brian also needs to be aware of. But I think, having access to the Grandmother Willow on Brian's side, probably playing a 1-cost character, playing the Grandmother Willow, and then being able to get out something like your Genie a turn sooner, being able to get out your Cheshire Cat sooner as well, and as well as some other 1-cost characters, just kind of helps fight for the board against Frank, who's also going to be playing a lot of characters early on.
Right, and we see Brian play the Elanwi on turn 1, which I'm sure is beneficial to be able to give support to his other characters and be more effective at being able to remove characters, because sometimes when Frank is playing those characters that have 3 or more willpower, it can be difficult.
Yeah, you've got to wonder though whether the Eilonwy is what Brian wants to play in this situation. I think in this deck, really there is something to increase the strength of a character to then put them in range of World's Greatest Criminal Mind, which is one of the removal options this deck has. The fact she only has 1 willpower does mean that if she challenges into something, she's going to be banished in most cases. So probably would have preferred the Rafiki or Palace Guard in that instance, but we play the cards we're dealt, and Frank thinking about what they're going to ink this turn. And it's going to be Rhino into the ink, and then a Lady played down on Frank's side, and then we pass back over to Bryant.
And we are just on the edge of our seats here, just waiting to see what is going to be played on turn 2.
Okay, so we didn't miss any of the action. Straight back over to Bryant.
We see Abigail here. That is a card I haven't seen too much lately in Winterspell meta.
Yeah, it's interesting. So it's a 3-cost vanilla with 4 strength, 4 willpower questing for 1. But in these decks, just to give them a little bit of early control options, the 4 strength being particularly relevant to take out things like Daisy Ducks, can take out Palace Guards. So yeah, it is a very like functional card. Nothing flashy about Bagheera, but does a lot of work in a matchup like this. So Frank looks like he's going to ink the Ursula once again. Not particularly useful in this matchup. And are they able to follow up with the Grandmother Willow? And actually it's going to be a Mowgli.
However, Mowgli is just not going to snipe anything. However, this isn't always the worst play because it's always great to get information on what your opponent may have in their hand.
Yeah, I agree. And especially a player of Frank's caliber, I'm sure that information is going to be incredibly relevant as they navigate these future turns. So even though we didn't get a card removed in that case, we did get a lot of information that we can use for our future turns here. So Bryant tapping his Grandmother Willow, probably indicating we're going to use that strength, that cost reduction ability, to play out a character. But which character will it be? Another Grandmother Willow. Okay.
We're building a forest over here, Charlie.
Amazing. And yeah, that's one of the advantages of Grandmother Willow in a deck like this over something like the Lantern that used to be run, because Grandmother Willows discount Grandmother Willows.
Right. And sometimes it's just better to prioritize playing a character over an item.
Yep, absolutely. If you need to challenge into things, then even a little Grandmother Willow can sometimes do the job, especially when paired with that Eilonwy. So Frank probably not having the ideal start. Oftentimes it's really, you want to get out the Grandmother Willow on your side just to be able to start reducing the cost of things like your tramp, but Frank is going to look to navigate this here. We play the Bobby to start filtering through our deck.
Right. I feel like we have seen so many cheese towers, so many Bobbies and Maruskis, Spray Cheese Kid. But it's just such a good card, being able to filter through your deck, trying to search for answers you may need later on in the game.
Who'd have thought this 1-cost character from Whispers in the Well would be one of the most played cards in all of Disney Lorcana, but you love to see it. And thematically is also a dog, so fits perfectly into the dog's deck. Yeah, it's interesting. Now that Bryant has those 2 Grandmother Willows up, does discount the Elsa. Elsa coming down for 3 is a lot better than what we saw in game number 1, where Elsa was coming down for 5 each time.
Right, and I'm sure Brian is thinking, I need to clear Frank's board before he plays Chromacon again.
Let's get it done before that thing comes down and starts causing a headache. And there we go. We see the power of Eilonwy doing the same function as Basil in the Blurple matchups, being able to quest, buffing up the strength of Elsa, and then taking out the lady. So it does give Frank an opportunity to be able to then banish the Eilonwy on the following turn, but of course then they're trading away one of their characters, which they often will not want to be doing. So we do have Tramp in hand. That's important.
Yeah, I wonder if not being able to play a Grandmother Willow has just kind of hurt the tempo over on Frank's side.
Yeah, and you see that a lot now. It's become such an important card in the kind of the optimal play line for this deck. And when we don't see the Grandmother Willow, dogs almost look slow. But we do play out the Tramp. It's going to let us look for some cards deeper. And that does look like an Emerald Chromacon to me. So we'll see if Frank holds on to that. I suspect we might take a turn off here, then play the Chromacon on the following turn, and then we can start questing. Frank really deliberating. It's one of those decisions can just have a complete knock-on effect for the rest of this game, so definitely wants to do it.
Do it to the
correctly.
best of his ability. Right, and then passing the turn back to Bryant here, counting out his ink, doing the math, because I'm sure Grandmother Willow, you got a -2 on what character you're gonna play next, but it looks like instead we are going to first play Junior Woodchuck Guidebook and instantly exert and banish to draw 2.
Yeah, not the ideal player. Imagine if Bryant was able to maybe have played a Demona in that place instead with the discount from the Grandmother Willow. Basically, exert everything on Frank's side of the board, clear everything up on the next turn. Would have probably locked Frank out of the game, but instead having to take a turn off almost by playing that Woodchuck Guidebook. But we do get to play the Genie with the discount there from the Grandmother Willows. And very quickly heading over to Frank's side of the board now. So is going to be able to play the Emerald Chromacon this turn, but it may just be a little bit too little too late because Brian has actually established a very, very wide board that is going to be questing for a lot more than the board Frank has set up.
Right, I feel like this is almost just the opposite of what we saw in game 1, where Frank had this wide board that Brian was just like, what do I do? How can I fight this? And yeah, how the tables have turned.
Absolutely. And Under the Sea would have been fantastic in this spot because we would have been able to get rid of everything except the Cheshire Cat, but sadly it was not meant to be. I wonder if Frank is going to maybe set up some characters to be banished so that he can actually bounce something back like the Bobby back to hand to allow him to dig one card deeper into their deck, but also probably going to leave up enough characters there to be able to sing Under the Sea if necessary next turn. You can see Frank kind of shaking his head there, maybe not even sure if that was the play to make.
Right, and then passing the turn back to Bryant here. And Brian's in a position, now that Chromacon is out, it does keep him check of, do I challenge or do I try to be the aggressor here and questing out? And we are choosing to challenge with the Elsa, taking out the Mowgli, and Frank now deciding, what should I bounce back to hand?
And grabbing hold of the Tramp, is that what we're going to go for? Yes, so Frank actually using the Emerald Chromacon there to bounce back his own Tramp, which is something we see a lot. It's often better once you have a much wider board because we're not going to get much of a discount to replay that Tramp. And then in Iago as well. So Iago is an illusion, evasive 4/6, so it can be banished by an item. I think we did see a Della's Moon Lullaby in Frank's hand, which could be used to get rid of that Iago, but it looks like this game is very quickly spiraling out of control for Frank.
Right, and Brian just going on a quest with everything that he can, jumping ahead in lore.
Frank counting
And now
up
Frank
all
here's
of the
doing
law.
the math.
Frank,
Right, you have to.
absolutely. Frank doing what he's known for, the maths. But I think you would need a miracle out of those 3 cards from Tramp. I'm not sure if it's going to be happening this game, but that will mean we'll go to game number 3. But let's see. Sorry, I'm counting out Frank, but if anyone can turn it around, it's a 2-time TLC winner.
Right, it's not over until it's over.
So going to get rid of the Ilonwi there. So we're now down to 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 law. So that Frank only needs to remove 1 law from the board to keep them in this game, which they've done. And now does Brian have an answer? I think if Brian's able to banish even one of Frank's characters, maybe with an Elsa, it would be a good position to be in. But I think we may just end up going for a big old quest here up to 19 and then hoping beyond hope that Frank doesn't have somewhere to remove our entire board with something like Under the Sea.
Right, and Brian here counting it out, making sure how much lore can I possibly quest for and making those decisions.
But two very interesting games, two very different games as well.
Yeah, two very, very different games that have shifted just in opposite directions here. And playing a Demona.
Okay, and Frank actually does have Under the Sea in hand, and yeah, I was going to say Frank didn't exert their characters. I'm not even sure if Bryant's. Yeah, Brian just say, you know what? I'm so close to winning. You have to get rid of a lot of my characters now to be able to stay in this game. Frank does have Under the Sea, does have Rhino, but no ways to draw cards, so we absolutely aren't going to be able to deal with the Demona, the two Cheshire Cats, and the Iago, and Brian just needs one character to stick to the board to take this game.
I play a pretty intense game, and Frank just trying to play the other outs, trying to figure out, okay, anything I can do in this situation to get rid of everything.
Yeah. But yep, there we go. We're going to scoop it up. Might as well see the writing on the wall, and then we get 30 minutes to finish game number 3 of round 9.
I know, just like these Illumineers, we may not be playing Disney Lorcana, but casting can take a whole lot out of you.
Yeah, I just checked the stream. We've been online now for 11 and a half hours.
Right, and especially you, Charlie, since your production, which thank you so much for doing that.
Thank you, my
You have been
pleasure.
up extra early, making sure that we're ready to put on a good show here.
We certainly tried our best. There've been some teething issues along the way, but ultimately I've just had a really lovely day hanging out with some awesome people. And yeah, thanks to everyone who's joined us for this stream throughout the day as well.
Yeah, huge shout out to our other two casters, Melissa and Nora, who will be joining us once again tomorrow morning my time zone, but day 2 of Disney Lorcana Sao Paulo.
Yeah, and I would say it's been actually a really, really wonderful event. Like, of course, a lot of the content has been in Portuguese, but there's been very little downtime on on the Brazilian side. They've had loads of content, lots of interactive things happening. So, great job to them. Their first DLC, they do have one more coming up, and then there's also going to be a Continentals or a Regionals, I should say, for Brazil. And it's just a community that is always incredibly passionate, whether it's TCGs, whether it's video games, then often known as some of the best in the world, some of the most competitive in the world. So giving them this showcase to be able to show off, and of course welcoming in a lot of overseas Lorcana players as well.
Yeah,
So
any plans, Charlie, to travel to any of the DLCs in Brazil?
I was actually planning to go to this DLC, but then in the end I couldn't make it. Sadly, just life happens. So I would have loved to have been there in person, but getting to enjoy it vicariously through Matthias and also getting to watch the stream. But maybe for one of the future ones, who knows? I'd love to visit. There's yeah, as I said, huge community down there, and it's always a good excuse to see my in-laws as well.
Love that.
But yeah, certainly hoping we see more DLCs in Central America and South America, because again, just such a passionate community, people who are really, really engaged with Disney Lorcana. So being able to have an event that they're able to attend is just so, so wonderful.
Yeah, it's always amazing and so exciting to be able to see so many new regions joining the Disney Lorcana universe.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this season, a lot was made of the fact that we got fewer DLCs in North America, we got fewer DLCs in Europe, but we have seen so many DLCs over in Asia. We're seeing DLCs in South America, in Australia as well. So it's great to see the global expanse of Disney Lorcana, showing that it really is a universal TCG.
Right, and it looks like we have completed altering our hands, and Frank Carson is going to kick us off here by inking. What are we inking?
Thinking about inking the Enterprising Dog, and does ink the Enterprising Dog to play a lady. And we see the Emerald Chromacon in Frank's hand in game 1. That made all of the difference, made it so, so difficult for Brian to really establish themselves on the board. And you've got to bet Frank is very happy to see that early on. and even more happy to see Brian not play a one-cost character.
Right, I'm sure Brian is just a bit devastated right now to not see a one-cost character, because that can just be so hard to catch up from. It's already difficult to catch up at times being on the draw, but not seeing a turn, anything to play on turn one can just be a huge uphill battle from here.
Yeah, because Frank is all but guaranteed at least one law here with the lady, and if, not able to find a tramp, but if they were able to find a tramp, then lady would quest for 2 law, but 1 law is good enough in this position. And looking at Brian's hand, I see a Grandmother Willow there, but I'm not sure they're going to have anything else they can play alongside her on turn 2. So Frank may very well be able to get another quest in there with those 3 characters safely, and will also be able to set up the Emerald Chromacon on the next turn if they so wish.
I know, definitely seeing 2 Lady Elegant Spaniels over on Frank's side, and the Grandmother
Ooh.
Willow is just giving Frank the opportunity to go all gas, no brakes. However, Bryant playing the Mowgli, removing the Emerald Chromacon, may have slowed down Frank's plan a little.
Yeah, I think that was an excellent heads-up play there from Brian. They realized how much of a back-breaking card that Emerald Chromacon can truly be, so almost getting ahead of it there with the Mowgli. So great choice there. And you can see, I think Frank wasn't even expecting that. Potentially is looking.
Yeah, we just saw the hand motion there, being like, "What was this?"
It was either that or he was swatting away a mosquito. But Nanny, a very, very good card in this spot as well, will hopefully allow you to find one of those important characters. Lilo, a great character. There's not really anything that Amethyst Amber can do to stop that coming back turn after turn, except for maybe Hades looking for a deal. So may as well grab that, and it's going to be able to put on that consistent law pressure.
Right, and truly, Frank is putting on the pressure here, safely questing for an additional 3 lore.
Yeah, so choosing not to ink. I think the inkable cards we have in hand look like the Tramp Street Smart Dog, as well as the Lilo Escape Artist cards that you really do not want to send to your inkwell. And Dogs is a deck that can function on a surprisingly small amount of ink, especially now with the Grandmother Willow as well. So I think, again, a very heads-up play by Frank there. And there's Bagheera. Once more, just
a card we brought up last game that we don't see too often, but as you said, Charlie, the stats are pretty good, nothing too flashy, but very good in instances in this matchup where you want to challenge and remove those characters.
Yeah, sometimes you just want that big body that can threaten some of Frank's characters. One of the big advantages of a card like Nanny is the 3/3 means she can often survive a challenge, or at least will take down whatever challenges into her. When you have Bagheera with who's a 4/4, then Nanny is going to survive. So Frank really thinking about this. It looks like we're going to play a Grandmother Willow discounted with the other Grandmother Willow, and now is going to allow us to play our Tramp Street Smart Dog. We know the 2 cards in Frank's hand are Lilos, so those are going to be very easy discards, and then we get to look at 5 other cards as well, so will really help us sculpt our hand and plan for those future turns.
Right, now, if you were Frank, are you looking for another Emerald Chromacon? Are you looking for Under the Sea? What are you truly prioritizing right now?
I think potentially the Emerald Chromacon, just because I think it's the better tempo play in this match. Yes, Brian does have a lot of characters with the two strength who would go Under the Sea, but I think we just saw the power in game number 1 of the Emerald Chromacon, so that's probably going to be what you grab. But I didn't actually get the chance to see what what Frank was able to pick up. Yeah.
Right, and we see Frank questing, however, thinking about what should I quest, but because that Bagheera there does keep Frank in check, because as we said, they're a pretty big body, pretty good stats, and can remove that Nani.
Yeah, and the interesting thing right now is because we were able to play the Tramp Street Smart Dog, now both of our ladies Elegant Spaniel are questing for 2, which is just a huge law pressure as well, and it kind of puts Bryant in a bit of a difficult position. Normally you would imagine would want to get rid of the Nanny just because of the singing capabilities, but maybe is going to be forced to take out one of the ladies to slow down the law race there a little bit. And now we can use Nanny potentially to get rid of that Bagheera, taking a threat from Brian's side of the board. So playing one of the Lilos there from the discard for free. And indeed, we did grab the Emerald Chromacon using the Tramp Street Smart Dog. I think Brian not giving much away with their facial expressions, but I'm sure inside was just letting out a scream into the abyss.
I'm sure. I feel especially with playing the Dumbo, I'm just not sure if that was the strongest play he could do, but seeing his cards, I'm sure that's the strongest play he could do for that turn, but I just don't think it's the strongest play for this matchup.
Yeah, I definitely agree. You need something that can contest the board a little bit better. And now Frank is representing 5, 6, 7, 8 law on board. Brian can only take out one character with the Dumbo, and it then will be bounced back to the hand with the Emerald Chromacon. So it's now really the ball is very much in Frank's court. And yes, they do have Gim on board.
Right, and Brian really here counting it all out, seeing, is this really it, or do I have any potential outs?
Yeah, so I was going to say we need to get 3 law off the board. Brian looking at their hand, seeing that they just can't do that. And there we go. That's going to be the end of this match and also the end of day 1 of Disney Lorcana São Paulo.
Wow, what a game, what a day.
Yeah, that was a really fun one to end on. Frank Austin there giving us a masterclass in the dogs matchup. And what a great way to end the first day of this DLC.
Yeah, and I'm so glad too we ended on 2 decks, or at least like a matchup we haven't really seen yet today, which was the Amber Amethyst.
Yeah, hopefully tomorrow we're going to see even more decks that we haven't seen. We've had enough of the Blurples and the Amethyst Steels. As much as we love those decks, we want to see some variety. And I'm happy to say we did see quite a good variety of decks today on the stream.
We did, and I'm super excited to be back here tomorrow, cast with everyone else, and it's going to be a fun time to see who takes on the title of DLC champion for São Paulo.
Absolutely. So until then, as they say in Portuguese, até mais and happy quest.